Recognizing the impostor's strength and agility, Caesar, wishing to honor his promise to spare his life if he spoke truthfully, condemned him instead to a life of forced labor, assigning him to row among the mariners. The principal instigator of the fraud, however, was executed, while the people of Melos, who had been complicit in giving funds to the impostor, were left to bear the consequences of their gullibility. Thus ended the audacious and ignominious affair of the spurious Alexander, a bold attempt to manipulate both wealth and loyalty through the illusion of royal lineage. When Archelaus entered upon his ethnarchy, the rule over Judea granted to him after the death of his father Herod, he immediately began to assert his authority with severity and ambition. One of his first acts was to accuse Joser, the son of Boethus, who had been serving as the high priest, of aiding the seditious and rebellious among the people. Archelaus removed him from the high priesthood and appointed Eleazar, his brother, in his place. Seeking to display his power and magnificence, Archelaus rebuilt the royal palace at Jericho on a grand scale. He altered the flow of water that had formerly irrigated the village of Nera, diverting half of it to water the palm trees he had planted in the plain, and he founded a new village, which he named Archelaus after himself. In defiance of Jewish custom, he married Glaphyra, the daughter of King Archelaus of Cappadocia and widow of his brother Alexander. Alexander had fathered 3 children with her, and among the Jews it was considered detestable to marry the widow of one's brother. Eleazar, however, did not remain in the high priesthood long. He was soon succeeded by Jesus, the son of C. By the 10th year of Archelaus' rule, both his brothers and the leading men of Judea and Samaria could no longer endure his barbarous and tyrannical behavior. They accused him before the Roman Emperor Caesar Augustus, emphasizing that he had violated the commands of Caesar, which required him to govern with moderation and justice among his people. When Caesar heard these accusations, he was greatly angered. He summoned Archelaus' steward, also named Archelaus, who managed his affairs in Rome. Considering it beneath his dignity to write to Archelaus directly, Caesar commanded that Archelaus sail to Rome at once. The steward hastened to Judea, where he found Archelaus feasting with his friends and informed him of the imperial summons. Archelaus obeyed and traveled to Rome. Upon hearing the testimony of his accusers and Archelaus' own defense, Caesar banished him, appointing the city of Vienna in Gaul as the place of his residence and confiscating his wealth. Before departing for Rome, Archelaus recounted to his friends a troubling dream. In his vision, he saw 10 ears of corn, perfectly ripe, devoured by oxen. Troubled by its significance, he summoned diviners who specialized in interpreting dreams. Their opinions varied, but Simon, a member of the Essenes, spoke freely. He interpreted the vision as a prediction of the end of Archelaus' rule. The oxen, symbolizing labor and affliction, signified that Archelaus would face great hardships, and the 10 ears of corn represented the 10 years of his reign, now complete. On the 5th day after this dream, the other Archelaus, sent by Caesar to summon him, arrived to take him away. Glaphyra, Archelaus' wife and the daughter of King Archelaus of Cappadocia, also experienced a prophetic vision. Previously married as a virgin to Alexander, the brother of Archelaus, she had 3 children with him. After Alexander's death, she married Juba, king of Libya, and upon his death lived in widowhood in Cappadocia with her father. When Archelaus divorced his former wife Miriam to marry Glaphyra, she had a dream in which she saw Alexander standing beside her. She rejoiced and embraced him, but Alexander reproached her, saying that she had violated her vow to him, married a second husband, and then a third, Archelaus, her former husband's brother. Despite this, Alexander promised that he would not forget her past affection. Shortly after sharing this vision with her female companions, Glaphyra died. Following Archelaus' banishment, his former territory was annexed to the Roman province of Syria. C. Sentius Saturninus had previously served as governor, but now Quirinius, who had been consul of Rome, was sent by Caesar to take account of the people's property in Syria and to sell the house and possessions of Archelaus. For those who seek to trace the lineage and descendants of Antipater the Idumean, a prominent official and father of Herod the Great, and of Herod the Great himself, the king of Judea, the historian Flavius Josephus provides detailed accounts. In his work Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 5, Section 4, and in the Jewish War, Book 1, Chapter 28, Section 4, as edited in Haverkamp's edition, page 336, and in Spanheim's work, pages 402 to 405, as well as in Rieland's Palestrina, Part 1, pages 176 to 178. The genealogical records are preserved, offering a full memory of the complex family ties, marriages, and political alliances that shaped the Herodian dynasty. Certain references in the original texts are now missing or lost, leaving gaps in the historical record. Among the central figures were the wives and mothers who influenced the court: Pheroras's wife, her mother and her sister, and Doris, who was the mother of Antipater. These women were closely intertwined with the intrigues of the royal family, acting in concert in many schemes and manipulations. Some historians have debated the events surrounding Pheroras, the brother of Herod the Great. While it has been commonly supposed that Pheroras himself was poisoned, the evidence suggests otherwise. Antipater, who had sought to poison Herod, could not have carried out any plan effectively if Pheroras had been poisoned, and no further designs appear to have required his death. Rather, the confusion arose from the use of a love potion or poison brought to Pheroras's wife, which was intended for Herod himself, as later examinations revealed. In matters of Jewish law and practice, it is noted that creating images without the intention of worshiping them was not unlawful for the Jewish people, a principle referenced in the historical records of Antiquities of the Jews, Book 8, Chapter 7, Section 5. A remarkable event occurred with Joseph, who was appointed high priest for a single day, on the occasion when Matthias, the legitimate high priest, had been prevented from officiating due to a dream on the night before the Day of Atonement, the greatest annual fast and day of expiation in the Jewish religious calendar. Joseph's temporary high priesthood is attested in both the Mishnah and the Talmud, confirming that extraordinary measures were sometimes taken to ensure the proper performance of sacred rites, even in cases where customary rules, such as restrictions on the high priest sleeping the night before the Day of Atonement, were challenged or misrepresented. Finally, the eclipse of the moon, a celestial event of profound significance for historians, occurred on March 13th in the year of the Julian period 4710, corresponding to the fourth year before the Christian era. This astronomical occurrence is considered crucial for determining the timeline of Herod the Great's death, the death of Antipater, and for the chronology of the birth of Jesus of Nazareth, providing a fixed point around which the events of the late Herodian period can be dated. A place for the horse races, known in ancient times as a hippodrome, served as a center not only for sport but for public assembly, a place where rulers could gather their people and exercise authority under the eyes of the populace. It was into such a setting that the complexities of Herod's family and succession would play out, the stage for political maneuvering and public scrutiny. When it is said that Philip the Tetrarch and Archelaus, who was king or ethnarch, were brothers in the fullest sense, there is a subtle inaccuracy in these words. They shared the same father, Herod the Great, but they were born of different mothers. Philip's mother was Cleopatra, while Archelaus was the son of Malthace, a woman of Samaritan heritage. Yet they were brought up together, privately, in the city of Rome, during the period when their father sought confirmation of his kingdom from Caesar. This intimacy, their shared education and companionship in Rome, is likely what Josephus, the historian, intended when referring to them as own brothers, emphasizing closeness rather than biological identity. The years of Herod's reign, 34 and 37, are corroborated by Josephus in the War of the Jews, serving as principal chronological markers of Herod's rule and death. These years frame a reign of immense political complexity, encompassing wars, internal strife, and the monumental construction of cities and the temple itself. Herod's funeral was no brief affair. Conducted with great ceremony to Herodium, a fortress and mausoleum built by Herod for himself, It lay at a distance of 200 stadia, or furlongs, from Jericho, the city where he died. At the pace of 8 stadia per day, the journey would have taken no less than 25 days, a procession marked by mourning, ritual, and display of royal authority. The Passover, which would later see seditions against Archelaus, occurred not 1, but 13 months after a previously recorded eclipse of the moon, an astronomical event noted for its ominous implications and often interpreted as a sign from the divine in Jewish tradition. The devastations wrought about the temple, as recounted by Josephus, were immense, yet they were not fully restored even during the reign of Emperor Nero. By his time, 18,000 workmen were continually employed in rebuilding and repairing the temple, a testament to both the scale of destruction and the enduring centrality of the temple in Jewish religious and civic life. There is also the question of Judas, the son of Ezekias, whose identity may intersect with that of Theudas mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 5, verse 36. The variations in the names, Theudas, Thaddeus, and Judas, suggest a possible connection, though Josephus does not explicitly list all the seditious leaders in Judea. In his accounts, certain rebels burned the royal palace at Amthus, also called Betharamphtha, on the River Jordan, led by a figure whose name Josephus omits. It is conceivable that this leader may have been the Theudas referenced in Scripture, heading one of the many disturbances that plagued the land during this turbulent period. For more detailed chronologies and contextual insights, Josephus refers readers to the War of the Jews, Book 2, chapters 2, 4, and 6, where further accounts of these seditious movements, as well as the political and social upheavals of Judea, are preserved. Each reference underscores the layered complexity of Herod's rule, his family succession, and the persistent unrest that defined the region. He was afterward made tetrarch, a title that requires explanation. A tetrarch was a ruler over a fourth part of a kingdom, a subordinate prince who governed under the authority of a greater sovereign power. This title, though lower than that of king, still carried civil authority, military command, and the power to collect revenue. It marked a political arrangement shaped not by ancient Hebrew law, but by the imperial structure of Rome. If anyone compares the ancient divine warning recorded in the first book of Samuel, chapter 8, verses 1 through 22, he will clearly see how completely that warning was fulfilled. In that chapter, the prophet Samuel, the last judge of Israel and a man regarded as speaking under the authority of the God of Israel, warned the people against demanding a human king. The Israelites had grown dissatisfied with the theocracy under which they lived. A theocracy was a system in which God was regarded as the true ruler and governance was exercised through judges, priests, and prophets. It may also be described as a sacred commonwealth or aristocracy, where leading men governed under divine law rather than royal ambition. The people, however, insisted on having a king like the surrounding nations. Samuel declared to them what such kings would do. He said they would take their sons for war, their daughters for service, their fields and vineyards for their own use, and impose heavy burdens upon the nation. The warning was clear: royal power would become tyrannical. Yet the people chose monarchy over their former sacred order. In later centuries, especially in the days of Herod, this warning seemed more than fulfilled. Herod, commonly known as Herod the Great, ruled Judea under the authority of the Roman Empire during the final decades before the birth of Jesus Christ. His reign was marked by magnificent building projects, political cunning, and severe cruelty. The people of Judea experienced heavy taxation, executions, and fear. The ancient choice of monarchy now appeared to many as a grievous error. So burdensome had the rule of the family of Herod become that the nation seemed to regret its earlier rejection of divine governance. Many would have preferred even direct rule by pagan Rome, with Roman governors and deputies, rather than remain under the oppression of Herod's descendants. The Roman Emperor Augustus, whose full name was Gaius Octavius, and who became the first emperor of Rome after the fall of the Roman Republic, did not at that moment grant their request to remove the Herodian dynasty. However, within a few years, After renewed complaints from the Jewish people against Archelaus, he altered the arrangement for part of the nation. Archelaus, the son of Herod the Great, had been granted rule under the more modest title of ethnarch. An ethnarch was a ruler over a people or nation, but without the full dignity of kingship. Augustus deliberately withheld from him the title of king. Yet Archelaus soon assumed the arrogance and oppressive conduct of his father. His rule provoked such unrest that further appeals were made against him. And as later sections of this historical account relate, particularly in Book 17, Chapter 13, Section 2, his authority was eventually removed. There is also correction to be made concerning certain statements found elsewhere. In several passages of the Antiquities of the Jews, specifically Book 14, Chapter 9, Sections 3 and 4, Chapter 12, Section 2, Chapter 13, Sections 1 and 2, Book 15, Chapter 3, Section 5, Chapter 10, Sections 2 and 3, and Book 16, Chapter 9, Section 3, more accurate information is provided. From these passages we learn that Archelaus received one half of his father Herod's kingdom. We are further told that Archelaus' annual income, after a temporary reduction of 1/4, amounted to 600 talents. A talent was a large unit of ancient currency and weight. In Jewish reckoning, 1 talent was equivalent to 3,000 shekels. A shekel was a silver coin used in Judea. In the days of the historian Flavius Josephus, who wrote the Antiquities of the Jews in the 1st century after Christ, a shekel was estimated to be worth approximately 2 shillings and 10 pence in English money of later centuries. On this basis, 600 talents would amount to an enormous yearly revenue. If Archelaus possessed 600 talents from half the kingdom, then Herod the Great's annual income may be estimated at roughly 1,600 talents. Converted according to the values given, this sum would reach approximately 680,000 pounds sterling per year, an immense income for that age. Yet even this large sum does not seem proportionate to Herod's known expenses. Josephus describes vast construction projects, including fortresses, palaces, and the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. He also records the enormous sums Herod distributed in his will, as described in Book 17, Chapter 8, Section 1, and Chapter 12, Section 1. The ordinary revenue of a nation the size of Judea, though populous, could hardly sustain such expenditure. The Jewish people were numerous, but their land lacked the commercial trade networks that enriched larger empires. Therefore, much of Herod's wealth likely came from confiscations. He frequently executed wealthy men on charges of conspiracy, seizing their estates. Others were compelled to pay heavy fines to preserve their lives. Such practices were common among harsh rulers who oppressed their subjects. Even these methods may not fully explain the scale of his fortune. There is strong suspicion that a significant portion of his wealth came from another source: treasure removed from the sepulchre of King David. The sepulchre of David was the burial place of David, the ancient king of Israel who had reigned around 1,000 years before the time of Herod. According to earlier tradition, considerable wealth had been stored there. It is suggested that Herod secretly took great sums from this tomb, but concealed the matter from the people, as mentioned in Book 7, Chapter 15, Section 3 of the Antiquities. Another matter concerns a learned observation made by Hugo Grotius, a Dutch scholar of the 17th century known for his studies in law and biblical interpretation. In his commentary on the Gospel according to Luke, Chapter 3, Verse 1, he explains a geographical question. When Josephus states that part of the property or territory of Zenodorus was allotted to Philip, he implies that a larger portion remained under another ruler. This other ruler was Lysanias. Lysanias was a prince descended from an earlier ruler of the same name. The region in question was called Abilene, named after the city of Abila. It was also sometimes called Chalcedene, from the city of Chalcis. In earlier times, during the period when the eastern provinces were governed under the Roman leader Mark Antony, whose Latin name was Marcus Antonius, this territory had been ruled after Ptolemy, the son of Menneus. From Lysanias, the region came to be known as the country of Lysanias. After the death of the earlier Lysanias, It was called the Tetrarchy of Zenodorus. A tetrarchy was a quarter rule, as already explained. Later, when another Lysanias, bearing the same name and descended from the former, possessed the territory after the death or expiration of Zenodorus's lease, it began again to be called the Tetrarchy of Lysanias. However, it must be noted that elsewhere in the Antiquities of the Jews, specifically Book 20, Chapter 7, Section 1, Josephus clearly distinguishes Abilene from Chalcis. Therefore, Grotius appears to have been mistaken in equating them entirely. Finally, there is an observation by the scholar Spanheim, who notes an important point of Jewish law. According to the law of Moses, found in the Pentateuch, it was forbidden for a man to marry his brother's wife if she had borne children by her first husband. Only in the special case where a man died childless was his brother permitted, and even commanded, to marry the widow in order to raise up offspring for the deceased brother. This practice was known as levirate marriage. Zonaras, a Byzantine historian and canonist, is said to interpret the clause in question according to this rule, affirming that such a marriage was unlawful where children already existed. Thus, the political titles, the revenues, the shifting territories, and the interpretations of law together reveal a nation struggling under the consequences of ancient choices, imperial authority, and contested succession, as the narrative continues forward. After Archelaus had been banished, a new chapter opened for Judea and Syria, one of administration, taxation, and unrest that would shape the land for decades. C. Cincius Cyrenius, a Roman senator of great dignity, who had progressed through multiple magistracies and had held the highest office of consul, was sent by Caesar Augustus to the provinces of Syria and Judea. His mission was to conduct a census and taxation of the people and their possessions, and to manage the wealth left behind by Archelaus. Alongside him, Coponius, a man of the equestrian order, was appointed to have the supreme authority over the Jewish population as procurator. This dual Roman presence signaled a tightening of imperial control, as the territories formerly ruled by the Herodian dynasty now fell directly under Roman oversight. When Cyrenius arrived in Judea, he encountered initial resistance from the Jewish population, who were horrified at the prospect of taxation. Yet Joser, the son of Boethus, who served as high priest and a man of influence among the people, persuaded them to comply. They submitted records of their estates without further protest, temporarily averting conflict. But not all were so compliant. One Judas, a Galilean from the city of Gamala, known as a Gaulonite, rose in opposition. He allied himself with Sadduc, a Pharisee, and together they called upon the nation to revolt. They declared that the Roman census and taxation were no less than an introduction to slavery, a means to strip the people of liberty. They exhorted their fellow Jews to assert their freedom, promising divine support to those who united in bold counsels and daring acts. They convinced many that the pursuit of honor and glory through resistance outweighed fear of danger or death. This zeal, however, brought chaos. One misfortune after another struck the nation. Violent conflicts erupted, close allies and friends were lost, and robberies and murders became rampant, often cloaked under the pretense of public welfare, but in reality motivated by greed. Seditions escalated into massacres, targeting both friends and enemies alike, while famine struck the land with brutal severity. Cities were captured and destroyed, and ultimately, the sedition reached such a height that even the temple of God itself was set ablaze by the enemies of the Jews. Customs long observed by the ancestors were overturned, replaced by disorder and calamity. Judas and Sadduc had formed a fourth philosophic sect, drawing numerous followers, spreading dissent, and laying the foundations of lasting miseries through their teachings. The Jews were already familiar with three major sects of philosophy. The Essenes were ascetic, living in strict communities and devoted to purity and ritual observance. The Sadducees, often composed of the priestly aristocracy, adhered closely to the written law but rejected oral traditions. The Pharisees, whom Judas allied within this agitation, were known for their strict adherence to reason and virtue, austere in lifestyle, and respectful of elders. They believed that humans were guided by divine providence, yet retained free will to act virtuously or wickedly. They also held that souls were immortal and would be rewarded or punished in the afterlife based on their earthly conduct. The Pharisees' authority over worship, prayers, and sacrifices gave them immense influence among the people. Their guidance shaped both private and public religious life, and the cities recognized their moral and civic leadership. Yet in this moment of crisis, the combination of Roman authority, Herodian inheritance, and the persuasive zeal of figures like Judas and Sadduc ignited a firestorm of rebellion, one that would bring destruction, famine, and the reshaping of society across Judea and Galilee. The Sadducees, one of the principal sects of Jewish thought, held that the soul perished with the body. They observed only the commandments written in the law of Moses, disregarding all other traditions or philosophical teachings. They took pride in disputing with learned philosophers, whom they frequently encountered, yet their numbers were few, although they were men of the highest dignity and social rank. Despite their status, their independent influence was limited. When they became magistrates, as sometimes happened unwillingly or under compulsion, they often aligned themselves with the opinions of the Pharisees, for the favor of the people required it, and without it they could not maintain authority. The Essenes, another sect, held a contrasting belief, teaching that all things are governed by God and that the soul is immortal. They emphasized the earnest pursuit of righteousness and the rewards promised to the virtuous. When they dedicated offerings to God in the temple, they did not participate in common sacrifices, as they maintained a stricter ritual purification, performing the offerings themselves. Their lifestyle was markedly virtuous, surpassing that of other men, whether Greek, Roman, or barbarian, and enduring across generations. They lived communally, ensuring that the wealthy shared their possessions equally with the poor, so that no man had more than another. Approximately 4,000 men lived in this way, abstaining from marriage and refraining from keeping servants, believing that such attachments could lead to injustice or domestic conflict. They appointed trustworthy stewards to manage the collection and preparation of food from their lands, all in accordance with the strict principles of their sect, resembling city dwellers known among the Daci as Polisti. A fourth sect of Jewish philosophy was founded by Judas the Galilean, whose followers shared many beliefs with the Pharisees but held an unwavering commitment to liberty. They declared God alone as their ruler and Lord, disregarding all other authorities. They did not fear death for themselves or for their families, and no human claim of authority could compel them to obedience. Meanwhile, the administration of Judea continued to evolve. Cyrenius, who had been responsible for managing Archelaus' finances, completed the assessments and taxes in the 37th year after the victory of Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, known as Augustus, over Marcus Antonius at the Battle of Actium. Following these financial settlements, Joser, who had been appointed high priest by the people, was removed from office. In his place, Ananus, the son of Seth, assumed the high priesthood. Herod, son of Herod the Great, and Philip, his brother, each took control of their allotted tetrarchies, governing their respective regions. Herod undertook significant construction projects to fortify and enhance his territories. He built defensive walls around Sepphoris, a key city in Galilee, which he established as the metropolis of the region. He also fortified the town of Betharantha, renaming it Julius in honor of Julia, the wife of Emperor Augustus. Philip, ruling in the northern territories, constructed the city of Paneas at the sources of the Jordan River and named it Caesarea. He elevated the village of Bethsaida, located near the lake of Gennesareth, to the status of a city, both because of its growing population and its prominence, and also named it Julius, after the emperor's daughter, thereby paying tribute to the imperial family and securing Roman favor. During this time, Coponius, a Roman official dispatched alongside Cyrenius, exercised his authority as procurator of Judea. As the Jews celebrated the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is known as the Passover, a tradition dictated that the temple gates be opened just after midnight, allowing the priests to begin the sacred ceremonies and oversee the faithful in the observance of the feast. When the gates of the temple in Jerusalem were first opened at the time of the festival, an act of secret hostility disturbed the peace of the city. Certain men of Samaria, inhabitants of the region north of Judea who were long in religious rivalry with the Jews, entered Jerusalem privately. The Samaritans claimed descent from the ancient tribes of Israel, yet they worshipped on Mount Gerizim and not at the temple in Jerusalem, and deep suspicion divided the two peoples. These Samaritans came by stealth into the sacred precincts. In the covered walkways of the temple complex, known as cloisters, they scattered the bodies of the dead. According to the law of Moses, contact with a dead body rendered a person ceremonially unclean for 7 days. By casting corpses into the holy place, they sought to defile the sanctuary during the sacred celebration. When this outrage was discovered, the Jewish authorities responded with severity. From that time forward, they excluded the Samaritans entirely from the temple at such festivals, a restriction not formerly practiced. Moreover, they set a stricter watch over the temple than had been customary before, guarding it with greater vigilance against further profanation. Soon after this incident, Coponius, who had been appointed procurator of Judea by the Roman government, returned to Rome. A procurator was an imperial official entrusted with financial administration and civil authority in a province subject to the Roman Empire. Coponius was succeeded by Marcus Ambivius, who assumed governance over Judea. During the administration of Marcus Ambivius, Salome died. Salome was the sister of King Herod, commonly known as Herod the Great, who had ruled Judea under Roman authority. In her will, Salome bequeathed her territories to Julia, the wife of Caesar. Julia was married to the Roman emperor, and thus the property passed directly into the imperial household. The land she left included Jamnia, along with all its toparchy. A toparchy was a district or administrative subdivision within a larger province. She also left Phasaelis, located in the plain, and Archelaïs, a region noted for its extensive plantation of palm trees, whose fruit was esteemed as excellent. After Marcus Ambivius, Annius Rufus became procurator. During his administration, Caesar, the second emperor of the Romans, died. This emperor was known as Augustus Caesar, whose original name had been Gaius Octavius. He had ruled for 57 years, in addition to 6 months and 2 days. During 14 of those years, Marcus Antonius, known in English as Mark Antony, ruled jointly with him in the eastern provinces before their final conflict. Augustus lived 77 years in total. Upon his death, the imperial power passed to Tiberius Nero, the son of his wife Julia. Tiberius became the 3rd emperor of Rome. Tiberius appointed Valerius Gratus as procurator of Judea, sending him to succeed Annius Rufus. Under Valerius Gratus, the office of high priest in Jerusalem underwent repeated change. The high priesthood was the highest religious office among the Jewish people, presiding over temple worship and sacrifices. Gratus first removed Ananus from the high priesthood. Ananus, also known as Annas in other sources, had held that sacred office. In his place, Gratus appointed Ismael, the son of Phabi. After a short time, Gratus deposed Ismael and appointed Eleazar, the son of Ananus, who had himself formerly been high priest. Eleazar held the office for 1 year before Gratus again intervened and removed him. The procurator then conferred the high priesthood upon Simon, the son of Camathus. Simon likewise retained the dignity for only a year. After him, Joseph Caiaphas was appointed high priest. Joseph Caiaphas would later become widely known in connection with the trial of Jesus of Nazareth. When Valerius Gratus had completed these actions and remained in Judea for 11 years, he returned to Rome. His successor as procurator was Pontius Pilate. At this time, Herod the Tetrarch, who enjoyed great favor with the Emperor Tiberius, undertook a significant building project. This Herod was Herod Antipas, son of Herod the Great. As Tetrarch, he governed Galilee and Perea under Roman authority. In honor of the Emperor Tiberius, he built a city and named it Tiberias. He constructed it in the finest region of Galilee, beside the lake of Gennesareth, also known as the Sea of Galilee. Not far from a new city were warm baths, located in a village called Emmaus. To populate Tiberias, Herod brought in settlers from many places. Foreigners came to dwell there, and many Galileans also took up residence. Yet a large number were compelled to move. Herod required inhabitants from his territories to settle in the city and forced them to remain there. Some of those compelled were persons of rank. He also gathered poor people from various regions and admitted them to dwell in the city. Among them were individuals who were not entirely free, perhaps debtors or dependents. Herod acted as benefactor toward many of these and granted them freedom. However, he ensured that they did not abandon the city by constructing good houses for them at his own expense and assigning them land. Herod was aware that building Tiberias involved a serious difficulty under Jewish law. In order to make space for the city, numerous sepulchres had to be removed. According to the Jewish law, any dwelling built upon or near graves rendered its inhabitants ceremonially unclean for 7 days. Thus, to inhabit Tiberias was, in this respect, to transgress ancient legal tradition. Herod knew that many devout Jews would consider residence their defiling. Around this same period, an event of great consequence occurred in the east. Phraates, king of the Parthians, died by treachery. The Parthian Empire was a powerful realm stretching across much of modern Iran and neighboring territories, often rivaling Rome. Phraates was killed through the conspiracy of his own son, Phraates. Phraates had legitimate sons by his lawful wife. However, he also had an Italian maidservant named Thermusa. She had originally been sent to him by Julius Caesar, the Roman dictator who had been assassinated in the year 44 before the birth of Christ. Thermusa was among the gifts presented to the Parthian king. Phraates made her first his concubine, and later, admiring her greatly, elevated her to the position of legitimate wife after she bore him a son named Phraates. Thermusa gained extraordinary influence over the king. She persuaded him in many matters and was determined that her own son should inherit the throne of Parthia. To secure this ambition, she needed to remove the legitimate sons of Phraates from succession. She convinced the king to send them to Rome as pledges of his fidelity to the Roman Empire. Such hostages were common in diplomacy, serving as guarantees of loyalty. The sons were sent accordingly, for the king could not easily refuse her persuasion. Phraates, left alone to expect the throne, grew impatient. Rather than await his father's death and peaceful succession, he plotted against him. With his mother's assistance, he carried out a treacherous design. Rumor added further scandal, alleging an unlawful relationship between mother and son. For these crimes, both parricide and immoral conduct, Phraates became hated among his subjects. The people regarded his supposed intimacy with his mother as scarcely less wicked than his murder of his father. Before he could firmly establish his power, the Parthians rose in sedition and expelled him from the kingdom. He died soon afterward. The leading men of Parthia then considered their situation. They believed it impossible to live without a king, for their law required that they be ruled by one of the family of Arsaces. Arsaces had founded the Parthian royal house generations earlier, and only his descendants were considered lawful rulers. They believed that the kingdom had already suffered enough disgrace through marriage to an Italian concubine and through the conduct of her son. Therefore, they sent ambassadors to summon Oroda, a member of the family of Arsaces, to assume the crown. Though Oroda was accused of great cruelty and had a harsh and wrathful disposition, he was nevertheless of the royal lineage. Yet even he did not escape violence. A conspiracy formed against him, and he was slain. Some reported that he was killed during a festival, even among sacrifices, for it was customary in Parthia for men to carry swords even at such gatherings. Others said he was murdered while hunting, having been drawn away from safety. Again, the Parthians sent ambassadors to Rome. They requested that one of the royal hostages held there be sent back to reign as king. Vonlons was chosen from among them and sent to Parthia. He appeared favored by fortune, offered kingship by two great realms, his own native land and the foreign empire that had once held him as a pledge. Yet the Parthians soon repented of their choice. They were by nature changeable in disposition and began to despise von once. They regarded him as unworthy because he had lived in Rome as a hostage, and they called such hostages slaves. They would not submit to a ruler whom they considered to have borne that dishonor. It was intolerable to them that a king should be imposed in time of peace, not won by right of war. They therefore invited Artabanus, king of Media, to take the throne. Media was a neighboring kingdom, and Artabanus too was of the race of Arsaces. He accepted the offer and came to Parthia with an army, advancing to claim the crown. Von Ones, a claimant to the Parthian throne, confronted Artabanus, the reigning Parthian king, in a dramatic clash for power. At first, the multitude of Parthian soldiers stood with von Ones, and he arrayed his army in order of battle. Yet Artabanus proved stronger, defeating von Ones and forcing him to flee to the mountains of Media, a region known for its rugged terrain and strategic advantage. But Artabanus's victory was not unchallenged for long. He soon gathered a greater army, confronted von Ones once more, and achieved a decisive triumph. Von Ones, now defeated, fled on horseback with only a few attendants to the city of Seleucia upon the Tigris River, leaving Artabanus to consolidate his control. In the aftermath, Artabanus slew many of von Ones' followers and returned with a large portion of his army to the Parthian capital, Ctesiphon, solidifying his reign. Von Ones, seeking refuge and opportunity, fled to the kingdom of Armenia. There, he attempted to secure the government of the country by sending ambassadors to Rome, but the Roman Emperor Tiberius refused his request. Facing threats from Artabanus and lacking support among the Armenian nobility loyal to Nip-Hates, von Ones ultimately surrendered himself to Marcus Silanus, the Roman president of Syria, who detained him in Syria out of respect for his Roman upbringing, while Artabanus installed his son Oroda as king of Armenia. At the same time, Antiochus, the king of Commagene, passed away, igniting conflict between the people and the nobility. The nobility wished to see their kingdom absorbed into a Roman province, while the common people preferred the continuation of monarchical rule, as their ancestors had known. Both factions sent ambassadors to Rome to plead their cases. The Roman Senate decreed that Germanicus, a member of the imperial family and a general of great renown, should be sent to settle affairs in the East. Germanicus fulfilled his mission, but shortly thereafter, his life was taken by poison administered by Piso, an event recorded elsewhere in the chronicles of the empire. Meanwhile, in Judea, Pontius Pilate, the Roman procurator of the province, moved the Roman army from Caesarea to Jerusalem to establish winter quarters and assert control over the Jewish population. Pilate introduced images of the emperor upon Roman standards into the city, a direct violation of Jewish law, which forbade the creation of any image or likeness of living beings for worship. Previous procurators had avoided this offense, but Pilate acted secretly at night. When the Jewish people discovered the desecration, they petitioned him for many days to remove the images. Pilate refused, citing the authority of Caesar, yet the Jews persisted, demonstrating a courage and devotion to the laws of their fathers. On the sixth day, Pilate ordered his soldiers, armed and concealed, to surround the crowd. The people, however, boldly laid their necks bare, willing to die rather than violate their sacred laws. Deeply moved by their resolve, Pilate relented and commanded the images to be removed from Jerusalem and returned to Caesarea. Pilate then undertook an ambitious engineering project to bring a stream of water to Jerusalem, drawing it from a distance of 200 furlongs, funded by sacred funds. Yet even this provoked widespread dissent, and tens of thousands of Jews gathered to oppose the work. Pilate concealed soldiers among the crowds, and when the people resisted, he signaled his forces to strike. Many were killed, others wounded, and the sedition was brutally suppressed, leaving the city in fear and chaos. Amid these tumultuous events, there appeared a remarkable figure named Jesus, a wise man and teacher, whose deeds and teachings drew both Jews and Gentiles. He was believed to be the Christ, the anointed one foretold by the prophets. Despite his condemnation to crucifixion by Pontius Pilate at the urging of the Jewish leaders, those who followed him did not abandon him. On the third day after his death, he was seen alive again, fulfilling the prophecies of the divine law. From him arose the sect of Christians, a community that bore his name. And even in this present time, it was noted that his followers continued to exist and spread his teachings. At the same time, a calamity befell the city of Rome, bringing disorder and scandal. It concerned the temple of Isis, the Egyptian goddess of magic and fertility, whose worship had been introduced to the Roman world. The story begins with a Roman woman named Paulina, celebrated not only for her beauty, but for the dignity of her ancestry and the virtuous conduct of her life. She was wealthy, married to Saturninus, a man whose character matched her own in every respect. Her reputation was impeccable, and she lived in modesty despite being in the prime of her youth, a period when women are often admired for their charms. Decius Mundus, a man of the equestrian order, a high rank just below the senatorial class in Rome, became infatuated with her. His desire grew desperate because she had rejected the lavish gifts he sent, offers so immense that they could have bought a kingdom. Unable to tempt her with wealth, he resolved to end his life through starvation, consumed by unrequited passion. Yet Mundus had a freedwoman named Ide, formerly a slave of his family, skilled in cunning and trickery. Seeing his resolution to die, she contrived a scheme, persuading him that he could win Paulina's favor, but only by a payment of 50,000 Attic drachmae for her assistance in the plot. I did not attempt to buy the woman's affection, knowing Paulina's virtue could not be swayed by gold. Instead, she exploited Paulina's devotion to Isis. She bribed the priests of Isis with 25,000 drachmae immediately, and promised as much more after success, convincing them to lure Paulina to the temple. The priests, swayed by the money and their own credulity, agreed to the plan. The oldest priest approached Paulina, claiming he had a message from the god Anubis, a deity of the dead in Egyptian religion, declaring that he was enamored with her and commanding her presence. Paulina, flattered by the divine message, told her husband that she had been summoned by the god and received his consent, trusting in her own virtue and the sacred context. At the appointed hour, Paulina went to the temple and supped there. When the time for sleep arrived, the priest extinguished the lights and locked the doors of the inner sanctuary. Hidden within, Mundus leapt forth and spent the night with her, while she believed she was fulfilling the divine command. When dawn came, he departed unnoticed, leaving Paulina to believe in the divine encounter. On the third day, Mundus boasted to her, claiming she had gratified him and saved him the cost of 200,000 drachmae, while Paulina, realizing the enormity of what had occurred, tore her garments in horror and brought the matter to her husband's attention. Saturninus informed the Emperor Tiberius, who commanded a full investigation. The priests who had participated were crucified, as was Ide, the architect of the deception. The temple of Isis was demolished, and her statue thrown into the river Tiber. Mundus himself was merely banished, for his crime had been driven by the passion of love. While this scandal consumed Rome, affairs of the Jewish people there also came to a crisis. A Jewish man, previously exiled from Judea for violating the Mosaic law and living under fear of punishment, resided in Rome. He was a man of wicked character who claimed to instruct others in the law of Moses. He gathered 3 companions of equally corrupt disposition. Together, they persuaded Fulvia, a Roman woman of high status who had embraced Judaism, to send gifts of purple fabric and gold to the temple in Jerusalem. Instead of dedicating them, these men embezzled the wealth for themselves. When Saturninus, Fulvia's husband, informed Emperor Tiberius of the crime, the emperor ordered the expulsion of all Jews from Rome. The consuls compiled a list of 4,000 Jews and sent them to the island of Sardinia. Many others were punished for refusing to serve in the Roman military, citing adherence to the law of their ancestors. Thus, through the schemes of four corrupt men. Thousands of Jews were banished from the city, marking a period of tension and injustice that reverberated through the empire. The nation of the Samaritans did not escape the unrest that seemed to pervade the region. The man who stirred them to tumult was one who held falsehood in little regard, a deceiver who contrived every detail to please the multitude. He called them to assemble upon Mount Gerizim, the mountain which the Samaritans regarded as the holiest of all mountains, assuring them that when they gathered there, he would reveal the sacred vessels that were said to have been placed there by Moses, the revered lawgiver of Israel, centuries before. Believing his words, the Samaritans came armed, trusting the promise, and stayed at a village called Tarathaba, where they gathered others to join them in a great multitude, intending to ascend the mountain together. Pontius Pilate, the Roman prefect of Judea, prevented their ascent. He stationed a strong force of cavalry and infantry along the roads, and when the Samaritans attempted to move, the soldiers fell upon them. In the ensuing clash, many were killed outright, others fled, and a great number were taken alive. Pilate, exercising ruthless authority, ordered the principal men and those of greatest influence among the fugitives to be executed, leaving a trail of terror and blood. When the tumult had been suppressed, the Samaritan Council, the governing body of the Samaritan community, sent an embassy to Aulus Vitellius, who had previously held the office of consul and was now the Roman governor, or president, of Syria. They accused Pontius Pilate of murdering the Samaritans who had assembled at Tarathaba, asserting that they had gathered not to revolt against Roman authority, but to avoid Pilate's oppression. In response, Vitellius dispatched his friend Marcellus to oversee the affairs of Judea and commanded Pilate to return to Rome to answer these charges before the emperor, Tiberius. Pilate, who had governed Judea for 10 years, obeyed, fearing to oppose the order, but before he could reach Rome, Emperor Tiberius died, leaving the matter unresolved. Vitellius himself then entered Judea and traveled to Jerusalem during the festival known as the Passover, a time when the Jewish people commemorated their deliverance from Egypt under Moses, gathering in large numbers from all over the land. Vitellius was received with great ceremony, and he enacted measures to appease the inhabitants. He released them from all taxes on fruits that were bought and sold, and he restored to them the care of the high priest's vestments, the sacred garments worn during religious rituals, along with all their accompanying ornaments. Previously, these vestments had been held in the Tower of Antonia, the fortress near the temple named by Herod the Great in honor of Marcus Antonius, a Roman triumvir and ally. The vestments had a long history. One high priest named Hyrcanus, the first of that name among many, had built a tower near the temple to safeguard these garments, as it was lawful for him alone to wear them. The practice continued through his sons and descendants. Herod the Great, when he became king, rebuilt the tower magnificently and kept the vestments under supervision, believing that control over them would prevent innovation or rebellion by the people. Archelaus, Herod's son, maintained the same arrangement. When the Romans assumed control, the vestments were stored in a stone chamber under the seal of the priests and the temple's guardians, with a lamp kept burning by the captain of the guard. 7 days before each festival, the high priest purified and used them, returning them to their chamber after the ceremonies. Vitellius restored this practice, returning authority over the sacred garments to the priests, acting to gain favor with the Jewish people. Vitellius also deposed Joseph, also called Caiaphas, from the high priesthood and appointed Jonathan, son of Ananus, a former high priest, to succeed him before returning to Antioch, the capital of Roman Syria. Meanwhile, Emperor Tiberius wrote to Vitellius, instructing him to make a league of friendship with Artabanus, king of Parthia, a powerful kingdom in the east. Artabanus had previously been a foe, especially after he had taken control of Armenia, a strategically important kingdom. Tiberius demanded that Artabanus give hostages, particularly his son, as a guarantee of his fidelity. Following these orders, Vitellius, offering substantial bribes of money, persuaded the kings of Iberia and Albania to allow passage to the Roman forces, enabling the Scythians to march against Artabanus. Although these kings did not fight themselves, they permitted the Roman-aligned forces to traverse their lands, opening the Caspian gates to facilitate the attack. The campaign devastated Parthia. Armenia was taken from the Parthians, and the land was engulfed in war. Many of the leading warriors of Parthia were slain, and disorder spread across the kingdom. Even the son of King Artabanus fell in battle, along with tens of thousands of his soldiers, leaving the Parthian realm in chaos and demonstrating the vast reach and severity of Roman influence in the region. Lucius Vitellius, who was the president of Syria under the authority of the Roman Empire, had already attempted to weaken Artabanus, king of the Parthians, by secret means. He sent vast sums of money to the kinsmen and friends of Artabanus's father, seeking to bribe them into treachery. These were men of influence within the Parthian court. By these gifts, Vitellius nearly succeeded in procuring the death of Artabanus through conspiracy. When Artabanus became aware of the plot, he understood that the danger could not easily be avoided. The conspiracy had been formed not by a few obscure persons, but by many principal men of the realm. He carefully assessed the situation. He considered how many remained truly faithful to him, and how many had already been corrupted by bribes, though they still professed loyalty. He knew that those who had accepted money might betray him openly when the moment came. Seeing that the design would certainly take effect if he remained, he fled to the upper provinces of his dominions. There, among the Dahi and the Sakai, tribes dwelling in the regions east of the Caspian Sea, known for their skill in warfare, he raised a large army. With this force, he returned to confront his enemies. He fought against those who had sought his overthrow and succeeded in retaining his principality. When the Roman Emperor Tiberius learned of these events, he sought to establish a formal league of friendship with Artabanus. Tiberius, the third emperor of Rome, desired stability on the eastern frontier. Artabanus received the proposal favorably. Accordingly, Artabanus and Vitellius agreed to meet at the river Euphrates, the great boundary between the Roman and Parthian spheres of power. A bridge was laid across the Euphrates for the meeting. Each ruler approached with his guards, maintaining dignity and caution. They met in the middle of the bridge, symbolically standing between their realms. There they agreed upon the terms of peace. Herod the Tetrarch, known as Herod Antipas, was present at this historic meeting. He erected a magnificent tent in the center of the bridge and provided a feast for the two leaders, honoring the reconciliation between Rome and Parthia. Not long afterward, Artabanus sent his son Darius as a hostage to Rome, as a pledge of good faith. Along with Darius, he sent many valuable gifts. Among these gifts was a man 7 cubits tall. A cubit was a measure of length roughly equal to the distance from the elbow to the tip of the finger. 7 cubits would make this man extraordinarily tall. He was a Jew by birth, named Eleazar, and because of his height, he was called a giant. After these events, Vitellius returned to Antioch, the principal city of the Roman province of Syria. Artabanus went back to Babylon, one of the chief cities of his dominion. Herod the Tetrarch, however, was eager to gain favor with the Emperor Tiberius. Desiring to be the first to report that hostages had been secured from Parthia, he sent swift messengers to Rome with detailed letters. In them he described every particular of the meeting and the agreement, leaving nothing for Vitellius to communicate. When the official dispatch from Vitellius arrived in Rome, Tiberius informed him that he was already fully aware of the matter, since Herod had previously reported it. Vitellius was greatly troubled by this. He believed that Herod had diminished his own credit before the emperor. Though perhaps the injury was not as great as he imagined, he nonetheless conceived a secret resentment against Herod. He restrained his anger for a time, waiting for an opportunity to repay him. That opportunity would arise after the death of Tiberius, when Gaius Caesar, also known as Caligula, succeeded to the imperial throne. Around this same period, Philip, the brother of Herod Antipas, died. Philip had been tetrarch of Trachonitis and Gaulonitis, and also ruler over the nation of the Badanians. Trachonitis and Gaulonitis were regions northeast of the Sea of Galilee, rugged in terrain, while Batanea lay to the east. Philip died in the 20th year of the reign of Tiberius, after having governed for 37 years. Philip's rule was marked by moderation and tranquility. He lived continually within his own territories and did not pursue distant ambitions. When he traveled through his lands, he was accompanied only by a few chosen friends. Even his judicial seat, his tribunal, moved with him. If any person met him along the road seeking justice, Philip did not delay. There was already a dispute between him and Herod concerning boundaries in the region of Gamalitis. Now personal insult combined with territorial disagreement. Both rulers raised armies and prepared for war, appointing generals to lead their forces. When the armies met in battle, the entire army of Herod was destroyed. This defeat was brought about by treachery. Certain fugitives, though belonging to the tetrarchy of Philip, joined themselves to the army of Aretas and betrayed Herod's forces. Herod Antipas reported these events to Tiberius. The emperor was greatly angered by the bold action of Aretas. He wrote to Vitellius, the president of Syria, commanding him to make war upon Aretas. Vitellius was instructed either to capture Aretas alive and send him bound to Rome, or to kill him and dispatch his head to the emperor. Such was the charge given by Tiberius to his provincial governor in Syria. Some of the Jews believed that the destruction of Herod the Great's army was an act of divine justice, a punishment sent by God for what Herod had done to John, called the Baptist. John was a man of extraordinary virtue, who instructed the Jews to exercise righteousness toward one another and to honor God through piety. He also taught that baptism, the ceremonial washing with water, would be acceptable to God, not merely as a way to forgive some sins, but as a purification of the body on the condition that the soul had already been made pure through righteous conduct. John's influence over the people was immense. Multitudes came to hear him, and his words stirred both hope and awe. Herod, fearing that John's authority over the masses might empower him to incite a rebellion, decided to act decisively. To prevent potential insurrection and to secure his own position, Herod had John imprisoned and sent to Machaerus, a fortress situated in the wilderness near the Dead Sea, where John was ultimately put to death. The Jews widely interpreted the loss of Herod's army as a divine sign of disfavor, a clear punishment for the execution of John. In response to the instability in the region, Aulus Vitellius, a Roman general and governor, prepared for war against Aretas, the king of the Nabateans, commanding 2 Roman legions of heavily armed soldiers. He also took with him light infantry and horsemen drawn from neighboring kingdoms under Roman authority and advanced toward Petra, the Nabatean capital. As Vitellius marched through Judea, the principal men of the region met him, imploring him not to pass through their territory, because the Jewish laws prohibited the oversight of images, many of which were present on Roman military standards. Vitellius, persuaded by their arguments, changed his route, ordering the army to march across the Great Plain while he, accompanied by Herod the Tetrarch of Chalcis and their friends, traveled to Jerusalem. At this time, an ancient Jewish festival was approaching, and Vitellius offered sacrifices in honor of God, receiving the hospitality and respect of the Jewish multitude. During this stay of 3 days, he deposed Jonathan from the high priesthood and appointed his brother Theophilus in his place. On the 4th day, news arrived of the death of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, compelling Vitellius to ensure that the people of Judea swore allegiance to Caius, who would become Emperor Caius Caligula. Vitellius then recalled his army, ordering them to return to their winter quarters, as the new emperor's authority limited his ability to wage the campaign he had planned. Reports suggest that when Aretas heard of Vitellius's preparations, he consulted diviners, who predicted that the Roman army could never enter Petra without disaster. Either the commanding officer, the emperor's representative, or the enemy they sought to attack would die. Vitellius, respecting these warnings and the shift in imperial authority, retired to Antioch. Meanwhile, Agrippa, the son of Aristobulus, traveled to Rome a year before the death of Tiberius to conduct affairs with the emperor, hoping to gain favor and authority. The narrative now turns to the complicated lineage of Herod the Great and his family, illustrating both the fragility and the prominence of dynastic ambition. Herod the Great had two daughters by Miriam, the granddaughter of Hyrcanus, the former high priest and ruler of Judea. The first daughter, Salamsio, married Phasaelus, her first cousin, the son of Phasaelus, Herod's brother, a marriage arranged by her father to secure dynastic continuity. The second daughter, Cypros, married her first cousin Antipater, the son of Salome, Herod's sister. Salamsio and Phasaelus had 5 children, 3 sons, Antipater, Herod, and Alexander, and 2 daughters, Alexandra and Cypros. Cypros, the daughter, later married Agrippa, the son of Aristobulus, connecting the family lines further. Alexandra married Timaeus of Cyprus, a man of note, though they had no children. Agrippa and Cypros had 2 sons, Agrippa and Drusus, and 3 daughters, Bernice, Miriam, and Drusius. Their son Drusus died before reaching puberty. The male line of Herod continued through his sons by Bernice, the daughter of Costobarus and Salome, Herod's sister. Aristobulus, one of these sons, left his children when he was slain alongside his brother Alexander. Herod, the brother of Agrippa, married Miriam, the daughter of Olympias, herself a descendant of Herod the Great, and Joseph, the brother of Herod the Great. They had a son, Aristobulus. Aristobulus, the third brother of Agrippa, married Jotape, the daughter of Sampsidramus, king of Amasa, and they had a daughter, also named Jotape, who was deaf. Herodias, their sister, was married to Herod Philip, the son of Herod the Great by Miriam, the daughter of Simon, the high priest. Herodias, in violation of Jewish law, divorced Philip while he was still alive and married Herod Antipas, her brother-in-law by paternal line, who was the tetrarch of Galilee. Her daughter Salome married Philip, the son of Herod, tetrarch of Trachonitis. After Philip died childless, Aristobulus, the son of Herod and brother of Agrippa, married her. They had 3 sons, Herod, Agrippa, and Aristobulus. This complex network of marriages demonstrates the intricate intertwining of Herod's descendants, showing how dynastic ambition, familial loyalty, and political strategy combined to shape the history of Judea under Roman rule. The lineage of Herod the Great, king of Judea, continued through intricate webs of marriage and descent, with fortunes rising and falling across generations. Antipater, the son of Herod, had a daughter named Cypros, who was married to Alexis Celsius, the son of Alexis. From this union came a daughter, also named Cypros. Herod's brothers, Alexander and another Alexander, died childless, leaving no issue to carry on their line. Alexander, the son of Herod who had been slain by his own father, had 2 sons by the daughter of Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, one named Alexander and the other Tigranes. Tigranes, who became king of Armenia, was accused in Rome and died without heirs. Alexander, meanwhile, had a son named Alexander who was sent by the Emperor Nero to take possession of the kingdom of Armenia. This Alexander fathered another Alexander, who married Jotape, the daughter of Antiochus, king of Commagene. The Emperor Vespasian later made him king of an island in Cilicia. Yet these descendants of Alexander, soon after their birth, abandoned the Jewish religion and adopted the customs and worship of the Greeks. The daughters of Herod the Great, for the most part, died without offspring. These surviving descendants were alive when Agrippa the Great ascended to power, and their existence marked the complex heritage for which Agrippa would later rise. In the years leading up to the death of Herod the Great, Agrippa resided in Rome. He had been raised in the company of Drusus, the son of Emperor Tiberius, and had formed a close friendship with Antonia, the wife of Drusus the Great. Agrippa's mother, Bernice, was highly esteemed by Antonia, who was eager to advance the fortunes of her son. Agrippa was naturally generous, and while his mother was alive, he exercised this inclination discreetly. After Bernice's death, he indulged excessively in lavish gifts and daily expenditures, particularly among the freedmen of Caesar, hoping to secure their influence. This extravagance soon depleted his wealth, leaving him impoverished and unable to maintain his position in Rome. The Emperor Tiberius, still mourning the death of his son Drusus, forbade friends of the deceased to appear before him, to avoid rekindling his grief. Faced with this adversity, Agrippa departed Rome and sailed to Judea, dejected both by the loss of his fortune and by the relentless demands of creditors from whom he could not escape. Ashamed of his impoverished state, he took refuge in a tower at Malatha, a town in Idumea, and contemplated ending his life. His wife Cypros, perceptive and resourceful, discerned his intentions and sought to divert him from suicide. She sent a letter to his sister Herodias, who was now married to Herod the Tetrarch, informing her of Agrippa's despair and requesting that both she and her husband intervene. Responding to her appeal, Herodias and Herod provided Agrippa with a residence in the city of Tiberias and assigned him a regular income, also granting him a magistracy of the city in honor of his status. Yet this support proved fragile. At a feast in the city of Tyre, disputes arose over Agrippa's poverty, and Herod publicly reproached him for being dependent on the generosity of others, humiliating him before their company. Unable to endure such insult, Agrippa sought aid from Flaccus, a former consul and once a great friend to him in Rome, who was then serving as the Roman governor of Syria. Flaccus received him with favor, providing security and hospitality. Present with Flaccus was Aristobulus, Agrippa's brother, who harbored enmity toward him. Despite their personal quarrels, Flaccus treated both men with courtesy and respect. Conflict soon arose, however, when the cities of Damascus and Sidon came into dispute over their territorial boundaries. Agrippa, known for his influence with Flaccus, supported Damascus in the dispute after receiving promises of financial reward. Aristobulus, learning of this, accused Agrippa to Flaccus of accepting improper gains. Upon investigation, Flaccus rejected Agrippa from his circle of friends, leaving him in desperate circumstances. Reduced to poverty, Agrippa fled to the city of Ptolemy. Without resources to sail to Italy as he wished, he turned to his freedman Marcius, requesting that he procure the necessary funds, by borrowing if necessary, to enable him to travel and seek support in Italy. The tides of fortune for Agrippa, already shaped by family legacies, political alliances, and personal misjudgments, hung precariously as he navigated the dangerous currents of Roman power and the complex intrigues of the Herodian dynasty. So Marcius, who was a freedman of Bernice, the mother of Herod Agrippa, and who by the provisions of her testament had been bequeathed to Antonia, sought to obtain from Peter, another servant of Antonia, a loan on the security of Agrippa himself. Marcius accused Agrippa of having defrauded him of certain sums of money, and thus compelled him, when he drew up a bond for 20,000 Attic drachmae, to accept only 2,500 drachmae less than he had sought, a sum which Agrippa had little choice but to grant. Upon receiving this money, Agrippa traveled to the coastal city of Anthedon, preparing to set sail. However, Herennius Capito, who was the procurator, or financial officer, of the district of Jammes, sent a detachment of soldiers to demand from Agrippa 300,000 drachmae of silver, debts that he owed to the treasury of the Emperor Caesar while he had been in Rome. Forced to remain, Agrippa appeared to comply with the demands, but as night fell, he cut his cables and departed, sailing to the great city of Alexandria in Egypt. There he sought a loan of 200,000 drachmae from Alexander the Alabarch, the chief magistrate of the Jewish community in Alexandria, who refused to lend to Agrippa, but consented to lend the money to his wife, Cypros, astonished at her devotion to her husband and her evident virtue. Cypros undertook to repay the loan herself. Alexander advanced 5 talents to them in Alexandria and promised to provide the remainder at Dicercia, known to the Romans as Puteoli, out of fear that Agrippa would quickly expend it. Through Cypros's efforts, Agrippa was freed to continue his voyage to Italy, while she and their children returned to Judea. From Puteoli, Agrippa wrote to Emperor Tiberius Caesar, who at the time resided on the island of Capri, informing him that he had traveled to pay him homage and requesting permission to visit. Tiberius responded graciously, expressing pleasure at Agrippa's safe arrival and welcoming him to Capri. Upon his arrival, Tiberius treated Agrippa with kindness, as he had promised in his letter. Yet the next day, a letter arrived from Herennius Capito, asserting that Agrippa had borrowed 300,000 drachmae and failed to repay it at the appointed time, fleeing from the territories under his jurisdiction to evade payment. Disturbed by this news, Tiberius decreed that Agrippa should be excluded from his presence until the debt was repaid. Unfazed by the anger of Caesar, Agrippa appealed to Antonia, the mother of Germanicus and Claudius, who would later become emperor, requesting that she lend him the sum. Out of respect for the memory of Bernice, her former associate, and for the shared upbringing of Agrippa and Claudius, Antonia lent the money. Upon repayment, Agrippa regained the favor of Tiberius. The emperor then entrusted his grandson to Agrippa's care, ordering that he accompany him on all journeys. Agrippa, after securing Antonia's goodwill, paid his respects to Caius, her grandson, who held high reputation due to the esteem shown to his father. Agrippa also borrowed 1,000,000 drachmae from Thallus, a freedman of Caesar, which allowed him to repay Antonia and send additional gifts to Caius, securing influence with the young man. The friendship between Agrippa and Caius grew, and one day, while they rode together in a chariot, Agrippa prayed silently that Tiberius might soon pass from life and leave the government to Caius, whom he believed more worthy. Eutychus, Agrippa's freedman and charioteer, overheard these words but spoke nothing at the time. Later, when Agrippa accused him of stealing garments, which was true, Eutychus fled. When captured and brought before Gaius Piso, governor of the city, he explained that he had urgent matters to report to Caesar concerning his safety. Piso bound him and sent him to Capri, where Tiberius, known for delaying the hearing of cases and reluctant to admit ambassadors quickly, kept him in bonds. Tiberius believed that the swift dismissal of ambassadors could prompt others to follow in succession, creating public complications. Governors sent to provinces were permitted to remain for extended periods so that the subjects could endure a predictable administration. Those governors who stayed only briefly and uncertainly often plundered the populace with greater severity. While longer tenures allowed them to become satiated with spoils, their oppression lessened over time. Tiberius illustrated this with an example. A man wounded and swarmed by flies could not drive them away himself. A bystander, intending to help, was asked to refrain. The man explained that if the flies were removed, new ones, hungrier and more aggressive, would cause greater harm, while the ones already feeding were relatively harmless. In the same way, Tiberius believed that rapid succession of officials brought greater suffering to the people, whereas prolonged tenures, though harsh at first, ultimately lessened the burden of oppression. For this reason, he declared he was careful not to send new governors continually to provinces that were already burdened by many oppressions. He compared such officials to flies that gather where there is profit. If they were frequently replaced, each new governor, driven not only by natural desire for gain, but also by the knowledge that his term would be short, would be tempted to extract as much wealth as possible in little time. Therefore, by keeping governors longer in office, he believed he restrained excessive greed and spared his subjects further distress. As proof of the slow and deliberate manner of Tiberius Caesar, reference was made to his conduct toward the Jewish nation. Though he reigned 22 years as emperor of Rome, he sent only 2 procurators to govern Judea, Valerius Gratus and, after him, Pontius Pilate. A procurator was an imperial official appointed to administer a province on behalf of the emperor, overseeing taxation, justice, and order. Tiberius did not treat the Jews differently from his other subjects. His policy of delay and restraint extended throughout the empire. He even explained that in judging prisoners, he often prolonged proceedings. He reasoned that immediate execution might relieve those condemned from present suffering. In his view, men guilty of grave crimes did not deserve so swift a release from misery. By delaying judgment, He believed he increased the weight of their punishment, forcing them to endure longer distress before their fate was decided. For this reason, Eutychus was unable to obtain a hearing and remained confined in prison. After some time had passed, Tiberius left the island of Capri, known today as Capri, where he frequently resided, and traveled to Tusculanum, a town situated about 100 furlongs from Rome. A furlong was a measure of distance equal to approximately 1/8 of a mile. Agrippa, who was at this time in difficulty, requested Antonia to secure for Eutychus an examination, regardless of the truth or falsehood of the accusation he had made. Antonia was a woman of great dignity and influence. She had been the wife of Drusus, the brother of Tiberius, and thus was closely related to the imperial household. Though still young when widowed, she had refused remarriage, even when Augustus, the first Roman emperor, had urged her to wed again. She maintained a reputation of strict chastity and honor. Antonia had once rendered Tiberius an extraordinary service. A dangerous conspiracy had been formed against him by Lucius Aelius Sejanus, commonly called Sejanus, who had been prefect of the Praetorian Guard, the elite soldiers assigned to protect the emperor. Sejanus had gained immense influence, winning over senators, freedmen, and soldiers. The plot had grown to alarming strength. Had it not been discovered in time, Sejanus might have seized supreme power. Antonia learned of the conspiracy and wrote a detailed letter to Tiberius, revealing the entire design. She entrusted this letter to Pallas, one of her most faithful servants, who carried it to Tiberius at Capri. Upon receiving the warning, Tiberius acted decisively. Sejanus and his associates were executed. From that time, Tiberius esteemed Antonia even more highly and relied upon her judgment. When Antonia asked him to examine Eutychus, Tiberius responded cautiously. He said that if Eutychus had falsely accused Agrippa, he had already suffered sufficient punishment by imprisonment. But if the accusation proved true, Agrippa must beware lest in seeking to punish his freedmen, he bring punishment upon himself. Antonia relayed this message to Agrippa. Instead of withdrawing, Agrippa urged even more strongly that the matter be examined. Antonia therefore sought a favorable moment. One day, as Tiberius reclined in his sedan chair after dinner, being carried along with Gaius Caesar, known later as Caligula, and Agrippa walking before him, she walked beside the sedan and requested again that Eutychus be brought and questioned. Tiberius replied that he was acting not from his own desire, but because he was compelled by her request. He ordered Macro, who had succeeded Sejanus as prefect of the Praetorian Guard, to bring Eutychus without delay. When Eutychus was brought before him, Tiberius asked what charge he had to make against a man who had granted him freedom. Eutychus answered that once, while riding in a chariot with Gaius Caesar and Agrippa, and sitting at their feet, he had heard Agrippa say to Gaius, "Well, that the day would come when this old man will die and appoint you ruler of the inhabited world. Then Tiberius, his grandson, would no longer stand in your way, but would be removed by you, and the earth would be happy, and I happy also." Tiberius accepted these as Agrippa's words. He also bore resentment against Agrippa for another reason. He had previously commanded Agrippa to show respect to Tiberius, his grandson and the son of Drusus, but Agrippa had failed to do so, transferring his loyalty instead to Gaius Caesar. Turning to Macro, Tiberius said, "Bind this man." Macro, uncertain which man was meant and not expecting Agrippa to be the object, hesitated and asked for clarification. After Tiberius had completed a circuit of the hippodrome, he saw Agrippa standing and said, "Macro, this is the man I meant." When Macro asked again which one should be bound, Tiberius replied plainly, "Agrippa." Agrippa immediately began to plead for mercy. He reminded Tiberius that he had been brought up alongside his son and had helped educate Tiberius's grandson. His appeals were in vain. He was led away in chains, still wearing his purple garments, the attire marking noble rank. The weather was very hot. At the meal before his arrest, little wine had been served, and he was extremely thirsty. Distressed and indignant at his treatment, he saw one of Gaius Caesar's servants, a slave named Thaumastus, carrying water in a vessel. Agrippa begged him to give him a drink. The servant complied, and Agrippa drank deeply. He then said, "Young man, this service will bring you benefit. If I am ever freed from these bonds, I will obtain your liberty from Gaius Caesar, who has not failed to assist me now in my misfortune as he did in my former prosperity." Agrippa later fulfilled this promise. When he himself became king, he remembered Thaumastus. He secured his freedom from Gaius Caesar and appointed him steward over his estate. Upon his death, Thaumastus continued in service under Agrippa's son and his daughter Bernice. He lived to old age in that honorable office and died while holding it. These events, however, occurred much later. Agrippa, the young prince of the Herodian line, stood in chains before the royal palace, leaning upon a certain tree in his grief, surrounded by many others who were also held in bonds. As he mourned his sudden misfortune, a solitary bird perched upon the same tree. The Romans called this bird bubo, an owl, a creature associated with omens. A German prisoner, bound near Agrippa, noticed the bird and asked a Roman soldier who the man in purple robes was. Upon learning that his name was Agrippa, that he was a Jew, and one of the principal men of his nation, the German sought permission to approach him, wishing to speak about matters concerning his country. The soldier granted this request, and standing close, the German, through an interpreter, addressed Agrippa. He spoke gravely. This sudden reversal of fortune, he said, brought upon Agrippa a manifold and grievous adversity. Yet he foretold that Agrippa would not long remain in chains. The divine providence would deliver him from his present misfortune, elevate him to the highest dignity and power, and make him the object of envy among those who now pitied his suffering. The German cautioned Agrippa to remember this moment and warned him that the same bird would signal the approach of death, saying he would live only 5 days longer after seeing it again. The German swore by both his native gods and the gods of the land, claiming that he spoke neither for favor nor for bribery, but as a genuine prophecy. His words caused Agrippa to laugh, foreshadowing the remarkable fortune that would later come to him. Meanwhile, Antonia, the grandmother of Agrippa and a woman of influence, was deeply concerned for his safety. Though she knew that petitioning the Roman Emperor Tiberius on his behalf seemed nearly impossible, she persuaded the commander Macro to ensure that Agrippa's guards were of a gentle disposition and that the centurion in charge, who dined with him, would treat him kindly. Agrippa was granted permission to bathe daily, and his freedmen and friends were allowed to visit. 2 of these freedmen, Marcius and Stechus, brought him food he favored, under the pretense of selling it, and at night they laid it for him with the assistance of the soldiers, as instructed by Macro. For 6 months, Agrippa endured his captivity under these conditions, with care provided to ease his suffering. At the same time, the Roman Emperor Tiberius returned to his villa on the island of Capri and fell seriously ill. Initially, his illness was mild, but it worsened steadily, leaving little hope for recovery. Tiberius summoned his most trusted freedman, Eutychus, requesting that the children of the imperial line be brought to him, as he wished to speak to them before his death. Tiberius had no surviving sons of his own, as his only son, Drusus, had died. Drusus's son, also named Tiberius, with the additional name Gemellus, was still living. Another notable heir was Caius, the son of Germanicus, who was the son of Tiberius's brother Drusus. Caius had been raised with an excellent education and was highly esteemed, not only by the people of Rome, but also by the armies and subjects of the empire, due to the exemplary character of his father Germanicus. Germanicus had earned immense respect for his virtuous behavior, his approachable manner, and the ease with which he interacted with all levels of society, as if they were equals. The loyalty and admiration inspired by Germanicus extended to his son Caius, who was regarded favorably even by the soldiers, some of whom were willing to risk death for the chance to see him attain power. Tiberius, seeking guidance from the divine, prayed to the gods of his homeland for a sign indicating which of these children should inherit the imperial authority. He resolved that the first child to appear before him the following morning would be the chosen heir. He instructed Eutychus to ensure that his grandson, the child Tiberius Gemellus, be brought early, confident that the gods would reveal the rightful successor. Yet the workings of fate and divine will would not follow Tiberius's plan, and the events of the morning would unfold contrary to his expectations, shaping the succession of the Roman Empire in ways beyond his control. Agrippa's fate, already precarious in the courts of Rome, now pivoted on the fortunes of the imperial family. One morning, he went out and found Caius, known later as Gaius Caesar, waiting before the door, for Emperor Tiberius had not yet arrived, lingering instead to take his morning meal. Eutychus, the servant of Agrippa, unaware of his master's designs, addressed Caius, saying, "Thy father calls thee," and brought him inside. As soon as Tiberius, the Roman emperor, saw Caius, he was struck by the limits of mortal power, reflecting on how the ability to confer the governance of the empire rested entirely under the will of the gods and no longer could be fully wielded by himself. In that moment, Tiberius lamented bitterly that his plans to secure succession had been thwarted and that his grandson, Tiberius Gemellus, not only risked losing the empire but also his own safety, for his protection now relied upon men more potent than himself, who might consider a kinsman's presence intolerable. Tiberius had long been devoted to astrology and the calculation of nativities, relying upon diviners more than most Roman emperors because their predictions had repeatedly proven accurate in matters of his own life. Once, when he saw Galba, a man destined to become emperor, enter his presence, he noted to his closest friends that this man would one day hold supreme authority over Rome. The emperor, now distressed by unforeseen reversals in the line of succession, grieved over the misfortunes he foresaw for those closest to him, tormented by knowledge of impending calamities and the deaths of his loved ones. Though disordered by these events, Tiberius spoke to Caius with solemn gravity. "O child, although Tiberius Gemellus is nearer related to me than thou art, I, by my own determination and the consent of the gods, give to thee the Roman Empire. Remember, when thou comest to it, the kindness I have shown and the relation thou hast to Tiberius. Care for him, for while he lives, he is thy security, both for empire and for thy own safety. Yet if he die, it will be but a prelude to thy misfortunes, for to bear alone such immense affairs is dangerous, and the gods will not let injustice go unpunished." Though Caius promised to heed this counsel, once he attained the throne, he disregarded it. In due course, Tiberius Gemellus, the grandson of the emperor, was removed by death through a secret plot, fulfilling the prophecy Tiberius had lamented. Tiberius, having now designated Caius as his successor, survived only a few days thereafter. He died after holding the governance of the Roman Empire for 22 years, 5 months, and 3 days. When news of Tiberius's death reached Rome, the citizens rejoiced, yet their delight was tempered by fear. They hesitated to show their pleasure openly, concerned that the report might be false and that premature celebration could bring ruin, for Tiberius had inflicted innumerable miseries upon the most esteemed families of Rome. His anger had been swift and unrelenting, and even the lightest offenses were punishable by death. News of the emperor's death traveled swiftly to Agrippa through Marcius, his freedman, who ran to inform him as he prepared to visit the public baths. Marcius spoke in the Hebrew tongue, saying, "The lion is dead." Agrippa understood the meaning immediately and rejoiced, replying, "All sorts of thanks and happiness attend thee for this news. Only I wish it proves true." The centurion assigned to guard Agrippa, observing Marcius' haste and Agrippa's joy, suspected that the words indicated a significant change in affairs. At first, the centurion pressed for clarification but was gently diverted. Seeing Agrippa's trust, the centurion shared in his delight, even preparing a supper in celebration. Yet, just as hope seemed assured, a messenger arrived with news that Emperor Tiberius might still be alive and could return to the city in a few days. The centurion, terrified at having allowed Agrippa such freedom based on a rumor, rebuked him harshly. Dost thou think to deceive me with lies about the emperor? Shall thy head not pay the price for such malicious report?" Agrippa was immediately bound again, and stricter guards were placed upon him. That night, he endured the tension and fear of uncertainty. Upon Caius's arrival in Rome, bringing with him the body of Tiberius Caesar and providing a lavish funeral according to Roman law and custom, he was inclined to release Agrippa immediately. However, Antonia, the mother of Germanicus and of Claudius, intervened. Her actions were not motivated by ill will toward Agrippa, but by concern for propriety and for the public perception of Caius. She feared that releasing Agrippa immediately after the emperor's death might give the impression that Caius received Tiberius's passing with pleasure. Despite this, only a few days passed before Caius summoned Agrippa to his house. There, Agrippa was shaved, clothed in fine garments, and crowned with a diadem, symbolizing royal authority. Caius appointed him king of the Tetrarchy of Philip, the region previously ruled by Philip the Tetrarch, and also granted him the Tetrarchy of Lysanias. His iron chains, symbols of previous captivity, were replaced by a golden chain of equal weight, signifying both honor and authority. In addition, Caius sent Marullus to serve as procurator, or governor, of Judea. In the second year of Caius Caesar's reign, Agrippa requested permission to sail home to Judea in order to settle the affairs of his newly acquired territories, promising to return once he had established order. The emperor granted this request, and Agrippa arrived in his own country unexpectedly. His sudden appearance astonished the people, who compared his former poverty with his present prosperity. Many called him a fortunate and blessed man, while others struggled to believe the dramatic change in his circumstances. Meanwhile, Herodias, the sister of Agrippa and now the wife of Herod, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perez, viewed her brother's rise to power with envy. She was particularly discontented because Agrippa had been granted a dignity higher than that of her husband. She recalled the time when Agrippa had fled his creditors, traveling by sea in poverty, and now he had returned crowned with royal authority. Herodias could not hide her resentment and sought to persuade her husband to pursue similar honors in Rome. She pressed him, saying that he, as the son of a king, should not remain in private life while his kinsman, once dependent on charity, now held royal power. She urged him to leave nothing undone, to spend whatever silver or gold was necessary to secure a kingdom. Herod, however, resisted her urgings, motivated by his desire for ease and by the anticipation of the difficulties he would face in Rome. He attempted to dissuade her and reason with her regarding the challenges of such a pursuit. Yet Herodias pressed him relentlessly, leaving no argument unmade, until he reluctantly consented to her plan. He prepared as sumptuously as his means allowed, spared no expense, and traveled to Rome accompanied by Herodias. Upon learning of their departure and intentions, Agrippa also made preparations to travel to Rome. As soon as he learned that they had set sail, he sent Fortunatus, one of his freedmen, ahead with presents for the emperor, letters denouncing Herod, and a detailed account of the events, so that Caius might be informed of the situation if the opportunity arose. This man pursued Herod with great speed. His journey by sea was successful, and he arrived only a short time after Herod himself. While Herod was already in the presence of Caius Caesar, the Roman emperor, this man also arrived and delivered his letters of accusation. Both men had sailed to Dicerchia, a port city in Italy known today as Pozzuoli, and from there they went to Barium, a small city in the region of Campania in southern Italy, about 5 furlongs distant from Dicerchia. In that place stood royal palaces with magnificent apartments. Each Roman emperor continually attempted to surpass his predecessor in splendor and grandeur, displaying the vast wealth and power of the Roman Empire. The region was also famous for warm baths that sprang naturally from the earth. These waters were believed to restore health to those who used them, yet they also encouraged luxury and indulgence among those who sought pleasure. Caius Caesar, who is also known in history as Caligula, and who ruled as Roman emperor from the year 37 to the year 41 after the birth of Christ, greeted Herod first, since he encountered him before the arrival of the accuser. This Herod was Herod Antipas, the son of Herod the Great, and ruler of Galilee and Perea, with the title of Tetrarch, meaning ruler over a fourth part of the kingdom under Roman authority. After greeting Herod, Caius examined the letters sent by Agrippa. This Agrippa was Herod Agrippa I, grandson of Herod the Great and brother of Herodias. In those letters, Agrippa accused Herod Antipas of conspiracy. He claimed that Herod had once been allied with Sejanus, a powerful Roman official named Lucius Aelius Sejanus, who had plotted against the former Emperor Tiberius Caesar. Tiberius had ruled the Roman Empire from the year 14 to the year 37 after the birth of Christ. Agrippa further accused Herod of forming an alliance with Artabanus III, king of the Parthian Empire, a powerful kingdom east of the Roman territories and a long-standing rival of Rome. According to the accusation, Herod was preparing to oppose the rule of Caius Caesar himself. As proof of this alleged rebellion, Agrippa declared that Herod possessed armor sufficient to equip 70,000 men stored within his armory. This was no small claim, for such an amount of military equipment suggested preparation for war. Caius was stirred by this information and directly questioned Herod about the armor. When asked whether this was true, Herod admitted that he did indeed possess such stores. He could not deny it, for the fact was widely known. Caius interpreted this confession as undeniable evidence that Herod intended to revolt against Roman authority. Without further delay, Caius removed Herod from his tetrarchy. The territories that Herod had governed were added to the kingdom of Agrippa, thus greatly increasing Agrippa's power. Caius also transferred Herod's wealth to Agrippa. As punishment, he sentenced Herod to perpetual banishment and appointed the city of Lugdunum, known as Lyons in Gaul, which is modern-day France, as the place where Herod must live in exile. When Caius learned that Herodias, the wife of Herod Antipas, was the sister of Agrippa, he showed her a measure of favor. Herodias was the daughter of Aristobulus, son of Herod the Great, and had left her former husband to marry Herod Antipas. Caius granted her the possession of her own personal property and informed her that it was only because of her brother Agrippa that she was not also condemned to exile. Yet Herodias refused this offer. She declared to the emperor that although his generosity was fitting for one of his greatness, she could not accept a gift that separated her fate from that of her husband. She insisted that having shared in his prosperity, it would be unjust to abandon him in misfortune. This response angered Caius. In his displeasure, he ordered that she too should be banished with Herod, and he granted her estate to Agrippa. Thus Herodias suffered punishment for her envy toward her brother Agrippa, and Herod Antipas suffered for listening to what were described as the ambitious and empty persuasions of his wife. In the first and second years of his reign, Caius Caesar conducted public affairs with energy and boldness. He governed with moderation and won the goodwill of the Roman people and many of his subjects throughout the empire. But as time passed, his pride increased. Considering the immense size of his dominions, stretching across Europe, North Africa, and the Near East, he began to imagine himself more than human. He demanded divine honors and claimed for himself the status of a god. In doing so, he acted in ways that were considered an insult even to the concept of deity itself. At this time, a serious conflict arose in Alexandria, the great city of Egypt founded by Alexander the Great and a center of learning and commerce. The dispute was between the Jewish inhabitants and the Greek population of the city. Tensions escalated into open turmoil. To present their case before the emperor, each side selected 3 ambassadors. These representatives traveled to meet Caius. One of the ambassadors from the Greek party was Apion, a learned man known for his rhetorical skill, but also for his hostility toward the Jews. Before Caius, he spoke harshly and accused the Jewish people of dishonoring Caesar. He argued that throughout the Roman Empire, subjects built altars and temples to Caius and offered him divine honors, accepting him in the manner they honored their gods. Yet, he said, The Jews alone refused to erect statues in his honor or to swear oaths by his name. By presenting these accusations, Apion hoped to stir the emperor's anger against them. On the side of the Jewish embassy stood Philo of Alexandria, a distinguished Jewish philosopher and scholar. Philo was the brother of Alexander the Alabarch, a high official responsible for customs and financial matters in Alexandria. Philo was well trained in philosophy and prepared to defend his people against the charges. However, Caius refused to hear him. The emperor ordered him to withdraw and displayed clear signs of intense anger, suggesting that he intended severe punishment. Philo left the audience humiliated but told his fellow Jews to take courage. He interpreted the emperor's rage as evidence that Caius had set himself in opposition not merely to them, but to God. Deeply offended that the Jews alone would not grant him divine honors, Caius took drastic action. He appointed Publius Petronius as governor of Syria, replacing the previous governor, Lucius Vitellius. Syria was a major Roman province that included authority over Judea. Caius instructed Petronius to invade Judea with a large force of soldiers. If the Jewish people agreed willingly to place a statue of Caius within the temple in Jerusalem, the most sacred place of worship for the Jews, then Petronius was to erect it peacefully. But if they refused, he was commanded to wage war against them and enforce the order by conquest. Petronius accepted the governorship and moved swiftly to carry out the emperor's command. He gathered as many auxiliary troops as possible and took with him 2 Roman legions, each consisting of several thousand professional soldiers. He advanced to Ptolemais, a coastal city in the region, and remained there during the winter months, intending to begin military operations in the spring. He reported his preparations to Caius, who praised his readiness and confirmed that he should proceed with war if the Jews would not obey. In response, vast numbers of Jews, numbering many tens of thousands, traveled to Ptolemais to meet Petronius. They came not with weapons, but with petitions. They pleaded with him not to force them to violate the laws handed down by their forefathers. They declared that if he was fully resolved to erect the emperor's statue within their temple, then he must first kill them all. For as long as they lived, they said they could not permit what their lawgiver, Moses, and their ancestral traditions had strictly forbidden. To obey such a command would be to abandon the very foundation of their faith and identity. Petronius, the Roman governor of Syria, was greatly angered by the steadfastness of the Jews, and he spoke with sharp indignation. "If indeed I were emperor myself," he said, "free to follow my own inclination, and had planned to act in this matter, your words might justly be spoken against me. But now, Caesar, the Roman Emperor Caius, has sent me, and I am compelled to obey his commands. To disobey them would bring inevitable destruction upon me." The Jews, unmoved by his threats, replied with firm courage, "Since, O Petronius, you are determined not to disobey the letters of Caesar, we too shall not transgress the commands of our law. Our laws are exalted, and through the labor of our ancestors, we have maintained them inviolate. We dare not allow ourselves, out of fear of death, to violate these laws which God has given for our advantage. If misfortune falls upon us, we shall bear it willingly, trusting that God will stand with us when we suffer for his law. But if we were to submit, we would be reproached for cowardice and incur the great anger of God. For even though you are judge, you are subordinate to the will of God, who is above Caesar himself." Seeing their unyielding determination, Petronius understood that without war he could not compel them to obey Caesar's command to dedicate the imperial statue. He foresaw that attempting such compulsion would result in great bloodshed. He gathered his friends and servants and hurried to the city of Tiberias to assess the state of affairs more closely. There tens of thousands of Jews met him, resolute in their faith. They understood that a war with the Roman forces would be perilous, but they judged the violation of their sacred laws to be far graver. They begged Petronius not to defile their city or compel them to witness the desecration of the law through the dedication of the statue. Petronius questioned them, "Will you then make war against Caesar without considering his vast preparations and your own weakness? They answered without hesitation, "We will not make war, but we will die rather than see our laws transgressed." For 40 days, they threw themselves upon the ground, exposed their throats, and vowed to accept death willingly rather than consent to the dedication. They neglected their fields, even as the sowing season approached. So determined were they to uphold the sanctity of the law. At this critical moment, Aristobulus, the brother of King Agrippa, together with Helias the Great and other principal men of the Herodian family, approached Petronius. They pleaded with him to recognize the steadfastness of the multitude and to refrain from any action that would drive them to despair. They urged him to write to Caesar, explaining that the Jews were unwilling to accept the statue, had ceased their agricultural labors, and were ready to die rather than transgress their laws. They warned that leaving the land unsown would lead to famine, increasing disorder, and weakening their ability to pay tribute, and they appealed to Caesar's pity so that no cruel action would be taken against the nation. Petronius, weighing the urgency of their plea and the steadfastness of the Jewish people, decided to act with caution. He recognized the terrible prospect of being seen as a slave to Caesar's madness, having to slaughter tens of thousands merely for their religious convictions, while knowing that such action could bring him a lifetime of danger and reproach. He resolved that it was far wiser to communicate the Jews' position to Caesar and to support their cause as far as possible. He summoned the Jews once again to Tiberias, assembling tens of thousands before him, while his army remained positioned nearby, unseen. He did not reveal his true intentions, explaining only that disobedience to the emperor's commands would be punished immediately. Yet he declared his resolve, "Though I have obtained great dignity by the favor of Caesar, I will not value my own safety above your preservation. I will not suffer your sacred temple and laws to be defiled by imperial authority. I will send word to Caesar of your steadfast resolution and shall assist you in every way that I can, both by myself and through my friends. Go now to your own work, cultivate your fields, and trust that God will preserve your ancient laws. If Caesar's anger falls upon me for this, I shall endure it willingly, rather than see you destroyed while acting in such admirable devotion to the law." In this way, Petronius left the Jews unharmed, honoring their courage and preserving their laws, while preparing to communicate their unwavering determination to the emperor in Rome. When Gaius Petronius, the Roman governor of Judea, had concluded his address to the assembly of the Jewish people and dismissed them, he gave careful instructions to their principal leaders. He commanded them to tend diligently to their husbandry, to speak with kindness to their fellow citizens, and to instill in them hope and confidence regarding the affairs of their nation. By this prudent counsel, he restored cheerfulness among the multitude, lifting their spirits after long anxieties. At that very moment, the providence of God seemed manifest to Petronius. No sooner had he completed his speech than unexpected showers of rain fell from the heavens, contrary to all human expectation. The sky that day had appeared clear, and the year had been marked by a severe drought that left the people desperate for any sign of water from above. Yet the rain came in abundance, unheralded and extraordinary, and the Jews, witnessing this sudden blessing, were filled with renewed hope that Petronius's intercession on their behalf would not fail. Petronius himself was astonished, recognizing the unmistakable hand of God watching over the Jewish nation. Even those who had doubted were unable to deny the force of this sign, which confirmed the righteousness of their cause. In letters sent to Caius, who was now the emperor, Petronius stressed that the slaughter of tens of thousands of these men would not only be irreligious, but also economically unwise, for their labor and taxes sustained the region. God, he emphasized, had clearly demonstrated his protection of his people, leaving no room for doubt regarding his favor, and Petronius was fully engaged in this divine task. Meanwhile, Agrippa, the grandson of Herod the Great, who had been long established in Rome, grew ever more favored by Caius, the emperor. Agrippa had once hosted a supper in honor of Caius, meticulously exceeding all others in lavishness and care, sparing no expense that could contribute to the emperor's pleasure. Even Caius himself could not match the elegance and magnificence of Agrippa's arrangements. Impressed by this extraordinary display of devotion and skill, Caius, now merrier than usual after abundant drinking, addressed Agrippa with sincere admiration. "I knew before now how great a respect thou hast shown me, and how much kindness thou hast exercised, even at peril to thyself under Tiberius. Thou hast neglected nothing to demonstrate thy good will, surpassing thy own abilities. I am therefore resolved to make amends for all deficiencies in what I have done for thee. Everything that may contribute to thy happiness shall be at thy command, and cheerfully, as far as my power extends." Agrippa, however, did not immediately disclose his petition. Though he had prepared what he desired, he answered with prudence and humility, saying that his former actions had not been prompted by the expectation of gain, and that he sought nothing for his own felicity, for the generosity already shown had made him abundantly fortunate. Instead, he petitioned for a matter of higher purpose, one that would honor both Caius and the divine. Agrippa requested that the emperor no longer pursue the dedication of a statue which Caius had ordered to be set up in the Jewish temple by Petronius. In this daring appeal, Agrippa risked his life, for had Caius disapproved, the consequences might have been fatal. Yet Caius, deeply impressed by Agrippa's prudence, self-restraint, and devotion to public good rather than personal gain, granted the request. He also sent instructions to Petronius, commending him for assembling the army and consulting with Agrippa before taking action. The emperor decreed that if the statue had already been erected, it could remain, but if not, Petronius should cease all further efforts and return to his original duties. Caius explicitly honored Agrippa, stating that he could not contradict the desires of a man whom he esteemed so greatly, thereby securing a triumph of wisdom, piety, and political acumen for Agrippa. Caius, having learned of the unrest among the Jews, wrote to Petronius, the governor of Syria, warning him of the dangers. Caius explained that the Jews were prepared to revolt over the issue of a statue, and that they appeared resolved to threaten war against the Roman authorities. Caius's nature was such that he was easily moved by anger, indulging in it without restraint and taking pleasure in showing it against anyone who displeased him. In his letter, he expressed great displeasure that Petronius had valued the gifts presented by the Jews above the commands of the emperor, and he charged Petronius to consider carefully what action to take under the weight of imperial displeasure. He threatened him with exemplary punishment, so that others might not dare defy the authority of the emperor. Yet the letter did not reach Petronius while Caius was alive. The ship carrying it sailed slowly, and other letters arrived first, informing Petronius of the death of Caius. In this providential turn, Petronius understood that he had been spared a mortal danger. He rejoiced at this coincidence, seeing in it the hand of divine providence, which rewarded him for the respect he had shown toward the Jewish temple and the assistance he had given the Jewish people in avoiding peril. The letter that had been sent to command him to take his own life arrived after he had learned of Caius's death, allowing Petronius to escape a fate he could not have foreseen. Meanwhile, in Mesopotamia, a severe calamity befell the Jewish communities, particularly those dwelling in Babylonia. These misfortunes rivaled any that had come before them, bringing with them a slaughter unprecedented in the records of the time. Among the cities affected was Neerda, a populous city with extensive surrounding territory and strong fortifications, bordered on all sides by the river Euphrates. Nearby lay the city of Nisibis, also situated along the same course of the river, similarly fortified. Because of the strength of these cities, the Jews had entrusted them with sacred contributions, including the half-shekel offerings required by their religious customs, along with other objects devoted to God. These cities acted as treasuries, from which the contributions were eventually sent to Jerusalem. Tens of thousands of men were engaged in transporting these offerings, mindful of the threat posed by the Parthians, to whom Babylonia was then subject. In the city of Neerda, two brothers named Asinius and Anilius lived. Orphans of their father, their mother had instructed them in the craft of weaving curtains, a respected occupation for men in their society. Their master, however, complained that they were late in performing their work and punished them with stripes. Feeling insulted by this correction, the brothers seized all the weapons kept in their household, a considerable stock, and withdrew to a naturally defensible area where rivers divided the land and where cattle could graze and fruits could be stored for winter. They attracted other young men of low status, arming them with the weapons they had taken, and established themselves as leaders of these men, who followed them into rebellion and mischief. The brothers built a citadel and demanded tribute from local herders and caretakers, ensuring their sustenance. They promised protection to those who submitted, while threatening death to the cattle of those who refused obedience. Their power grew rapidly, and their authority became widely recognized, as few dared oppose them. The news of their activities and their sudden rise to control reached the ears of the king of Parthia, drawing attention from the highest authority in the region. The brothers had transformed from mere artisans into formidable leaders, commanding respect and instilling fear, their rebellion growing in scope and influence with each passing day. When the governor of Babylonia learned of these events, he resolved to stop the rising power of the two Jewish brothers before it could grow greater and produce more serious consequences. Babylonia was a province within the vast Parthian Empire, a powerful kingdom east of the Roman territories, often in rivalry with Rome. The governor feared that delay would allow the movement to strengthen. Therefore, he gathered together as large an army as he could assemble, drawing forces both from the Parthians, the ruling people of the empire, and from the Babylonians, the inhabitants of that ancient and significant land between the rivers Euphrates and Tigris. He marched swiftly against the brothers, intending to surprise and destroy them before any messenger could warn them that an army had been assembled. He encamped near a lake and remained quiet, waiting for the right moment. The following day was the Sabbath, the seventh day of the week, which according to the law of Moses is a sacred day of rest for the Jewish people. On this day, they were forbidden from engaging in ordinary labor and many forms of activity. The governor believed that the Jews would not dare to fight on the Sabbath. He assumed that their religious law would prevent them from taking up arms. Confident in this expectation, he planned to capture them easily and carry them away as prisoners without resistance. He advanced gradually, intending to fall upon them suddenly. At that time, Asinius, one of the two brothers who had risen to prominence among the Jews in that region, was seated with his companions. Their weapons lay beside them and used. Asinius spoke with sudden concern. He said that he heard the sound of horses, not animals grazing freely, but horses bearing riders. He heard also the sound of bridles, and he feared that enemies were approaching to surround them. He asked that someone go and observe the situation carefully and report back. He expressed the hope that his fear might prove unfounded. Several men went out to observe. They returned quickly and confirmed his suspicion. They told him that he had judged correctly. A large body of cavalry was advancing toward them. They said that the enemy had caught them by surprise, as though trapping unthinking animals. They added that they were unable to defend themselves properly because the Sabbath law restrained them from action. Yet Asinius did not accept the conclusion that they must remain passive. He believed that in such a desperate situation, it was more faithful to the spirit of their law to defend themselves than to submit to slaughter. He argued that it was better to take courage, even if it meant setting aside the strict observance of rest for that day, than to allow themselves to be killed without resistance. He chose action over submission. Taking up his weapons, he encouraged those with him to act bravely. They responded with courage and charged against the approaching forces. The enemy, confident of easy victory and underestimating their opponents, had advanced carelessly. In the sudden clash, many of the attacking troops were killed. The rest were driven into flight. The plan to seize them without resistance had failed. When news of this unexpected battle reached King Artabanus, ruler of the Parthian Empire, he was astonished at the boldness of the two brothers, Asinius and Anilius. This king was Artabanus III, sovereign over a vast eastern dominion. Rather than reacting with immediate vengeance, he desired to see these men for himself and speak with them. he sent one of the most trusted members of his personal guard with a message. The envoy declared that although the brothers had acted against the authority of the king, Artabanus respected their courage more than he resented their offense. The king extended his right hand as a pledge of safety and invited them to come to him without fear. He promised that no violence would be done to them on the road. He wished them to approach him as friends, with no deceit. He assured them that he would grant them gifts and honors, strengthening their position by his favor. Despite this invitation, Asinius did not go at once. He remained cautious and stayed near the lake. Instead, he sent his brother Anilius to the king, bringing with him such gifts as they could obtain. Anilius was admitted into the royal presence. When King Artabanus saw that Anilius had come alone, he asked why Asinius had not accompanied him. Upon learning that Asinius feared treachery and had therefore remained behind, the king swore an oath by the gods honored in his country. He declared that no harm would come to them if they trusted his pledge. He again extended his right hand. Among the Parthians and other Eastern peoples, the giving of the right hand was regarded as a sacred sign of fidelity. Once given, it was considered a binding guarantee. To break such a pledge would bring great dishonor. Therefore, when Artabanus had given his hand and sworn by his gods, it was regarded as firm assurance. The king then sent Anilius back to persuade his brother to come. Artabanus acted with careful calculation. He intended to use the courage and loyalty of these brothers to restrain his own provincial governors, some of whom were restless and inclined toward rebellion. He feared that if those governors formed alliances with the brothers, they might unite in revolt. He also feared that if he became engaged in suppressing provincial uprisings, the forces of Asinius in Babylonia might grow stronger and create further trouble, either by attacking him or by stirring unrest during his campaigns. With these concerns in mind, he sought to secure the brothers as allies rather than enemies. Anilius returned and conveyed the king's assurances and the oath he had sworn. At last Asinius was persuaded. The two brothers hastened to the court of Artabanus. The king received them graciously and expressed admiration for Asinius. He observed that in outward appearance Asinius was small in stature and might easily be regarded as insignificant. Yet his deeds had revealed extraordinary courage. The king remarked to his companions that the man's spirit was far greater than his physical form. During a gathering in which they were drinking together, the king pointed out Asinius to Abdigases, one of the generals of his army. He recounted the bravery Asinius had shown in battle. Abdigases, remembering the losses inflicted upon the Parthian forces, requested permission to kill Asinius as punishment for the injuries done to the government. Artabanus refused firmly. He declared that he would never permit the killing of a man who had trusted in his pledge of safety, especially after he had extended his right hand and sworn by his gods. He told Abdigases that if he wished to prove himself truly brave, he should not require the king to break his oath. Instead, he could seek his own revenge openly in battle after Asinius had returned home, without the king's knowledge or approval. After this exchange, the king summoned Asinius and advised him that it was time to return to his own land. He warned him not to provoke the anger of the Parthian generals any further, lest they attempt to kill him without the king's consent. The story begins with a solemn commission. I commit to thee the country of Babylonia and trust that it may, by thy care, be preserved free from robbers and from other mischiefs. I have kept my faith inviolable to thee, and that not in trifling affairs, but in those that concern thy safety, and do therefore deserve thou shouldst be kind to me. With these words, the charge was given to Asinius, a man entrusted with the protection and governance of Babylonia, a land of great strategic and economic importance in the Parthian Empire. Asinius, honored with gifts, departed and upon returning home began to build fortresses, consolidating power with remarkable skill and courage. Within a short span of time, he rose to an unprecedented level of authority, managing affairs with a success that surpassed those who had begun with higher rank or influence. The Parthian governors who were sent to oversee these territories paid him great respect, yet even the honor shown by the Babylonians themselves seemed inadequate for his achievements. All the affairs of Mesopotamia, The region between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates came to depend upon him, and for 15 years, his position continued to flourish in stability and prosperity. Yet prosperity can give birth to calamity, and it was in this time of flourishing that disaster began to stir. The people, having deviated from the virtues that had brought them success, allowed lust and pleasure to dominate their actions, forgetting the disciplined path of their forefathers. Into this situation came a Parthian general, leading an army to these regions, accompanied by a wife renowned for her extraordinary beauty and admired for her many accomplishments. Anilius, the brother of Asinius, either hearing of her beauty from others or witnessing it himself, became immediately both her lover and a hidden adversary. His desire was driven partly by the hope of possessing her through power over her as a captive, and partly by his own inability to control his passions. When her husband, the Parthian general, now fully in command, Anilius turned his forces against the villages of Mithridates, a man of high rank in Parthia who was married to a daughter of King Artabanus. He plundered these villages, seizing money, slaves, sheep, and other valuable property, acts which would have increased the wealth and power of many rulers. Yet Mithridates, furious at this unprovoked attack upon his domains and affront to his dignity, mustered the largest force of horsemen he could gather, selecting those of age and strength for battle. He advanced to a village of his own, intending to engage Anilius in combat on the following day, a day chosen with care because it was the Sabbath, the sacred day of rest for the Jewish people. A Syrian stranger from another village brought secret information to Anilius. This man did not merely report rumors, but gave a precise account of the circumstances surrounding Mithridates, a Parthian nobleman of high rank and son-in-law to King Artabanus. He revealed where Mithridates intended to hold a feast. With this knowledge, Anilius prepared his plan. After taking his meal at a suitable hour, Anilius set out by night. His purpose was to strike the Parthians while they were unaware and unprepared. Under cover of darkness, he advanced toward their position. About the fourth watch of the night, which was the final portion of the night before dawn, according to the Roman division of time, he fell upon them suddenly. Some of the Parthians were killed while still asleep. Others, startled and confused, fled in disorder. Mithridates himself was captured alive. In a calculated act of humiliation, Anilius placed Mithridates naked upon a donkey. Among the Parthians, who were proud of their noble lineage and martial dignity, such treatment was regarded as the greatest disgrace imaginable. It was not merely defeat, but public shame. Anilius then brought his captive into a wooded place. His companions urged him to put Mithridates to death. They argued that such a powerful enemy should not be spared. But Anilius spoke against this counsel. He declared that it was not wise to kill a man who belonged to one of the principal families among the Parthians and who was closely connected by marriage to the royal house. He reasoned that although they had already injured Mithridates, sparing his life might create future advantage. A benefit remembered could become protection. If, however, they killed him, King Artabanus would never rest until he had taken severe vengeance upon the Jewish population living in Babylonia. Anilius reminded them that many Jews dwelt in Babylon, and their safety depended on careful action. If misfortune overtook them, there would be no other refuge, for the king had authority over the strongest of their young men. Therefore, for the sake of their own people, he argued that mercy was wiser than bloodshed. His reasoning persuaded them. Mithridates was released. When Mithridates returned, his wife rebuked him fiercely. She was connected to the royal family and could not endure the humiliation he had suffered. She reproached him for failing to avenge himself against those who had wronged him. She declared that it was intolerable that he, a Parthian noble and son-in-law to the king, should owe his survival to Jews who had defeated and captured him. She demanded that he either return and prove his courage or face the dissolution of their marriage. She swore by the gods honored by their royal house that she would separate from him if he did not act. Pressed daily by her reproaches and fearing that she might carry out her threat, Mithridates gathered another army as large as he could assemble. Though reluctant in his heart, he marched out again. He considered it unbearable that he should live under such disgrace, preserved by those whom he believed he ought to have conquered. When Anilius learned that Mithridates was advancing with a large force, he judged it dishonorable to remain hidden near the lakes. He resolved to meet the enemy openly. Encouraged by his former success, he hoped for another victory. He boldly prepared for battle once more. He led out his army, and many others joined him. Some came seeking plunder, others wishing to increase their numbers and intimidate the enemy. They marched 90 furlongs, a considerable distance. The road lay through dry and sandy ground. By the middle of the day, they were overcome with thirst. At that moment, Mithridates appeared with his army and attacked. Anilius and his men were weakened by lack of water and by the heat of the hour. They were not in condition to bear their weapons effectively. Fresh and prepared, the Parthian forces fell upon them. The result was disastrous. Anilius and his men were routed in confusion. Many were cut down. The slaughter was great, and many tens of thousands perished. Anilius himself, with those who remained loyal at his side, fled as swiftly as they could into a wooded area. Mithridates gained a decisive victory and took satisfaction in it. After this defeat, a different kind of following gathered around Anilius. Many reckless men, who cared little for their own lives so long as they might gain immediate relief or advantage, came to him. Their numbers compensated for those who had fallen in battle. Yet they were not disciplined soldiers. They lacked training and experience in warfare. Nevertheless, with this new band, Anilius began to attack the villages of the Babylonians. Great devastation followed. The injuries he inflicted were severe, and destruction spread through the countryside. The Babylonians, together with those who had already fought against him, sent to Neerda, a city where many Jews lived, and demanded that Anilius be delivered to them. The Jews there did not comply. Even if they had wished to surrender him, they lacked the power to do so. Instead, they sought peace. The Babylonians responded that they too desired to settle terms. They sent representatives along with the Jewish envoys to negotiate with Anilius. But the Babylonians, observing the situation carefully and learning where Anilius and his men were encamped, devised a secret plan. When they found them intoxicated and asleep, they attacked suddenly. Without fear, they slew all they could seize. Anilius himself was killed in this assault. With his death, the Babylonians were freed from the heavy incursions that had burdened them. Their long-standing hostility toward the Jews, rooted in the differences of their laws and customs, now rose again without restraint. The two communities had often been at variance. Whichever party grew boldest would assault the other. After the destruction of Anilius and his followers, the Babylonians turned against the Jews with renewed force. The Jews, unable to match them in open conflict and unwilling to continue living under constant attack, resolved to leave. They departed for Seleucia, the principal city of that region, which had been founded by Seleucus the First Nicator, one of the successors of Alexander the Great. Seleucia was inhabited by many Macedonians, descendants of the soldiers who had followed Alexander, and by an even greater number of Greeks. There were also many Syrians dwelling there. To this city the Jews fled. For 5 years they lived there without serious misfortune. But in the 6th year, a pestilence struck Babylon, causing many inhabitants to relocate. As people moved from Babylon to Seleucia, circumstances changed. A heavier calamity arose from these developments, as the account will next reveal. The people of Seleucia, composed largely of Greeks and Syrians, were known for a contentious manner of life. Disputes and rivalries were common among them. Although conflict was frequent, the Greeks generally proved stronger than the Syrians in their struggles. When the Jews had settled in the new region among foreign peoples, a violent sedition broke out. The Syrians, an ancient Semitic people living in the region of Syria, proved too strong for the others, especially with the assistance of the Jews, who were known for their courage, their disregard for danger, and their readiness to fight whenever called upon. The Greeks, who had previously held influence in the area, found themselves defeated in this uprising. They realized that the only path to restoring their former authority lay in preventing the alliance between the Jews and the Syrians. The Greek leaders, each in their own way, approached Syrians they had known from former associations and promised peace and friendship. The Syrians gladly accepted these overtures, and soon a formal reconciliation was arranged between the principal men of both nations. Yet beneath this truce lay a common purpose. The Greeks and the Syrians, united, shared a profound hatred of the Jews. With this alliance cemented, they fell upon the Jewish population with ruthless precision. In the ensuing slaughter, approximately 50,000 Jews were killed. Only a few survived, spared either through the mercy of friends or neighbors who allowed them to flee. Those who escaped retreated to Ctesiphon, a Grecian city situated near Seleucia on the banks of the Tigris River, where the Parthian king spent his winters and where much of the kingdom's wealth was stored. However, the Jews had no permanent settlement there, and the citizens of Seleucia showed little concern for the honor of the king. The Jewish survivors lived in constant fear, both of the Babylonians and the Seleucians, for the Syrians in those regions had joined the Seleucians in their campaign against them. Seeking safety, many Jews gathered in the fortified cities of Nirda and Nisibis, where the inhabitants were numerous and renowned for their martial skills. These cities provided security and refuge, allowing the Jews to survive in an otherwise hostile environment. Thus, at this time in Babylonia, the Jews existed in a precarious state, scattered yet determined to preserve their people and their customs despite the overwhelming forces aligned against them. Their history in this period was one of courage, resilience, and tragic loss, as the political and military tensions of the region shaped their fate. In studying the ancient peoples known as the Daci, scholars like Josephus and Strabo mention a curious group called the Polisti. Who exactly these Polisti were remains uncertain, though the learned Scaliger ventured a plausible explanation. Some among the Daci lived in solitude, like monks, dwelling in tents or caves, devoted to contemplation or survival alone. Yet others dwelt together in constructed cities, their communal life giving rise to the name Polisti, a title that reflected their urban residence rather than their solitary brethren. Turning to the records of Judea, Josephus is notably brief in his account after the death of Herod the Great, who ruled as king over Judea and was a client of the Roman Empire, and during the succession of his son Archelaus. The reason for this conciseness seems to lie in the existence of earlier historians, particularly Nicholas of Damascus, whose extensive chronicles had already documented the life of Herod, his governance, and the early actions of his sons. Thus, for Josephus, the historical terrain of his own time became the principal focus, leaving these prior years to the works of earlier chroniclers. References to the laws of the Hebrew people, such as those found in Numbers, chapter 19, verses 11 to 14, outline the ritual purity required in cases of contact with the dead, illustrating the stringent observances that defined Jewish religious life. In connection with these religious duties, violent events also occurred, often linked to festivals when many sacrifices were performed. Notably, the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, acting in his official capacity, shed the blood of Jews in Galilee during one such occasion, causing profound unrest. These incidents likely coincided with the major festivals, during which the Galileans were particularly active in religious observances and sometimes in tumultuous resistance. Scholars have noted that this may correspond with the gospel accounts in which Pilate, upon learning that Jesus was a Galilean and thus under the jurisdiction of Herod, sent him to Herod, mending an earlier conflict between the two rulers that had arisen when Pilate had overstepped his authority and executed some of Herod's subjects. Historical dating anchors these events in the early 1st century, with significant moments in AD 33, such as April 3rd and April 5th, marking key developments in Judea and Rome alike. Around this time, under the rule of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, 4,000 Jews were banished to the island of Sardinia, a punishment recorded by the historian Suetonius. Although some scholars have debated whether this banishment conflicted with Jewish law regarding military service, the historical record demonstrates that Jews had a long tradition of serving as soldiers when permitted to observe their religious practices. Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies of Egypt, for example, had allowed Jews to maintain such privileges, recognizing their discipline and valor in warfare. Even under harsher conditions, some Jews resisted military service or faced execution for their adherence to religious law, reflecting the enduring tension between faith and imperial demands. These details illuminate not only the political and religious challenges of the Jewish people under Roman rule, but also the complex interplay of law, tradition, and survival that defined their existence in a turbulent empire. Since Moses, the great lawgiver of Israel, never himself crossed beyond the Jordan River, nor particularly visited Mount Gerizim, the present sedition among the Samaritans seems rooted in a tradition both ancient and mistaken. These Samaritans held, as Dr. Hudson records from the writings of Rieland, a scholar renowned for his deep knowledge of Jewish and Samaritan customs, that in the days of Uzzi, or Ozis, the high priest mentioned in 1 Chronicles, chapter 6, verse 6, the Ark of the Covenant and other sacred vessels have been placed by the command of God upon Mount Gerizim for safekeeping. It is highly probable that the Samaritans, believing this tale to be literal truth, founded their rebellion on this foolish notion, gathering in sedition upon the mountain with expectations born of legend rather than reality. The sacred garments of the high priest were another matter of great concern. According to Josephus, these garments were delivered to the high priest 7 days before each festival, purified and set apart for use, as they were thought to have been polluted while in the custody of non-Jews or heathens. Rieland notes that this practice aligns with the traditions preserved by the Talmudists. The 3 great festivals in question were the Passover, commemorating Israel's exodus from Egypt, Pentecost, the Feast of Weeks marking the first fruits of the harvest, and the Feast of Tabernacles, celebrating the sojourn of the Israelites in the wilderness. The fast mentioned, referenced in Acts, chapter 27, verse 9, was the Day of Atonement, a solemn occasion of repentance and purification. Chronology confirms these events with remarkable precision. Herod the Great, the king of Judea, died around September in the 4th year before the Christian era. Tiberius, who would become Roman emperor, began his reign on August 19th, in the year 14 of the Common Era. From these dates, the 37th year of Philip, reckoned from the death of his father Herod, corresponded to the 20th year of Tiberius, near the end of the year 33 of the Common Era, the very year of the death of our Savior, Jesus of Nazareth, or possibly at the beginning of the following year, 34 Common Era. Philip the Tetrarch, son of Herod the Great, is described as the most virtuous among Herod's descendants, renowned for his love of peace and justice, an example worthy of recognition. Herod, it appears, carried the additional name of Philip, just as his kinsman Antipas was also called Herod Antipas. While Antipas and Antipater were names of 2 separate sons of Herod the Great, they were often confused in usage. Similarly, Philip the Tetrarch and this Herod Philip may have been distinct sons of the same father. Herod Philip, whose wife would later be married by Herod the Tetrarch during her first husband's lifetime, and while she still had children by him, was the subject of John the Baptist's moral reproof. This marriage, considered adulterous and incestuous, led Salome, the daughter of Herodias by her first husband Herod Philip, to play a role in the unjust execution of John the Baptist, an event of grave historical and moral significance. The rapid extinction of nearly the entire lineage of Herod the Great, whose family had once been vast, raises questions about divine judgment. Many of the Herodian princes had married close relatives, including nephews and nieces, actions condemned in the laws of Leviticus, chapter 18, verses 6 and 7, and chapter 21, verse 10. This repeated pattern of incestuous unions may have invited divine retribution, contributing to the sudden disappearance of the family line. Numismatic evidence also survives to illustrate the era. Coins of Arius, as documented by the scholar Spanheim, remain extant, as do coins of Jotape, the daughter of the king of Commagene. These coins, tangible remnants of the age, provide insight into the circulation of wealth and the rulers of the time. Spanheim notes that one such transaction involved the added quantity of used money, an eighth of the original sum, equivalent to 12%. This calculation corresponds to the proportion of 2,500 drachmae to 20,000 drachmae, reflecting the financial practices and the measures of currency in use during this period. In these events, mention is made of the governor of the Jews in that region. This title refers to the official authority placed over the Jewish population there, entrusted with oversight of their affairs and responsible for maintaining order among them within the larger structure of imperial rule. There is also reference to Tiberius, the younger member of the imperial family, the son of Germanicus. Germanicus was a celebrated Roman general and the adopted son of the Emperor Tiberius Caesar, who ruled the Roman Empire from the year 14 to the year 37 after the birth of Christ. This younger Tiberius was therefore the grandson of Germanicus and belonged to the ruling house of Rome, connected closely with imperial succession and the expectations of power that surrounded that family. High praise is given to Antonia for having married only once in her lifetime. Antonia was Antonia Minor, daughter of Mark Antony and Octavia, and mother of Germanicus and of the future Emperor Claudius. In a world of political marriages and frequent remarriages, especially among ruling families, her faithfulness to a single marriage was regarded as an honorable distinction. This commendation shows that among both Jews and Romans during the first century after the birth of Christ, marriage to only one husband or one wife was considered especially worthy of respect. Such esteem for single marriage helps explain certain early Christian regulations. In the writings attributed to the apostles, widows enrolled for support by the church were required to have been the wife of only one husband. Likewise, bishops, elders, and deacons were not permitted to marry more than once while continuing in their ministerial office. These rules reflected a moral expectation already valued in Jewish and Roman society, where repeated marriage, though lawful, could carry diminished honor. It is also noted that during the reign of Tiberius Caesar, it was customary, as mentioned by the Roman philosopher Seneca in one of his letters, for a prisoner and the soldier guarding him to be fastened together with the same chain. This practice symbolized both custody and control, binding the captive physically to his guard. Reference is made again to Tiberius as the emperor's own grandson, and also as the grandson of Drusus, the brother of Caius Caesar, who is known as Caligula and who ruled from the year 37 to the year 41 after the birth of Christ. These intricate family ties within the Roman imperial house often shape political events, alliances, and suspicions. A correction is also noted regarding Germanicus. Germanicus was not the brother of Tiberius Caesar, but the son of Tiberius's brother. Such distinctions within the Julio-Claudian dynasty are significant, for succession, favor, and rivalry frequently depended upon precise lines of kinship. It was widely known among Roman historians and poets that the Emperor Tiberius had a strong interest in astrology and in forms of divination. He consulted those who claimed knowledge of the stars and of future events. In the Roman world, such practices were common among rulers who sought assurance or guidance about their destiny and security. The image of a lion is frequently applied to tyrants in ancient literature. In the Hebrew scriptures and other writings, oppressive rulers are compared to wild beasts, and especially to lions, which were regarded as the foremost among beasts of prey. Such comparisons appear in the prophetic book of Ezekiel, in the book of Esther, in the second letter to Timothy, in the book of Daniel, and in the revelation attributed to John. The lion symbolized fierce power, domination, and the threat posed by rulers who governed without justice. Although Caius Caesar at one time promised to grant Agrippa the tetrarchy of Lysanias, that territory was not actually conferred upon him until the reign of Claudius, who became emperor after the assassination of Caius in the year 41 after the birth of Christ. This detail shows how imperial promises could be delayed or altered according to changing political circumstances. Finally, there is reflection upon what were understood as acts of divine intervention. Among many nations devoted to idols, such occurrences were considered rare. Yet among the descendants of Abraham, who worshipped the one true God and who at this time were not engaged in idolatry, such interventions were believed to occur more frequently. The events described were viewed as protections granted in order to prevent the Jewish people from falling back into the worship of idols, which had been a recurring failure in earlier centuries. These deliverances were regarded as consistent with the pattern found in the ancient scriptures of Israel, where divine action intervened at critical moments in the history of the nation. The ambassadors from Alexandria to Caius, the emperor of Rome, were, according to Josephus, few in number, only 3 from the Jewish community and 3 from the Gentiles, making 6 in all. Yet Philo, the chief ambassador for the Jews and a man of great learning and influence, claimed that the Jewish delegation numbered no fewer than 5 by the end of his mission to Caius. Apion, representing the Gentiles, accompanied this mission. The difference in accounts suggests that Josephus may not have had access to Philo's records when he wrote his history, though he acknowledged Philo's authority. Alexander, the Alabarch, or governor of the Jews in Alexandria, was Philo's brother and a man entrusted with the leadership of the Jewish community in that great Egyptian city. Bishop Pearson noted that this Alexander may be the same individual mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 4, verse 6, as of the kindred of the high priests. His office involved both administrative and judicial authority over the Jews of Alexandria, and his presence alongside Philo highlights the prominence of this family in Jewish civic life. The timing of certain events, such as the sowing of seeds and the harvest, also shows the practical concerns of the Jewish population, as Josephus noted in his histories, though his accounts slightly differed from that of Philo. These discrepancies illustrate the challenges of reconstructing exact sequences of events, yet they do not diminish the gravity of the situations being described. Publius Petronius, who served as the Roman governor or president of Syria under Emperor Claudius, later enacted a severe decree against the inhabitants of Dora. In that city, in imitation of the Emperor Caius, the people had set up a statue of Emperor Claudius inside a Jewish synagogue, an act that violated Jewish law. Petronius, at the request of Agrippa, the king of the Jews, ensured that this act was punished. The decree remains recorded and confirms Josephus's accounts, along with other decrees of Claudius concerning similar matters affecting Jewish communities. Josephus also notes that the extraordinary presence of God was made manifest to Petronius during one of these crises, when he resolved to preserve the Jewish temple from pollution, even at the risk of his own life. Divine intervention appeared in the form of timely rain during a period of distress. This was understood as a sign of God's power and providence, illustrating the same themes found throughout both the Old and New Testaments. The treatment of Agrippa by Caius, emperor of Rome, was reminiscent of the conduct of Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee, toward Herodias, Agrippa's sister, in the account of John the Baptist. Both cases reveal the perilous intersection of political authority and personal ambition, where family, power, and justice clashed in dramatic tension. Among the Peons and the Parthians, the joining of right hands was considered an unbreakable bond of fidelity, a symbol of trust and honor that Josephus frequently references in his histories. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, it was customary for all families to carry their household gods with them wherever they traveled. This ancient practice, as old as the time of Jacob and Rachel, had profound implications. When one of the Jewish leaders in Babylonia married a foreign woman devoted to idolatry, it brought immense misfortune, violating the law of Moses and endangering the fortunes of the Jewish community in the region. Thus, through these episodes, the histories of the Jewish people, their leaders, and their interactions with Rome, Alexandria, and Parthia reveal a world of strict laws, divine expectations, and the high stakes of loyalty, both to God and to the communities they led. In the annals of the Roman Empire, the reign of Caius, known also as Caius Caligula, stands as one of the most infamous for its excesses, madness, and audacious claims. His tyranny was not confined to the Jews in Jerusalem or to the surrounding provinces, but spread across all the territories and seas under Roman control, bringing calamity upon men everywhere. He filled the lands with 10,000 mischiefs, so numerous that no previous history could recount them all. Yet even as he wreaked havoc in distant provinces, Rome itself suffered under his hand, particularly the Roman Senate, the patrician nobility, and those distinguished by illustrious ancestry. Caius treated the equestrian order, the class of citizens considered equal in dignity and wealth to the senators, and from whom senators themselves were often chosen, with the utmost ignominy. He plotted against them with 10,000 schemes, seizing their wealth, destroying their homes, and slaying them without hesitation. In his delusions of grandeur, he asserted his own divinity, demanded honors surpassing those due to ordinary men, and boldly entered the temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, Rome's holiest sanctuary, claiming to be the brother of the god himself. His extravagances knew no bounds. In the region of Campania, between the cities of Dicerchia and Misenum along the coast of the Tyrrhenian Sea, he commanded the construction of a bridge 30 furlongs long across the water, simply because he deemed it too tedious to row in a small vessel. He believed, as lord of the sea, that the waters themselves should obey him, and he drove his chariot across this immense bridge, imagining himself divine in the act. Caius also plundered the temples of Greece without compunction. Sculptures, engravings, and other sacred ornaments were ordered to be brought to Rome, for he declared that the finest things should reside only in the finest city, and that Rome was that city. Among these treasures, he demanded the statue of Jupiter Olympus, created by the famed Athenian sculptor Phidias and celebrated at the Olympic Games. Yet this enterprise was thwarted, for the architects warned Memmius Regulus, the official charged with moving it, that the statue was too delicate to survive the journey. Regulus wrote to Caius, excusing himself, and his life was spared only because Caius himself died before he could exact punishment. The madness of Caius extended even to his family. When a daughter was born, he carried the infant into the temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill and placed her on the knees of the god statue, declaring that the child had two fathers, himself and Jupiter, though he left ambiguous which was the greater. Slaves were emboldened to accuse their masters of any crimes they pleased, for such accusations often served to amuse or please the emperor. On one occasion, Pollux, the slave of Claudius, boldly accused Claudius himself, and Caius, present at the trial, intended to use the proceedings to dispose of his own uncle, though he failed in that ambition. Every act of Caius combined cruelty, hubris, and theatricality, leaving an indelible mark on the memory of Rome, a warning of the dangers of absolute power unchecked by reason or law. Caius Caesar, who is also known as Caligula and who ruled as Roman emperor from the year 37 until the year 41 after the birth of Christ, gradually filled the vast inhabited world under his authority with false accusations, fear, and suffering. His rule extended over the Roman Empire, which embraced lands across Europe, North Africa, and Western Asia. Under his government, misery spread widely. False charges were brought against innocent persons. Wealth was seized. Honors were overturned. Even slaves were encouraged to bring accusations against their own masters, so that social order itself was shaken. Those who once held authority in their households found themselves humiliated and endangered. As oppression increased, secret plots began to form. Some men were driven by anger and sought revenge for the injuries they had already suffered. Others, fearing that even worse calamities would soon fall upon them, determined to strike first before they themselves were destroyed. In this way, the death of Caius came to be regarded by many as a fortunate event for the preservation of laws and public order. His removal would influence the welfare of the entire empire. For the Jewish nation in particular, his sudden death was considered especially timely, since their people had nearly perished under the threat of his commands. There were 3 separate conspiracies formed against Caius, each led by men of notable character and position. One was organized by Aemilius Regulus, a man born in Corduba in Spain. He gathered associates with the intention either to kill Caius through their assistance or to accomplish the deed himself. Another conspiracy was conducted under the leadership of Cassius Chaerea, who held the rank of tribune in the Praetorian Guard. The Praetorian Guard was the elite body of soldiers assigned to protect the Roman emperor and maintain order in the capital. A third figure of importance in these plans was Annius Vinicius Minucianus, a man of influence who opposed the emperor's tyranny. Each of these men had his own cause for hatred. Aemilius Regulus possessed a bold and passionate nature. He despised injustice and was not inclined to conceal his opinions. His temper and courage led him openly to share his plans with friends whom he believed capable and energetic enough to act. Minucianus entered the conspiracy because of the execution of Lepidus, his close friend and a citizen of honorable reputation, whom Caius had ordered put to death. He also feared for his own safety, since the emperor's anger spared no one. Cassius Chaerea joined the plot for reasons both personal and principled. He believed it honorable for a free and noble-minded man to end the life of a tyrant. He was also deeply ashamed of the insults that Caius directed toward him, accusing him of cowardice. Furthermore, though he served closely under the emperor, that proximity placed him in daily danger. The conspirators discussed their intentions with others who had suffered under the emperor's rule. Many hoped that by acting together, they might both remove Caius and protect themselves from future harm. They understood that success was uncertain and that failure would mean death. Yet they judged it a worthy risk to attempt the deliverance of the city of Rome and of the imperial government. Among them all, Cassius Chaerea was the most determined. He desired both to win lasting renown and to use his official access to the emperor to carry out the act with greater opportunity. At this time, the Circensian Games, the public horse races held in the Circus Maximus at Rome, were taking place. These games were eagerly anticipated by the Roman people. Large crowds gathered in the great arena, which served as a public meeting place as well as a site of entertainment. It was customary during such events for citizens to present petitions to the emperor requesting relief or favor. Emperors often granted such appeals to gain public approval. On this occasion, the people urgently begged Caius to reduce their heavy tributes and taxes. The financial burdens upon them had become severe, but Caius refused to listen. As their voices rose in protest, he sent soldiers in different directions with orders to seize those who were shouting and to execute them immediately. The command was carried out without delay. A great number of citizens were put to death. The remaining crowd, witnessing this punishment, ceased their cries. They understood that even asking for relief could bring death. These actions strengthened Cassius Chaerea's resolve. He determined more firmly to bring an end to what he saw as cruelty and lawless violence. He considered attacking Caius at various moments, even during banquets. Yet he restrained himself, not from doubt about the necessity of killing him, but from caution. He sought the proper opportunity, a moment when the blow would be certain and not fail. Cassius Chaerea had served long in the army. Though he held the respected office of tribune in the Praetorian Guard, he was displeased with his constant dealings with Caius. The emperor had assigned him the task of collecting taxes and other payments owed to the imperial treasury. When citizens failed to pay on time, their property was forfeited. The burdens had been increased, doubling in many cases. Chaerea, moved by compassion, delayed harsh enforcement. He showed leniency to those struggling under the weight of taxation, preferring mercy to rigid obedience. This mildness provoked the emperor's anger. Caius accused him of laziness and weakness for not pressing the collections more severely. He mocked him openly. Each day, as tribune, Chaerea was responsible for receiving the watchword, the password by which soldiers recognized one another. Instead of dignified or military terms, Caius deliberately gave him feminine and insulting words as the watchword, intending to humiliate him before others. The emperor had himself engaged in strange and degrading behavior, sometimes dressing in women's garments and embroidered clothing in order to amuse or confuse those around him. Yet despite his own actions, he used similar accusations of effeminacy to mock Chaerea publicly. These repeated insults, joined with the wider suffering inflicted upon the empire, deepened the determination of the conspirators as they moved steadily toward their fatal design. Chaerea, one of the tribunes of the Praetorian Guard, received the watchword from Emperor Caius and was immediately filled with indignation. His anger grew even greater at the thought that others were given the same watchword, for it subjected him to mockery. The fellow tribunes, noticing his frustration, made him the subject of their drollery. They would jokingly predict that he would bring some of his usual watchwords when taking the watchword from the emperor, thus making him appear ridiculous. In response to this ridicule, Chaerea resolved to enlist partners in his purpose, believing that he had just cause for indignation against Emperor Caius. Chaerea, concerned with secrecy, went to Cornelius Sabinus, another tribune, known for his virtue and love of liberty. Chaerea trusted Sabinus to act without delay, understanding that postponement could lead to failure, and resolved to move swiftly to the execution of their shared purpose. The conspiracy against Caius, the emperor also known as Caligula, unfolded in shadows and whispered resolutions, a drama of courage and fear interwoven among the highest echelons of Roman society. Sabinus, a man of considerable influence and ambition, had long nursed the same design against the emperor, but lacked a confidant in whom he could safely place his trust. When at last he encountered one who not only promised secrecy, but had already confided his own intentions, Sabinus was emboldened. He urged Chaerea, the tribune of the Roman Praetorian Guard, that no hesitation remain, and that the moment for action be seized without delay. Together they approached Minucianus, a man of eminent dignity, renowned for his virtue and zeal for acts of glory, but also a man suspected by Caius due to his friendship with Lepidus, another noble who had been slain under the emperor's caprice. Minucianus and Lepidus had shared intimacies of trust and caution, fearing the caprices of Caius as one feared a storm upon the land. The men were wary of one another, aware of mutual suspicion and the peril that any revealed hatred toward the emperor might bring, yet the recognition of their common danger forged a quiet alliance. When Minucianus and Chaerea met, their greeting bore the weight of past conversations and the hierarchy of Roman virtue, Minucianus being esteemed the noblest of all citizens. Minucianus, with measured dignity, inquired of Chaerea the watchword assigned by Caius that day, a mark of control and humiliation, for Chaerea had been affronted publicly in the distribution of the watchwords, a slight notorious across the city. Chaerea, seizing the moment, demanded instead the watchword of liberty. With fervor, he declared that his single sword would suffice for both men, that courage and resolution were mightier than steel, and that their devotion to justice and to the laws of Rome far outweighed the fear of personal danger. He spoke of the slavery into which their once free city had fallen, of the contempt for the laws, and of the ruin that hung over all men by the tyrant's hand, asserting that their minds, united in purpose, required no further deliberation. Minucianus, witnessing the intensity and resolute heart of Chaerea, embraced him with encouragement and confirmation, endorsing the bold enterprise against the emperor. Reports tell that as Chaerea entered the public court, a voice rose from the multitude, exhorting him to seize the opportunity Providence had granted. At first he feared betrayal by a fellow conspirator, yet soon realized it was either the collective will of the conspirators or the hand of divine providence urging him onward. The conspiracy quickly spread. Senators, members of the equestrian order, and a number of soldiers were all armed and prepared, each seeing the elimination of Caius as an act of liberation and a restoration of justice. None were willing to fall behind. All were eager to match words with deeds, to wield their courage and strength against the tyrant. Among them was Callistus, a freedman of Caius who wielded power almost equal to the emperor himself. His wealth and influence were vast, his capacity for injustice boundless. Yet he recognized the peril inherent in Caius's nature and the danger to himself and others. Callistus calculated carefully, transferring his allegiance to Claudius, another member of the imperial family, so that he might secure his own position should Caius be removed. He feigned reluctance to execute any imperial commands that might endanger Claudius, inventing excuses and delays. By this artifice, Claudius was shielded from the madness of Caius, preserved not by merit, but by the cunning and manipulation of Callistus, whose actions, though appearing loyal, were driven by self-interest and calculation. In this web of fear, ambition, and divine suggestion, the stage was set for the fatal confrontation that would determine the fate of an emperor and the destiny of Rome. However, the execution of Charia's designs was postponed from day to day, not for want of courage in Charia himself, but due to the sloth and hesitation of many involved in the conspiracy. Charia, a tribune of the Roman equestrian order, was determined to act whenever opportunity presented itself, seeing each moment as appropriate for the assassination of Caius, who was now the Roman emperor, often known for his cruelty and caprice. On many occasions, such opportunities arose. When Caius ascended to the Capitoline Hill to offer sacrifices for his daughter, or when he stood upon the balcony of his royal palace and cast gold and silver coins among the people. The height of the palace overlooking the marketplace, making him vulnerable to a violent push downward. Even during the celebrations of the mysteries he had instituted, when he mingled freely among the populace, Charia perceived the potential for action, confident that his own strength could suffice to dispatch the emperor without even the need for a sword. Frustrated by the delay caused by his fellow conspirators, Charia chafed at their caution, knowing his vigilance was for their mutual advantage. Yet his companions, fearful of failure and of discovery, urged patience. They reasoned that a misstep could plunge the city into disorder, provoking a thorough investigation that would ruin their chances and allow Caius to fortify himself more carefully against any future attempt. They decided it would be wisest to strike during the public games held in the palace, spectacles in honor of Augustus Caesar, the first emperor of Rome, who had transformed the popular government into imperial rule. These games drew immense crowds, including Roman patricians, their wives, and children, with the emperor himself as spectator. The conspirators calculated that in the throng of tens of thousands, compressed into a narrow space, the emperor's guards, even if willing, would be unable to intervene effectively. Charia consented to this delay. As the festival days passed, the conspiracy's momentum nearly faltered. After 3 days of scheduled games, the conspirators faced the final day, with fortune allowing a last delay. Charia summoned them and spoke with fiery determination. So much time lost without action is a reproach to us, for we delay a virtuous enterprise. More fatal still will be discovery, for Caius will grow more cruel. Have we not long deprived our friends of liberty, granting Caius license to tyrannize, while we could secure their future? By acting now, we lay a foundation for the happiness of others and earn admiration for all time. His companions, silent and apprehensive, could offer no strong objection. Charia continued, "O my brave comrades, why do we delay? This is the last day of these games, and Caius is preparing to sail to Alexandria in Egypt. Shall we let a man, a reproach to mankind, escape us in pomp and triumph? I will bear the danger myself this very day, and welcome whatever consequence may come. For what misery could surpass a wise and courageous man being denied the honor of such a virtuous act while he lives?" Galvanized by his resolve, the conspirators moved to action without further hesitation. Charia appeared at the palace in the morning, his equestrian sword girt at his side, for it was the custom of Roman tribunes to carry their swords when receiving the watchword. The populace had already gathered in great crowds, jostling one another tumultuously to witness the games. Caius, delighted with the eagerness of the masses, paid no heed to the disorder. In the palace, men and women, free citizens and slaves alike, sat without particular order. The senators and equestrian order mixed indiscriminately with the crowd. Caius emerged solemnly, offering sacrifices to Augustus Caesar, in whose honor the games were held. During the ceremony, a priest stumbled, and the garment of Asprenas, a senator, became stained with blood, an ominous sign foretelling Asprenas' death alongside Caius. Contrary to his usual temperament, Caius displayed an unusual affability that astonished all present. Once the sacrifices concluded, he took his place to watch the games. The theater had been constructed with meticulous design. 2 doors, one leading to the open air and the other to the cloisters, allowing movement without disturbing those inside. An inner gallery, divided by partitions, connected to another gallery, giving space for combatants and musicians to enter and exit as needed, preparing the stage for the dramatic and violent events soon to unfold. The great crowd had already taken their seats inside the theater. The tribunes were present. These were military officers of high rank within the Roman army, commanders trusted with authority over soldiers. Among them was Cassius Chaerea, a man whose quiet bearing concealed a dangerous resolve. They sat in their appointed places. The right corner of the theater had been reserved for the emperor, known formally as Caesar, whose personal name was Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, but who was commonly called Caius and remembered by many as Caligula. Among the assembled senators sat Vatinius, a member of the Roman Senate and commander of the Praetorian Guard. The Praetorian Guard was the elite body of soldiers assigned to protect the Roman emperor. Near him sat Cluvius, a man who had already held the office of consul, the highest elected office in the Roman Republic, and therefore was described as being of consular dignity. Vatinius leaned toward Cluvius and, in a voice guarded from others, asked whether he had heard any news. Cluvius replied that he had heard nothing. Then Vatinius whispered words filled with danger, that on that very day a game would be played, the slaughter of a tyrant. Cluvius answered cautiously, urging silence, warning that others might overhear and understand the meaning. The words were spoken lightly, but beneath them lay a deadly intention. During this time, autumnal fruits were thrown among the spectators as part of the spectacle. Rare birds, highly valued for their scarcity, were also released among the crowd. The Emperor Caius watched with pleasure as the birds struggled for the fruit, and as the spectators fought among themselves to seize the valuable creatures. He delighted in the disorder and the competition. Yet strange performances were introduced that day. An actor appeared portraying the leader of robbers, and within the play, that robber was crucified. Another performance followed, a pantomime drama called Cinyras. In this story, Cinyras himself was slain along with his daughter Mira. The performance displayed a great amount of artificial blood flowing around the figure of the crucified robber and around Cinyras. These scenes of staged killing and bloodshed unfolded before the emperor. It was also remembered that this same date was the anniversary of another violent deed in history. On this day, Pausanias, a companion of Philip II, son of Amyntas and king of Macedonia, had assassinated his own sovereign as Philip entered a theater. The memory of that ancient royal murder hung heavily over the present occasion. Caius began to hesitate. It was the final day of the public games. He wondered whether he should remain until the end of the performances or whether he should go first to the baths and then to dine, returning afterward to resume his seat. As he delayed, Minucianus, who was seated above him and was himself part of the conspiracy, grew anxious that the opportunity might be lost. Seeing that Cassius Chaerea had already left his place, Minucianus rose and hurried out to strengthen Chaerea's resolve. But Caius noticed him. In a friendly manner, the emperor grasped Minucianus by the garment and asked where he was going. Outward respect forced Minucianus to sit again. Yet fear overcame him, and shortly afterward he rose once more. This time Caius did not restrain him, assuming he had left for ordinary personal needs. Another conspirator, Asprenas, persuaded Caius to leave the theater for the baths and for dinner, and then to return. His words were carefully chosen, for the conspirators desired that their plan should reach its conclusion without further delay. Cassius Chaerea and his associates positioned themselves as best they could in the limited time remaining. They were frustrated by every delay, angered that the moment had not yet arrived. The hour was already about the 9th hour of the day, which by Roman reckoning meant the middle of the afternoon. Chaerea, impatient and burning with determination, considered entering the theater and attacking Caius openly in his seat. He understood that such an assault would result in great bloodshed, including the deaths of senators and members of the equestrian order, the class of wealthy Roman citizens ranked just below senators. Even so, he was prepared to accept such loss if it meant securing freedom and safety for the state. As the conspirators prepared to move back toward the entrance of the theater, news reached them that Caius had risen from his seat. A disturbance followed. Under the pretense that the emperor was angry and required space, the conspirators forced the crowd aside. In truth, they sought to isolate him, to ensure that none would stand near enough to defend him. The emperor's uncle, Claudius, had already departed by another route. Claudius was the brother of Germanicus and would later become emperor himself. Marcus Vinicius, who was married to Caius's sister, had also left, as had Valerius of Asia. Though the conspirators had wished to remove these men from positions of influence, respect for their rank had restrained them. Now Caius himself approached, accompanied by Paulus Aruntius. As he entered the palace complex connected to the theater, he did not take the direct path along which his attendants were stationed. Instead, he turned aside into a narrow and private corridor. He intended to proceed to the bathing chambers and also to observe a group of boys who had come from the province of Asia, a region in the eastern part of the Roman Empire. These boys had been sent to perform hymns in the sacred ceremonies then being celebrated, and to dance the Pyrrhic dance, a martial dance traditionally associated with ancient Greek culture. In this narrow passageway, Cassius Chaerea confronted him and formally requested the watchword. The watchword was the daily password used by soldiers of the Praetorian Guard to identify themselves. Caius responded with one of his customary playful and mocking expressions, which many regarded as foolish and unworthy of an emperor. At that instant, Chaerea rebuked him and drew his sword. He struck the emperor with force, delivering a severe blow between the shoulder and the neck. Yet the stroke did not immediately kill him. Some later claimed that Chaerea had deliberately avoided a mortal wound so that Caius might suffer many injuries before death. But such a claim appears unlikely, for men engaged in such desperate action are driven by fear and urgency, not by calculated cruelty. Had Chaerea intended to delay the death, he would have endangered himself and his fellow conspirators, since any moment might have allowed loyal defenders to intervene. The sword had struck near the middle of the upper body, but the blow was deflected by the upper bone of the chest and did not penetrate fully. Caius staggered under the pain. He did not cry out loudly. Whether from shock, disbelief, or lack of trust in those around him, he made no call for help. Instead, he groaned and attempted to move forward in flight. Cornelius Sabinus, who had prepared himself for this moment, rushed forward. He forced the emperor down upon one knee. The conspirators surrounded him. They shouted encouragement to one another, urging repeated blows. Swords rose and fell. Though many struck him, it was agreed among those present that a man named Aquila delivered the final stroke, the blow that ended the life of Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, the emperor who had ruled Rome in fear and suspicion, now fallen in a narrow passage within his own palace. But it is justly said that this act was the work of Chaerea, for although many participated in the deed, he was the first to conceive it, the first to plan it long before any others, and the first to speak boldly of it to his fellow conspirators. Once they heard his words and acknowledged their truth, he gathered the scattered conspirators together, arranging every detail with careful prudence. By offering wise counsel and persuasive speeches, he inspired courage in those who otherwise would have lacked the resolve to act. When the moment came to strike, Chaerea was the first to draw his sword, delivering the initial blow in this courageous act of assassination. He brought Emperor Caius into the hands of the conspirators with such skill that he nearly killed him himself. And thus it is entirely proper to ascribe the planning, bravery, and execution of the entire enterprise to Chaerea. In this way, Emperor Caius met his end, falling beneath the many wounds inflicted upon him. After the murder, Chaerea and his associates realized the great peril they now faced. Having slain an emperor who, despite his madness, was loved by the people and honored for the favors he had granted, they understood that discovery would bring certain death. Narrow passages, crowded with the emperor's attendants and the soldiers of the Praetorian Guard, complicated their escape. To avoid detection, they took alternate routes and reached the house of Germanicus, the father of Emperor Caius, whose residence adjoined the imperial palace. This house, like the palace itself, had been built in parts by various emperors, each section bearing the name of its builder or the emperor who had begun it. In this temporary refuge, the conspirators were safe so long as the news of the emperor's death remained unknown. The first to perceive the death of Emperor Caius were the German guards, so called because they were recruited from the Germanic peoples, a Celtic legion renowned for their passionate nature and formidable physical strength. These men, unaccustomed to deliberate thought in matters of public policy, measured all by their own advantage, and they had been particularly fond of Emperor Caius for the generous gifts and payments he had bestowed upon them. Filled with grief and anger, they drew their swords under the leadership of Cornelius Sabinus, a tribune who had once been a gladiator and had risen to his post because of his extraordinary strength. The German guards moved through the houses, seeking the murderers of Emperor Caius. The first victim they encountered was Asprenas, whose garment bore the blood from the earlier sacrifices, a mark that foretold his misfortune. They tore him to pieces in their fury. Next, Norbanus, a man of high nobility with a lineage that could boast many generals of armies, confronted them. Yet the Germans paid no heed to his rank. Norbanus fought with remarkable strength, wresting a sword from the hand of one assailant and resisting death as long as possible, until the multitude of attackers overcame him and he fell beneath their blades. The third was Antius, a senator accompanied by a few others. He did not encounter the Germans by chance. He had sought the opportunity to witness the death of Emperor Caius, motivated by vengeance for the banishment and murder of his father, who bore the same name. Yet in the chaos, as he attempted to hide, he could not escape the thorough and brutal search conducted by the Germans, and he too was slain. Thus these three men perished alongside others, guilty or innocent, under the indiscriminate wrath of the enraged soldiers. When the news of Emperor Caius's death reached the theater, astonishment gripped the citizens. Many could not believe it, even those who had long hoped for his downfall. Some were filled with fear at the thought of such a violent and audacious act, while others doubted it because they could not conceive of any mortal having the power or courage to strike down the emperor. Among those astonished were women and children, as well as slaves and even some of the soldiery. The women and youth had been captivated by spectacles and distributions of food orchestrated by Emperor Caius, meant to please the populace, but in reality to mask his cruelty. The slaves, who had been empowered to accuse their masters falsely and gain rewards, now grieved, recognizing the sudden end of the system that had allowed them to profit from injustice. The eighth part of any criminal's possessions had been promised as reward for these informers, making them eager participants in a reign of terror, and now they, too, faced the shock of the emperor's violent death. The news of the Emperor Caius's fate spread through Rome like a shadow over the city, carrying equal measures of hope, fear, and suspicion. Among the nobility, some found the report credible, either because they had heard whispers of the conspiracy in advance or because they silently wished it might be true. Yet even those who rejoiced concealed their feelings, fearing that if the report proved false, they would be punished for revealing any sign of satisfaction too soon. Those who knew for certain that Caius was dead, partners in the conspiracy, were even more careful, hiding their knowledge from one another, uncertain of whom to trust. They feared that speaking openly might reach those who benefited from the emperor's tyranny, and that if Caius were still alive, they would be accused and executed. Rumors swirled through the streets. Some claimed that Caius, though wounded, was not dead, but still alive under the care of his physicians. Others insisted he had ignored his injuries entirely and had gone into the marketplace, bloody and defiant, addressing the populace as if unscathed. The citizens of Rome, caught between hope and terror, dared not act on these rumors. They remained in their seats, fearing that any misstep would be judged by the whims of accusers and judges, who might interpret their movements as evidence of guilt, even when their intentions were innocent. At the theater, the tension escalated to near hysteria. A multitude of German soldiers, mercenaries from tribes beyond the Rhine and Danube, under Roman command, surrounded the theater with swords drawn. The spectators, men and women alike, felt the icy grip of impending death. Every person entering the theater seemed a threat, and none dared to flee, fearing immediate slaughter outside or punishment inside. When the Germans approached the crowd, a chorus of cries arose. The spectators pleaded for mercy, insisting that they were ignorant of the seditious acts that had brought about the emperor's demise. They begged the soldiers to spare them and to pursue only those who had truly participated in the plot, appealing to the justice of both men and gods, beating their faces and shedding tears, expressing every conceivable emotion of terror and desperation. Their appeals softened the soldiers' fury, preventing what would have been a massacre of innocent bystanders. The scene grew even more chilling when the heads of those slain, such as Asprenas, were displayed upon the altar. The sight struck the spectators with horror, for the victims were men of distinction, and their suffering inspired both grief and dread among the onlookers. Even those who had long hated Caius could not rejoice fully, for the danger of perishing alongside him remained uncertain. No one yet had firm assurance of survival, and the precarious balance of life and death hung over the theater like a palpable shadow. Amid this chaos, one man acted with calculated courage and wisdom. Euaristus Aruntius, a public crier of the market known for a voice powerful enough to reach every corner of the city, was also among the wealthiest of Romans, able to exert influence across Rome. Though he harbored a deep hatred for Caius, his fear and prudent judgment prevailed. He donned the most mournful attire, as if mourning the loss of his closest kin, and entered the theater. With resolute voice, he announced to the crowd the confirmed death of Caius, bringing clarity and ending the anxious uncertainty. Aruntius did not stop there. He went from pillar to pillar, speaking to the German soldiers and the tribunes, commanding them, bidding them to sheath their swords. He proclaimed with authority that Caius was dead. This declaration saved the multitude assembled in the theater and others encountered by the soldiers throughout the city. While hope resisted that Caius still lived, even his enemies had restrained no zeal in defending him, prepared to risk their lives to prevent harm to the emperor. Yet with the news of his death, their loyalty became unnecessary and their violent readiness dissipated. Fear now dictated caution. None wished to act against the law or the Senate, aware that the supreme authority could soon be restored to them. Slowly, and with great difficulty, the rage and chaos that had seized the Germans and the people on account of Caius's death was subdued, leaving a tense but cautious relief in its wake. But Chaerea, mindful of Minucianus, feared greatly for his safety, for he knew the fury of the Germanic soldiers could bring him sudden death. Chaerea went to each soldier individually, entreating them to ensure Minucianus's preservation, inquiring with the utmost diligence whether he had escaped unscathed. As for Clement, once Minucianus was brought to him, Chaerea allowed him to go unharmed. Many senators, present at the same time, affirmed that the act against Caius was just and praiseworthy. They commended the courage of those who had contrived and executed the deed, noting that tyrants may appear to enjoy temporary power and the capacity to act unjustly, yet they never leave the world happily. In their reckoning, Caius, by his cruelty and flagrant disregard of the laws and the wisdom they provided, had in effect conspired against himself. Although in common discourse the conspirators were credited with his death, in reality, Caius perished by his own actions, bringing upon himself the consequences of his tyranny. Meanwhile, the people in the theater rose from their seats in confusion, creating a tumultuous disturbance. The haste of the spectators to leave exacerbated the chaos. Among them was a physician named Aelion, who hurried as if to tend the wounded, gathering necessary instruments and attendants under the pretense of providing medical aid, while in truth aiming to remove people from the immediate dangers of the commotion. During this interval, the Roman Senate convened, and the people assembled in their customary places. Both groups sought to identify the assassins of Caius, though the Senate's efforts were largely for appearance. Valerius of Asia, a former consul of Rome, addressed the crowd, who were agitated and unable to discern the perpetrators. When pressed, he exclaimed with bitter resolve, "I wish I had been the man." The consuls, the chief magistrates of Rome, issued an edict condemning Caius and instructing the people and the soldiers to return to their homes. They offered hope that oppression would be alleviated and promised rewards to soldiers who maintained order, cautioning that without discipline, the city might suffer harm from uncontrolled violence, pillaging of citizens, or desecration of temples. The senators, particularly those who had plotted against Caius, gathered with an air of assurance, presenting themselves as though the administration of public affairs had already been entrusted to their hands. At this juncture, the sudden and unexpected developments in the city demanded decisive action. Claudius, uncle to the deceased Caius and later emperor, was abruptly seized from his house by soldiers. The soldiers had convened to deliberate on the state of governance. They recognized that a democratic government could not manage the vast responsibilities of the Roman Empire, and that its establishment would not serve their interests. They reasoned that if any member of the existing administration were to claim supreme authority, they would benefit most by supporting him. Claudius, distinguished by his noble ancestry, virtuous character, and learned education, was seen as the optimal choice to reward the soldiers and bestow largesses upon them. The military acted immediately to secure him, placing him under their protection and advancing him as their chosen leader. In the Senate, Gnaeus Sentiens Saturninus, though aware of Claudius's seizure and intentions, addressed the assembly with calm resolve, appearing outwardly reluctant but internally consenting to the action. He spoke with eloquence suited to men of freedom and honor. Although this event is incredible, O Romans, due to its unexpected nature, we now find ourselves in possession of liberty. How long it will endure is uncertain, left to the will of the gods, yet its presence allows us to rejoice. Even if this freedom is brief, 1 hour suffices for those trained in virtue to live with a mind accountable only to themselves, in their own country, now free and governed by laws under which our ancestors once flourished. As for myself, I was born after the prior liberty was lost, yet I am filled with unmeasured joy at the thought of our present freedom. The speaker declared that he esteemed those who had been born and raised during the former age of Roman liberty as fortunate men. By liberty, he meant the ancient republican freedom of the Roman state, a political system in which authority was exercised through elected magistrates, the Senate, and the assemblies of citizens, rather than through the absolute rule of emperors. He expressed that the men who had preserved a memory of that liberty were worthy of honor comparable to the honor given to the gods, because they had allowed the present generation to taste the experience of freedom even in an age dominated by imperial power. He expressed a heartfelt wish that the peaceful enjoyment of liberty might continue for future generations. He said that even a single day of freedom would be sufficient for the youth, as well as for those already advanced in age. To the elderly, such a day would appear as though it were an entire lifetime if they were permitted to die while experiencing the happiness of liberty. To the younger generation, that day would serve as instruction, teaching them what kind of virtue distinguished the ancestors from whom they were descended. The speaker emphasized that the most important duty was to live virtuously during the time granted to them. He declared that nothing could be more beneficial than a life governed by moral excellence. Virtue alone, he said, could preserve liberty. He contrasted this with the history of the Roman state. Regarding the earlier republic, he had learned its character through historical accounts transmitted by others. But concerning the more recent political condition during his own lifetime, he spoke from direct experience. He had witnessed how tyranny produced disorder in administration and weakened public justice. He described how tyranny discouraged noble character and destroyed personal courage. Under tyrannical rule, men were forced to practice flattery and to live in fear. Government was no longer guided by law, but by the personal desires and passions of the ruler. He traced the beginning of these misfortunes to the time of Gaius Julius Caesar, who lived during the final years of the Roman Republic and died in the year 44 before the birth of Christ. Julius Caesar had dissolved the democratic system of Roman government by concentrating authority in his own hands and by disturbing the established legal order. After Julius Caesar, successive emperors were accused of continuing this destruction of traditional Roman law. According to the speech, these rulers preferred to surround themselves with morally weak or corrupt individuals because such companions were less likely to challenge their authority. They also sought to weaken the spirit of men distinguished for virtue, sometimes pursuing their destruction. Among all the emperors who imposed hardship upon the people of Rome, Caius Caesar Germanicus, known as Caligula, was described as the most destructive. He had exercised violent rage, not only against ordinary citizens, but also against members of his own family and close companions. His punishments were often arbitrary and severe, inflicting suffering beyond what was considered deserved. He was portrayed as equally hostile toward human beings and toward the gods, since he demanded divine honors and treated sacred matters with contempt. The speaker explained that tyrants are not satisfied merely with personal pleasure gained through injustice. Their greatest satisfaction lies in the complete destruction of the families of their enemies. Lovers of freedom are therefore natural enemies of tyranny. Those who endure suffering patiently without resistance do not earn the tyrant's friendship because their endurance reveals strength of character. Tyrants fear such men and suspect that they may someday become instruments of opposition. Now that the city had been freed from such great misfortune, the people were reminded that they were accountable to one another rather than to a single absolute ruler. This form of government, based on shared authority, was believed to offer the best assurance of social harmony and protection against hidden conspiracies. The speaker urged every citizen to provide for both personal welfare and the public good. He allowed that those who disagreed with the proposal could express their dissent without fear of punishment, because there was no longer a master over the city who could execute men for speaking freely. The growth of tyranny, he argued, had been caused largely by the people's unwillingness to oppose the emperor's will. Many had preferred the comfort of peace, even when that peace resembled slavery. Others had heard of distant calamities or witnessed local suffering, but chose to endure dishonor rather than risk death by defending virtue. The speaker proposed that the greatest honors should be granted to those who had removed the tyrant, especially to Cassius Chaerea. He declared that Chaerea, assisted by divine favor, had secured liberty through both planning and courageous action. He urged that the city should not forget a man who had risked his life for freedom. Unlike the earlier assassins Cassius and Brutus, who had killed Julius Caesar and whose actions were believed by some to have contributed to civil war and political disorder in Rome, this Chaerea was praised as one who, by killing the tyrant, liberated the city from suffering. The oration delivered by Cincius was received with approval by the senators and by the members of the equestrian order who were present. The equestrian order was the Roman social class ranking below the senators, composed of wealthy and influential citizens who often held administrative and military responsibilities. In the enthusiasm of the moment, Trebellius Maximus rose suddenly and removed from the finger of Cincius a ring that bore a gemstone engraved with the image of Caius Caesar. The engraving represented the emperor's likeness. In his passionate speech, Cincius had forgotten to remove it himself. The ring was immediately broken, symbolizing the rejection of the tyrant's authority. Because it was already late in the night, Cassius Chaerea demanded the watchword from the consuls, who were the chief elected magistrates of the Roman state. The consuls gave the word liberty as the password for that night. This was considered astonishing, because it had been nearly 100 years since the Roman democratic system had been replaced by imperial rule. In earlier times, before the city fell under imperial domination, the consuls had commanded the armies. Chaerea then transmitted the watchword to the soldiers who supported the Senate's position. These forces consisted of 4 military divisions, whose commanders believed that government without emperors was preferable to tyranny. They departed under the leadership of their tribunes. The people also dispersed with great joy. Hope and courage filled their hearts, for they believed that the ancient republican freedom of Rome had been restored. Cassius Chaerea was held in high honor among them as the man who had delivered the city from oppression. And now Chaerea felt deep unease, for the daughter and wife of Emperor Caius were still alive, and he feared that if any of the emperor's family remained, they might bring ruin upon the city of Rome and violate the laws that governed it. To bring the matter to completion with utmost zeal, and to satisfy his personal hatred of Emperor Caius, Chaerea sent Julius Lupus, one of the tribunes of the Praetorian Guard, to put the emperor's wife and daughter to death. This duty was entrusted to Lupus as a kinsman of Clement, a fellow tribune and general, so that he might share in the virtue of assisting the citizens and appear as one who had joined the first conspirators against the tyrant. Some of the conspirators, however, deemed this action too cruel, for it involved taking the life of a woman who had no part in the emperor's misdeeds, since Caesonia, the wife of Emperor Caius, had done little but endure his ill nature, which had been the true cause of the city's calamities and the destruction of its noblest citizens. Others accused her of complicity, claiming that she had given a potion to the emperor, binding him to her by unnatural means and rendering him distracted. They argued that her influence had made her the author of the many miseries that had befallen Rome and its territories, and therefore she must die. Opposition to this judgment proved powerless, and the decision was made that she and her daughter should be slain. Julius Lupus, obedient to the command and eager not to be blamed in what he considered the service of the people, entered the imperial palace. The soldiers of the palace, particularly the elite Praetorian Guard, were in confusion. Their consultations were motivated less by loyalty to justice than by self-interest, each man concerned for his own survival, while the German mercenaries carried out their brutal vengeance on the conspirators who had slain Caius. Claudius's fear was magnified by the ghastly sight of the severed heads of Asprenas and his companions, paraded as warnings throughout the palace. His retreat had brought him to a small elevated platform, steps leading up to it, where he waited alone in darkness, hoping to escape notice. It was there that Gratus, a soldier assigned to the palace guard, discovered him. In the dim light, Gratus did not immediately recognize Claudius, but sensing a man lurking with purpose, he approached cautiously. When Claudius pleaded with him to leave, explaining his ignorance of the recent conspiracies and begging for his life, Gratus recognized him and declared to his followers that this was Claudius, the scion of the imperial family. Gratus exhorted him to abandon his fear, saying that the gods had removed Caius to place the empire in his hands and that Claudius should accept the throne as a duty, not merely as a rescue from danger. Overcome with both terror and the enormity of the moment, Claudius allowed himself to be carried, unable to walk under the weight of his fear and the excitement of his sudden elevation. As they moved through the palace, a crowd of soldiers began to gather around them, initially believing that Claudius was being taken to execution. Many recalled his cautious, quiet life and had never seen him involved in state affairs or exposed to danger under Caius's rule. Some thought the consuls, the highest magistrates in Rome, should investigate these events. The more soldiers arrived, the more the initial crowd dispersed, fearful of being caught up in a calamity that might strike any participant. Claudius's sedan, the litter in which he was carried, became a reluctant conveyance of destiny, his attendants abandoning their usual caution as the gathering troops recognized him and responded with loyalty. By the time Claudius reached the large courtyard of the palace, considered one of the first and most prominent parts of Rome, more soldiers had assembled. They were heartened by Claudius's presence and eager to support him, motivated in part by the enduring fame and virtuous reputation of his deceased brother Germanicus, who had left behind a legacy of honor and benevolence. The soldiers reflected on the greed and errors of the leading senators, recalling their past failures when governance had rested solely in the hands of the Senate. They realized the danger of allowing the empire to pass to someone outside their influence, and yet they saw in Claudius a man who, having received their support, would remember their loyalty and reward it with gratitude. The stage was set, tension hanging over the courtyard as each man, considered his own position and the enormous stakes involved in the selection of a new emperor, and the fate of Rome itself rested on the shoulders of the frightened, unassuming Claudius. The soldiers, in their private councils, spoke with one another with great zeal, sharing their deliberations with all who approached them. Those who inquired of their intentions were willingly persuaded to join their ranks, embracing the opportunity to take part in the momentous events that were unfolding. Claudius, uncle to the recently deceased Caius and later to become Emperor Claudius, was brought into the military camp. The soldiers surrounded him, forming a protective circle, and one commander succeeded another in guarding him, ensuring that no interruption would impede their decisive actions. Meanwhile, the Roman populace and the Senate were divided in opinion. The senators, anxious to regain the dignity and authority that had been stripped from them by oppressive tyrants, sought to recover their former power and free the city from the chains of tyranny. The people, envious of the senators and wary of their influence, were pleased that Claudius had been brought under the protection of the soldiers. They reasoned that if Claudius were made emperor, he might prevent a civil war like those that had plagued Rome in the days of Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known to history as Pompey the Great, the famed Roman general who had struggled for control in the late Roman Republic. Upon learning that Claudius was in the camp, the Senate sent to him those among their body who had the highest reputation for virtue to counsel him wisely. They instructed him to avoid seizing the government by force, reminding him that he, as a single man, must respect the collective authority of the Senate. They urged him to let the law guide all public affairs, to remember the suffering the city and they had endured under the former tyrants, and to recognize the dangers they had narrowly escaped during the reign of Caius. By obeying the law and demonstrating moderation, they told him he would earn the highest honors a free people could bestow. He would be seen as a man of virtue, both as a ruler and as a citizen, whereas rash action would bring only peril. The senators further assured him that much of the army had been gathered for the cause, well armed and accompanied by freedmen who could be of service. Good fortune, they insisted, favored those who acted with virtue in defense of their country's liberty. Veranius and Brachus, both tribunes of the people, were sent as ambassadors to Claudius. They fell upon their knees and implored him not to plunge the city into war and calamity. Yet, observing the multitude of soldiers encircling him, and noting that the forces aligned with the consuls were insignificant in comparison, they advised him that if he desired to assume the government, it should be done with the consent and goodwill of the Senate, rather than through unjust force. In this way, they told him, he would prosper and be happier, attaining authority with the favor of those who bestowed it. Claudius, mindful of the Senate's admonitions, yet aware of his own courage and the boldness of the soldiers surrounding him, acted with measured prudence. He was also persuaded by King Agrippa, the Jewish monarch and client king under Roman rule, who urged him not to let the dominion slip away when it had come into his hands by circumstance. Agrippa, loyal in his regard for Caius, had tended to the deceased emperor's body, covering it carefully and informing the guard that Caius was still alive, requesting physicians under the pretense of aiding the wounded. Upon learning of Claudius's seizure, Agrippa hurried through the crowd to support him, encouraging him to claim the government, and then retired to his own residence. Later, when summoned by the Senate, Agrippa anointed his own head with ointment, as if he had accompanied his wife and then dismissed her, and went to consult with the senators. He inquired about Claudius's condition, and when he was told of the present state of affairs, he offered his counsel. He declared that he was willing to risk his life for the honor of the Senate, but urged them to act with foresight, considering what was truly advantageous rather than what was most agreeable. He warned that those who grasped for government without preparation would require weapons and soldiers to secure it, and might fall into danger. The senators assured him that arms and funds were available, and that part of an army had already been gathered, with plans to expand it by granting liberty to slaves. Agrippa, however, cautioned, "O senators, may you succeed in your designs, yet hear my counsel for your safety. The army that will fight for Claudius has long been trained in warfare. Our force, though numerous, consists of men inexperienced in combat, freshly freed from slavery, and difficult to control. To confront seasoned soldiers with untrained men is perilous. I propose, therefore, that we send envoys to Claudius to persuade him to decline the government, and I am ready to serve as one of those ambassadors. The decree was published in order to permit the Jews to observe the laws and customs of their own country, rather than to force them into practices contrary to their tradition. This proclamation was issued under the authority of the Roman administration and was intended to clarify the rights granted earlier by Augustus, who had ruled the Roman Empire from the year 27 before the birth of Christ until the year 14 after the birth of Christ. It was declared that certain officials had acted in direct opposition to the imperial policy by forbidding the Jewish people to assemble together in their sacred meeting places known as Jewish synagogue. These assemblies were essential to Jewish religious life, serving as locations where the Torah was read, prayers were offered, and community matters were discussed. The conflict had arisen because the statue of Caesar, representing the emperor's authority, had been removed from one location and placed inside the synagogue. Such an action was considered offensive not only to the Jewish population, but also to the emperor himself. The argument was made that the imperial image was more properly placed within a temple dedicated to the emperor rather than inside a foreign place of worship, since the synagogue was intended for the gathering of the Jewish people rather than for imperial representation. The principle was also stated that natural justice required each people to have authority over places that belonged specifically to them, according to the imperial determination of Caesar. The proclamation further emphasized that the Jews were allowed to maintain their ancestral customs. It repeated the earlier edict of Augustus, which permitted the Jewish people to practice their traditions freely. The decree also affirmed that the Jews should enjoy rights comparable to those of the Greeks living under Roman authority. The Greeks were one of the major cultural populations within the eastern provinces of the empire, known for their cities, philosophy, and civic institutions. Therefore, it was ordered that Proculus Vitellius should bring before the imperial authority those men who had acted insolently by violating the edict of Augustus. These men were accused of assembling the statue of Caesar inside the synagogue without lawful authorization. Among the accused were individuals of high reputation within the Jewish community, who defended themselves by claiming that the act had not been performed with their consent. They argued that it was carried out through the force and pressure of the crowd, rather than by the decision of the community leaders. They demanded the opportunity to give a full explanation of their conduct before judgment was pronounced. But the reception Claudius, the newly appointed emperor of Rome, gave to the part of the Roman Senate that supported Quintus was far from honorable. Some senators were struck with blows, pushed aside as they approached to pay their respects, and one, Aponius, left the scene wounded, while all were in danger. King Agrippa, who was then ruler of Judea and a close ally of Rome, intervened, urging Claudius to treat the senators with greater gentleness, warning that if harm came to them, there would be no others left for him to govern. Claudius heeded the advice of King Agrippa, called the Senate together into the imperial palace, and, in a display of authority and ceremony, was carried through the streets of Rome while the soldiers escorted him. This procession greatly vexed the Roman populace, for Chaerea and Sabinus, two of the conspirators who had murdered Emperor Caius, appeared openly at the front, even though Pollio, whom Claudius had recently appointed captain of the imperial guards, had issued an edict forbidding them to appear in public. Upon reaching the palace, Claudius convened his friends and requested their judgment concerning Chaerea. The senators acknowledged that Chaerea's actions had been glorious, yet they condemned him for acting with perfidy and judged it just that he should face death, so as to deter others from similar deeds. Chaerea, along with Julius Lupus and many other Romans, was led to execution. Reports tell that Chaerea bore his fate with remarkable courage, maintaining his composure while reproaching Lupus, who wept. When Lupus complained of the cold, Chaerea replied that the cold would harm him no more than it would a wolf. Arriving at the execution site, Chaerea asked the soldier in charge whether this was the first time he had wielded a sword in such a way, and requested that he be executed with the very sword he had used to slay Emperor Caius. Chaerea was killed swiftly in a single stroke. Lupus, however, was less fortunate, for his fear caused him to falter, and he received many blows to his neck before dying. A few days later, during the parental solemnities, the Roman people performed their customary offerings to the spirits of their ancestors and included a portion in honor of Chaerea, praying that he would be merciful to them and not continue anger against those who had been ungrateful. Thus ended the life of Chaerea. Sabinus, although granted freedom and allowed to retain his command in the army by Claudius, judged it unjust to enjoy safety while leaving obligations unfulfilled, and so took his own life, plunging a sword fully to the hilt into his body. With the elimination of those soldiers whom he suspected, Claudius issued an edict confirming to King Agrippa the kingdom that Emperor Caius had previously granted him, and commended the king for his loyalty. Claudius restored to Agrippa the lands that had belonged to his grandfather, Herod the Great, namely Judea and Samaria, and added territories including Abila of Lysanias and regions around Mount Libanus, granting them as if from his own dominions. Claudius formed a formal league with Agrippa, sealed with oaths in the Forum of Rome. Antiochus, who had previously held a kingdom, was stripped of his territories, but received parts of Cilicia and Commagene. Alexander Lysimachus, known as the Alabarch or governor of the Jewish community in Alexandria, and a former steward to Claudius's mother Antonia, was set free, having been imprisoned under Emperor Caius. Alexander's son Marcus had married Bernice, the daughter of Agrippa. After Marcus's death, Agrippa arranged for Bernice to marry his brother Herod, seeking from Claudius the kingdom of Chalcis as part of this political and familial arrangement. At this time, a violent sedition erupted between the Jewish and Greek populations in the city of Alexandria in Egypt. The Jews, long oppressed under Emperor Caius and reduced to hardship by the people of Alexandria, now seized the opportunity to defend themselves with arms. Claudius, acting to restore order, sent instructions to the governor of Egypt to quell the unrest. He also issued an edict, prompted by the requests of King Agrippa and King Herod, to both Alexandria and the province of Syria. In this edict, Claudius emphasized that the Jews of Alexandria, known as Alexandrians, had been long-standing inhabitants of the city and had enjoyed privileges equal to those of the native Alexandrians, as evidenced by public records and prior edicts. He declared that these rights had been preserved even after Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, brought Alexandria under imperial rule, and that no disputes had been raised even under governors such as Aquila. Claudius recognized that the Jewish ethnarchs, or rulers of the Jewish community, had been tolerated by Augustus, ensuring that the Jews could continue observing their own religious customs without coercion. However, during the reign of Emperor Caius, the Alexandrians had become insolent toward the Jews, and Caius, in his madness and lack of understanding, had oppressed them for refusing to worship him as a god. Claudius decreed that the Jews should retain all their former rights and privileges and continue in the observance of their ancestral customs, while both parties were charged to ensure that no further troubles arose following the promulgation of this edict. Tiberius Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, the emperor of Rome, had issued an edict of the highest importance, a decree intended to secure justice and protection for the Jews living throughout the Roman Empire. The edict sent to Alexandria, a major city of Egypt renowned for its wealth and learning, safeguarded the rights and privileges of the Jews there, and a corresponding edict was dispatched to all other parts of the habitable world. In this proclamation, the emperor, who held the titles of high priest, tribune of the people, and had been chosen consul for the second time, expressed that upon the petition of King Agrippa and King Herod, two rulers who were very dear to him, he granted that the Jews in every province under Roman dominion should retain their ancient customs and observe their laws without hindrance. The emperor commanded that this decree be engraved on public tables by the magistrates of cities, colonies, and municipal settlements, both within Italy and beyond, and be displayed in public for 30 full days, so that every person might read it clearly from the ground, a visible testament to the justice and favor extended to the Jewish people. Upon receiving this imperial favor, Agrippa, the Jewish king who had been elevated to a greater dignity than before, returned to his kingdom with all haste. He came to Jerusalem, the sacred city, performing the sacrifices required by Jewish law, fulfilling every religious duty meticulously. He ordained that many of the Nazarites, those who had taken vows of consecration and separation to God, should have their heads shorn according to ritual. Agrippa also dedicated a golden chain in the temple treasury, a gift of equal weight to the iron chain in which he had once been bound. This act was meant as a memorial of his previous suffering and a testimony of divine favor, showing that even those who had been humbled might rise again to power. It was a lesson for all men that no matter how high their station, they were subject to change, and that prosperity might follow adversity by the will of God. After fulfilling his religious duties, Agrippa turned to matters of governance. He removed Theophilus, the son of Ananus, from the high priesthood and appointed Simon, the son of Boethus, also called Cantharas, whose daughter had been married to King Herod, to the position. Simon received the high priesthood along with his family, in a manner reminiscent of the sons of Simon, the son of Onias, who had held similar authority under the Macedonian governors, a continuity of sacred and civic traditions respected across generations. Agrippa, showing gratitude toward the inhabitants of Jerusalem who had supported him, released them from the tax on their houses, a gesture that rewarded their loyalty and goodwill. He appointed Silas, a trusted companion who had shared in his past trials, as the general of his forces. Yet trouble arose shortly thereafter. The young men of Doris, a community noted for its audacity and boldness, carried a statue of the Emperor Caius into a Jewish synagogue, erecting it there in defiance of law and custom. This act provoked Agrippa greatly, for it threatened to disrupt the legal and religious order he had sworn to uphold. Agrippa immediately brought the matter to the attention of Publius Petronius, the Roman governor or president of Syria. Petronius, a man entrusted with administering Roman authority in the province, took action without delay. In a letter written with stern admonition to the magistrates of Doris, he declared that the audacity of their act was an offense not only to the Jews, but also to the emperor himself, whose statue was meant to stand in proper place according to imperial edict. Petronius commanded that Proculus Vitellius, the centurion, apprehend those responsible for this defiance and bring them to justice. While acknowledging that some of the prominent men of Doris claimed they had no part in the act and were compelled by the violence of the crowd. In this way, the governor sought to enforce the law, restore order, and ensure that the rights and privileges of the Jewish people, sanctioned by the emperor, were preserved without further desecration or transgression. Petronius, mindful of the delicate situation with the Jews, addressed the principal magistrates, urging them not to appear complicit in any unlawful actions. He instructed them to inform the centurion of those guilty of offenses, so that no pretext might be given for sedition or disturbance among the people. Petronius, with the highest regard for King Agrippa, acted to prevent the nation of the Jews from being provoked into tumult under the guise of vengeance. To make the imperial will clear, he presented the edicts issued by Augustus, the first Roman emperor, at Alexandria, which King Agrippa read publicly before Petronius's tribunal. These edicts confirmed that the Jews were to retain the rights and privileges granted to them by Augustus, and Petronius commanded that henceforth no occasion of sedition or disturbance should arise, allowing every individual to follow their religious customs freely. With these measures in place, Petronius ensured that breaches of the law were corrected and that no future attempts could be made against the Jewish nation. King Agrippa then removed Simon Cantharas from the high priesthood, reinstating Jonathan, the son of Ananus, declaring him more worthy of the office. Jonathan, however, modestly refused the position, claiming that God had judged him unworthy and that his prior service in the sacred garments had been sufficient. He recommended his brother Matthias, describing him as pure from sin against God and free from offenses against the king. Agrippa, honoring this recommendation, bestowed the high priesthood upon Matthias. Soon thereafter, Marcus succeeded Petronius as president of the Roman province of Syria, ensuring continuity in governance. Meanwhile, Silas, the general of the king's cavalry, had long been faithful to King Agrippa, sharing in his dangers and demonstrating unwavering loyalty through countless hazardous missions. Confident in his own importance, Silas often spoke to the king as an equal, boasting of the hardships he had endured in Agrippa's service. His constant reminders of his past sacrifices provoked the king, who found the repeated recounting both troublesome and offensive. Eventually, Agrippa's indignation reached a point where he acted more out of passion than measured judgment. Silas was removed from his command as general of the cavalry and sent in chains back to his own territory. Time, however, tempered Agrippa's anger, allowing him to recognize the loyalty and services Silas had rendered. During the celebration of Agrippa's birthday, when he held festive entertainments for his subjects, he summoned Silas to join the feast. Yet Silas, mindful of the injustice he had suffered, viewed the invitation with suspicion and indignation. He told those sent to fetch him that he could not forget the hardships he had endured on the king's behalf, including imprisonment and the darkness of his confinement. Silas declared that he would continue to speak boldly of his deeds and of the assistance he had provided to Agrippa, insisting that his soul would not forget the actions he had taken in the king's service. Despite this, Agrippa allowed Silas to remain in prison, recognizing that his unrestrained speech made him difficult to reintegrate into favor. The king devoted great labor and public expense to the strengthening of the walls of Jerusalem, especially those walls that were adjoining the district called Bezetha, which was regarded as the new city because it had been built beyond the older fortified sections. He repaired these defenses at the cost of the public treasury, constructing them wider in thickness and greater in height than the earlier structures. The work was carried out with such skill that the walls became extremely strong, seemingly beyond the power of ordinary human force to destroy them. However, suspicion arose among the Roman authorities. Marcus, president of Syria, wrote letters to Claudius Caesar informing him about the building project. Claudius Caesar, who ruled the Roman Empire after the death of Caius Caesar Germanicus, suspected that the construction might be intended for future rebellion or political innovation. Because of this suspicion, he sent a command to Agrippa, ordering him to immediately stop the strengthening of the walls. Agrippa obeyed the imperial order without resistance, considering it improper for a subordinate king to oppose the authority of the Roman emperor. Agrippa was naturally a man of great generosity and liberal spirit in the distribution of gifts. He took great pleasure in bestowing wealth and favors upon others and sought to earn a reputation for kindness. His character was notably different from that of the earlier ruler Herod the Great, who had been severe in punishment and harsh toward those he hated. That earlier Herod was also known for showing greater favor toward the Greek population than toward the Jewish people, spending large sums of money to adorn foreign cities with baths, theaters, and public buildings, and even constructing temples and covered walkways in some places. In contrast, Agrippa showed equal generosity to many peoples. His temper was mild, and he was considered compassionate by nature. He preferred living in Jerusalem and carefully observed the laws of his nation. He maintained ritual purity according to the religious customs of the Jews, and it was said that not a single day passed without his offering the prescribed religious sacrifice. Yet there was among the Jewish population a man named Simon the Jew, who was regarded as highly skilled in the interpretation of the Jewish law. While the king was absent in Caesarea, Simon gathered a public assembly and spoke boldly against the king. He accused Agrippa of failing to live in a manner fully obedient to the sacred law and argued that he should be excluded from the temple because, in his opinion, the temple was reserved only for native Jews. When Agrippa was informed of this speech by the general of his army, he summoned Simon to appear before him. The king was seated in the theater when Simon was brought forward. With remarkable gentleness, Agrippa invited him to sit beside him and asked quietly what action had been performed in that place that violated the law. Simon had no defense to offer. He simply requested forgiveness. Agrippa showed unexpected mercy. considering that a king should value mildness more than anger, and understanding that moderation is more fitting for rulers than passionate punishment, he pardoned Simon. He even gave him a small gift before dismissing him, an act that demonstrated the king's preference for reconciliation over retribution. Agrippa was also known as a great builder in several cities. He paid special attention to the inhabitants of Berytus. There he constructed a magnificent theater that surpassed many similar buildings in elegance and grandeur. He also built an enormous amphitheater at great financial cost, along with public baths and covered porticos where people could gather. Upon the dedication of these structures, he organized public exhibitions and games. Musicians of many varieties were brought to perform, producing diverse forms of music to delight the spectators. In the theater, he also displayed magnificence through the presentation of gladiatorial combat. Approximately 700 armed men were made to fight against another 700 men. The king assigned criminals condemned under law to participate in these combats. In this manner, the punishment of the malefactors was carried out, while the spectacle also served as public entertainment during a time of peace. Thus, all of these condemned men were destroyed in a single great combat. After completing these works in Berytus, Agrippa traveled to Tiberias, a city located in the region of Galilee. Agrippa was held in high honor among neighboring kings. Visitors came to him, including Antiochus IV of Commagene, Sampsidramus of Emesa, Codes of Lesser Armenia, and Polemon II of Pontus. These monarchs were entertained generously and treated with honor, demonstrating Agrippa's ambition to appear worthy of the respect they showed by visiting him. Among these royal visitors was also Herod of Chalcis, Agrippa's brother, who governed the region of Chalcis. At this time, Marcus, president of Syria, arrived in the same region. Agrippa went out of the city to meet him, traveling about 7 furlongs, which was a distance of roughly 7/8 of a mile, in order to show respect to the Roman authority. However, this action created suspicion. Agrippa brought the other visiting kings with him in his chariot as companions, which Marcus interpreted as a sign that several powerful rulers were forming close political unity. Fearing that such alliance might threaten Roman interests, Marcus ordered his household servants to command the kings to return home immediately. Agrippa was greatly offended by this intervention and from that moment became hostile toward Marcus. Following this dispute, Agrippa removed Matthias the high priest from the office of high priesthood and appointed Ilioneus son of Canthras to hold that sacred position in his place, thus exercising his royal authority over the religious leadership of the Jewish nation. Now, when King Agrippa, the ruler of all Judea, had reigned for 3 full years, he arrived in the city of Caesarea, a city formerly called Strato's Tower, a coastal city of great importance and the administrative center of Judea under Roman rule. There, he organized public shows and spectacles in honor of Caesar, being informed that a certain festival was held to make vows for the safety of the emperor. The festival drew a great multitude, consisting of the most prominent citizens and dignitaries of his province, all gathered to pay homage and participate in the celebrations. On the second day of these spectacles, King Agrippa appeared in the theater wearing a garment made entirely of silver, woven in a manner so intricate and marvelous that it seemed almost otherworldly. As the morning sun reflected upon the silver threads, the light shone with such brilliance that it inspired both awe and terror among the onlookers. In that instant, the king's flatterers, eager to curry favor and perhaps blind to propriety, proclaimed in unison that he was a god, declaring, "Be thou merciful to us, for though we have thus far reverenced thee as a man, henceforth we shall honor thee as superior to mortal nature." Agrippa, the king, neither reproached them for their impious words nor rejected their flattery, though deep in his heart he understood the danger of such adulation. Suddenly, as he lifted his gaze, he perceived an owl perched upon a rope above his head, an omen he interpreted as a messenger of ill fortune. A severe pain seized his belly with violent intensity, and he turned to his companions, saying, "I, whom you call a god, am commanded presently to depart this life. while providence thus reproves the lying words you just now spoke to me. I, who was by you deemed immortal, am immediately to be hurried away by death. Yet I must submit to the will of providence, as determined by God, for we have not lived wickedly, but in splendor and happiness. The pain increased, and he was carried into the palace. Rumors spread through the city that the king would soon die. The citizens, observing the king's suffering, donned sackcloth along with their wives and children, as prescribed by their laws, and prayed earnestly to God for the king's recovery. Public spaces filled with mourning and lamentation. From his high chamber, Agrippa beheld the citizens lying prostrate below and could not restrain his own tears. After enduring 5 days of unbearable agony, King Agrippa passed from this life at the age of 54 in the 7th year of his reign. His reign had been divided as follows. For years under Emperor Caius Caesar, during which he ruled first only the tetrarchy of Philip and later, on the 4th year, the territory of Herod was added, and 3 years under Emperor Claudius Caesar, over which he ruled Judea, Samaria, and Caesarea. The revenues from these territories were immense, totaling no less than 12 million drachmae. Yet the king often borrowed large sums, for his generosity and liberality exceeded his income. Before the people learned of Agrippa's death, Herod, the king of Chalcis, along with Helcias, the master of his horse and a close friend, sent Aristo, one of Agrippa's most faithful servants, to kill Silas, their enemy, making it appear as though the act was commanded by Agrippa himself. King Agrippa left behind a son, Agrippa the Younger, who was 17 years old, and 3 daughters. Bernice, aged 16, was married to Herod, Agrippa's uncle. The other daughters, Miriam, aged 10, and Drusilla, aged 6, remained virgins. Agrippa had arranged marriages for his daughters. Marlatone to Julius Archelaus Epiphanes, the son of Antiochus, who was the son of Helcias, and Drusilla to the king of Commagene. Yet upon Agrippa's death, the citizens of Caesarea and Sebaste, who had once benefited from his generosity, displayed bitter ingratitude. They insulted the memory of the deceased king, while many of the soldiers, in a display of barbarity, seized statues of Agrippa's daughters and placed them atop brothel houses, abusing them in ways too indecent to recount. Public spaces were filled with feasting, garlands, libations, and drinking in celebration of Agrippa's death. They disregarded not only King Agrippa, who had shown them generosity, but also his grandfather, Herod the Great, who had rebuilt their cities and raised harbors and temples at enormous expense. Meanwhile, Agrippa's son, the young Agrippa, resided in Rome under the care and upbringing of Emperor Claudius Caesar. New soldiers from the Roman legion stationed in Syria were to replace them in Judea. Yet these orders were not fully executed. The local authorities, by sending ambassadors to Claudius, mollified the emperor and obtained permission for the troops to remain in Judea. These soldiers, who had remained in the kingdom, would later become a source of immense calamity for the Jewish people, sowing the seeds of the devastating war that would erupt under Florus, the Roman procurator of Judea decades later. When the general Vespasian finally subdued the province, he removed these same men from Judea, recognizing the danger they had posed. Thus, the stage was set with a delicate balance of authority and discontent, a young king in need of guidance, a seasoned Roman emperor weighing counsel, and the presence of soldiers whose very existence would later ignite conflict. The decisions made in those months after Agrippa's death were to shape the fate of Judea and influence the history of the region for generations. The consuls of Rome, named in the historical account the War of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 11, Section 1, were Cincius Saturninus and Pomponius Secundus, as noted by the scholar Spanheim. Cincius Saturninus delivered an oration which is recorded in the next chapter, Section 2. In this oration, the depth of the value virtuous men placed upon public liberty is revealed, as well as the profound misery endured under the tyranny of emperors such as Caius, known also as Gaius Caligula. The historian Josephus reflects concisely on this oppression, observing that it is exceedingly difficult for men to obtain the virtue necessary for a wise life when they live under rulers who possess absolute power to act without control. According to Saturninus, the sovereign authority of the Roman consuls and the Senate had been effectively stripped away just 100 years before the death of Caius in Anno Domini 41, or in the 60th year before the Christian era, at the inception of the First Triumvirate, which was formed under Julius Caesar, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, commonly called Pompey, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. Spanheim also notes from the historian Suetonius that the name of Caius's sister with whom he was guilty of incest was Drusilla, and that Suetonius further records that he committed the same crime with all of his sisters. Suetonius, however, omits mention of the harbor for ships, which Josephus esteems the only public work left by Caius for the benefit of present and future generations, though he acknowledges that it was left in an imperfect condition. Caius was the son of the esteemed Germanicus, who himself was the son of Drusus, brother to Tiberius, the Roman emperor. The first place Claudius visited was a settlement called Herincure, as Spanheim informs from Suetonius in the Life of Claudius, chapter 10. Suetonius further clarifies that although Claudius, another son of Drusus, could be called Germanicus, this title had been officially bestowed upon Drusus by a decree of the Roman Senate, and by extension, upon his descendants. In a note on the distribution of wealth, Josephus mentions that each private soldier was to receive 5,000 drachmae, which equaled 20,000 sesterces, or roughly 161 pounds sterling. This amount appears to contradict Suetonius, who records the payment at only 15 sesterces, or 2 shillings and 4 pence. It is possible that Josephus derived this number from Agrippa the Younger, though errors in transcription over the centuries may have exaggerated the sum. The historian Lupus remarks on the piercing cold during this time, which aligns with the season when Claudius began his reign, occurring around the months of November, December, or January, most likely a few days after January 24th and shortly before the Roman festival of the Parentalia. It is a remarkable observation throughout history that the murders of the vilest tyrants, who were justly condemned to death, often led to the execution of the murderers themselves, even when they acted under oaths of loyalty or obligations of fidelity. In many instances, the very individuals who benefited from the tyrant's death would carry out the punishment, ensuring that those who struck down tyrants were themselves cut off, often in a manner as extraordinary as the crimes they committed. The examples of tyrannical murders are found in many sacred histories and in many secular histories of the nations of the world. Such accounts are often interpreted as signs of divine judgment upon those who commit assassination under unjust motives. It is observed that men who kill rulers often act not from pure justice, but from anger, ambition, or cruelty, and sometimes they are willing to destroy innocent persons together with the guilty. This pattern of violence, where revenge is carried out without discrimination, was believed to invite divine vengeance. The history of the kingdom of Israel provides an example in the case of Jehu. This man had been given a commission, according to the interpretation of certain sacred writings, to destroy the house of Ahab, who had ruled Israel in a manner considered wicked by the prophets. However, it is argued that Jehu went beyond the limits of his divine commission. Besides killing Ahab's household, he also destroyed Ahab's leading officers, his personal associates, his priests who serve in the royal religious administration, and even 42 relatives of Ahaziah, as recorded in the Book of Kings in the Hebrew Scriptures. These acts are mentioned in connection with the prophecy found in Book of Hosea. The narrative distinguishes between such actions and the deeds of figures such as Ehud and Judith, who are presented in certain traditions as instruments of divine judgment against oppressive tyrants who had unjustly oppressed the people of Israel under the theocratic covenant system. According to these traditions, such individuals did not pursue personal political power, nor did they intend the destruction of innocent persons. Instead, it is claimed that they acted under divine commission or inner divine impulse, which functioned as their authorization for the execution of judgment, as described in the Book of Judges and in the Book of Judith. There is also reference to the region of Abilene, whose capital city was Abila of Lysanias. Historical testimony is used to confirm the statement recorded by Luke the Evangelist that a ruler named Lysanias governed that territory at an earlier time. The geographer Claudius Ptolemy also mentioned the city, supporting the historical memory of that principality. It is believed that this territory may have originally belonged to the land known as Canaan in early biblical history. Some traditions associate the burial place of Abel with this region, recalling the scriptural passage that speaks of the first righteous man whose blood was shed. Roman imperial administrative language sometimes used the abbreviated formula represented by the initial letters UDP, RL, P, which according to scholarly explanation meant the Latin expression unde de pleno rect leg possit, signifying that an edict or decree could be read clearly from the ground level when posted publicly. The historian expresses a strong opinion regarding the character of Agrippa I, who was judged more favorably than certain other figures such as the learned rabbi, Simon the scholar, the citizens of Caesarea, and the inhabitants of Sebaste. Agrippa's later behavior, including his political negotiations with the Roman Senate and with Claudius Caesar, as well as his execution of James the Apostle and imprisonment of St. Peter, is mentioned in connection with his reputation. Some critics dispute details of certain accounts, including the description involving an owl, sometimes interpreted as a bad omen or messenger. The account is compared with the narrative found in the writings of Acts of the Apostles, particularly the passage describing how Agrippa was struck by divine judgment and died. The treasury chamber mentioned in these accounts is believed to have been the same location within the temple complex where teachings were delivered and where worshippers deposited monetary offerings intended for the maintenance and repair of the temple structure, as described in the gospel traditions concerning the teaching place of Gospel of Mark, Gospel of Luke, and Gospel of John. The number of condemned criminals involved in one public execution spectacle is said to have been extraordinarily large, reaching approximately 1,400 individuals who were sentenced to death together, a figure that illustrates the severity of Roman penal displays during that period. Some later critics accused the historian Eusebius of Caesarea of altering certain quotations from Flavius Josephus in order to harmonize the record with the narrative found in the Acts of the Apostles. The controversy centers on whether the description of an owl, sometimes interpreted as a messenger of ill fortune, was intentionally omitted or modified in some manuscript traditions. Some scholars argue that the word was replaced by the more general term angel, suggesting a possible reference to the divine messenger mentioned in the biblical account of Agrippa's death. Upon the death of King Agrippa, as we have recounted in the preceding narrative, Emperor Claudius Caesar, the ruler of the Roman Empire, took steps to secure the administration of the eastern provinces and to honor the memory of the late king. Claudius sent Cassius Longinus as a successor to Marcus, the former governor, out of respect for King Agrippa, who, while alive, had repeatedly requested in letters that Marcus no longer serve as the president of Syria, a province of strategic importance to Rome. However, when Fadus arrived as procurator, the Roman official responsible for the direct governance of Judea, he immediately encountered disputes and quarrelsome conduct between the Jews residing in Perea, a region east of the Jordan River, and the inhabitants of Philadelphia, a city known for its fortified and warlike character. The conflict arose over territorial boundaries at a village called Mia, a small settlement that had become the focal point of hostility because of its strategic location and population of men skilled in combat. The Jews of Perea, acting without the consent or approval of their principal leaders, had taken up arms against the Philadelphians. They launched attacks that resulted in the destruction of many among the people of Philadelphia, escalating tensions in the region. These events highlighted the fragile balance between local communities under Roman oversight and the recurring challenge for governors and procurators like Fadus, whose duty was to maintain order while respecting the traditions and autonomy of the Jewish population. Amid these disturbances, another issue came to the attention of Fadus, concerning the sacred vestments of the high priest of the Jews. These vestments, central to the religious ceremonies of the temple in Jerusalem, were a matter of deep reverence. Any dispute over them could provoke not only civil unrest, but also religious outrage. Fadus, as procurator, had to navigate carefully between enforcing Roman law and respecting the sacred customs of the Jewish nation, balancing imperial authority with local religious sensitivity. This was the beginning of a period marked by tension and conflict in Judea, following the death of a king whose generosity had been remembered by some and whose passing had been exploited by others, and under the watch of a Roman administration tasked with preventing the descent of civil disputes into open rebellion. When Cuspins Fadus, the Roman procurator of Judea, was informed of the rash actions of the people of Doris, he was greatly incensed that they had not left the determination of the matter to his authority. He was particularly provoked that, if they believed the Philadelphians, the citizens of a city in the region of Judea had wronged them. They had taken up arms without consulting him, and thereby raised sedition. In response, Fadus seized 3 of their principal men, those most responsible for stirring the rebellion, and ordered them to be bound. One of them, whose name was Hannibal, was executed, while the other 2, Aram and Eleazar, were banished from the province. Sometime later, Thalomi, known as the arch-robber who had committed extensive crimes in the regions of Idumea and the Arabians, was captured, bound, and executed. His death marked a turning point, for from that moment Judea was largely cleared of robberies and violent disturbances through the care and strict administration of Fadus. At the same time, in obedience to imperial command, Fadus summoned the high priests and principal citizens of Jerusalem to order that the long garments and sacred vestments, which only the high priest was permitted to wear, be laid up in the Tower of Antonia, the fortress built at the corner of the Temple Mount for the security of the city and under the control of the Romans. The Jews dared not oppose this command. Yet, out of respect for their religious customs, they petitioned Fadus and Longinus, a Roman commander who had arrived in Jerusalem with a substantial army, fearing that Fadus's strict instructions might provoke rebellion. They requested permission to send ambassadors to Caesar, the Roman emperor, to petition that they might retain the sacred vestments under their own custody, and to await the emperor's reply before complying further. Fadus agreed, provided they gave their sons as pledges of peaceable behavior. When the pledges were delivered, the ambassadors were sent to Rome. Upon their arrival, Agrippa, Jr., the son of the deceased King Agrippa, who resided with Emperor Claudius, learned the purpose of their mission. He interceded on behalf of the Jews, beseeching Claudius to grant their request regarding the sacred vestments, and to send instructions to Fadus accordingly. Emperor Claudius, holding the ambassadors before him, consented to their request. He instructed them to express gratitude to Agrippa, Jr., for his intercession, and sent a formal letter. In it, Claudius introduced himself with his full titles: Tiberius Claudius Caesar Germanicus, holding the office of tribune of the people for the 5th time, designated consul for the 4th time, imperator for the 10th time, and father of the country. He addressed the magistrates, senate, and people, as well as the entire nation of the Jews. He affirmed that, through Agrippa's entreaty, he granted the Jews custody of the holy vestments and the associated crown, citing both his respect for piety and his desire that each people worship God according to the laws of their own country. Claudius emphasized his high regard for King Herod and Agrippa, Jr., noting their friendship, piety, and earnest goodwill. He concluded by instructing that these orders be communicated to Cuspins Fadus, the procurator, and listed the names of the ambassadors: Cornelius, the son of Ciro; Trypho, the son of Thudio; Dorotheus, the son of Nathaniel; and John, the son of Joder. The letter was dated before the 4th of the calends of July, a date in the Roman calendar, at a time when Rufus and Pompeius Silvanus were serving as consuls of Rome. Meanwhile, Herod, the brother of the deceased Agrippa, who held authority over the kingdom of Chalcis, petitioned Emperor Claudius for control over the temple in Jerusalem, the sacred treasury, and the appointment of high priests. Claudius granted all his requests. Herod, exercising this newly confirmed authority, removed the incumbent high priest, Simtheras, and appointed Joseph, the son of Cantos, as a successor. This arrangement ensured that the priesthood, the sacred treasures, and the governance of the temple remained under the influence of Herod and his descendants, establishing a continuity of authority that would persist until the outbreak of war in the region. Around this time, Helena, the queen of Adiabene, and her son Isaetes underwent a profound transformation in their lives and embraced the customs and practices of the Jewish religion. This change was prompted by events of remarkable significance. Monobasis, the king of Adiabene, who was also known by the name Basius, had fallen in love with his sister Helena and had taken her as his wife, fathering a child with her. One night, while lying beside his wife, King Monobasis placed his hand upon Helena's belly and fell asleep. In his slumber, he seemed to hear a voice commanding him to remove his hand and not harm the child within, assuring him that the infant, by the providence of God, would be safely born and would lead a prosperous and fortunate life. This vision startled King Monobasis, and upon awakening, he recounted the experience to Helena. When their son was born, they named him Isaetes. Although King Monobasis had other sons, including an elder son also named Monobasis by Helena, as well as sons from other wives, he openly favored Isaetes above all the others. This preference fueled envy and resentment among his other children, who were deeply distressed that their father should show such affection for Isaetes over them. Yet King Monobasis, understanding that this envy arose from their desire to be loved rather than from malice, forgave their discontent. To ensure the safety of his favored son from the possible ill will of his brothers, King Monobasis sent Isaetes, along with many presents, to Abennerig, the king of Charax-Spasini, entrusting his son's protection to him. King Abennerig welcomed Isaetes warmly, marrying him to his daughter Samicha, and granted him a territory that provided substantial revenues. As King Monobasis aged and perceived that his own life was nearing its end, he desired to see his son once more. He summoned Isaetes, embraced him with great affection, and bestowed upon him the territory called Kara, renowned for its abundant production of almomum, a valuable spice. This territory also contained the reputed remains of Noah's Ark, the vessel by which Noah survived the deluge, which were still shown to visitors wishing to witness them. Isaetes remained in Kara until the death of his father. On the very day of King Monobasis's death, Queen Helena summoned all the high-ranking officials, governors, and military commanders of the kingdom. When they had gathered, she addressed them, saying, "I believe you are not unaware that my husband desired Isaetes to succeed him as ruler and thought him worthy. Yet I await your determination, for fortunate is he who receives a kingdom, not from a single person, but by the willing consent of many." With these words, she tested their loyalties and intentions. The officials first paid homage to Queen Helena, as was customary, and then affirmed their support for Isaetes, acknowledging that the late king had made a choice agreeable to their wishes. However, they proposed first eliminating Isaetes' brothers and other relatives to secure his succession without threat from envy or resentment. Helena thanked them for their loyalty, but requested that any action against his brothers be postponed until Isaetes himself arrived and could approve it. Unable to persuade her otherwise, the officials then advised at least restraining his brothers in bonds until he could arrive and suggested appointing a trusted governor to manage the kingdom in the meantime. Helena agreed to this counsel, placing the diadem upon the eldest son, Monobasis, granting him his father's ring and signet, and entrusting him with the ornament called Sampsur. Monobasis administered the kingdom until Isaetes, upon hearing of his father's death, arrived and succeeded his brother, who resigned the throne to him. During the time Isaetes resided at Charax-Spasini, a Jewish merchant named Ananias gained influence among the women of the royal household and instructed them in the worship of God according to Jewish customs. Through their mediation, Ananias also persuaded Isaetes to embrace the Jewish faith. When his father summoned him to return to Adiabene, Ananias accompanied him at Isaetes' request. Around the same period, Queen Helena also received instruction from another Jew and adopted the Jewish religion. When Isaetes assumed the throne of Adiabene and observed his brothers and other relatives in bonds, he was displeased. He considered it impious either to execute or imprison them further, yet feared the dangers their freedom might present given past injuries. To ensure both mercy and security, he sent some of his relatives and their children as hostages to Rome, presenting them to Emperor Claudius, and sent others to Artabanus, the king of Parthia, to guarantee their safety and maintain diplomatic prudence. Isaetes, the king who ruled over the territories under his authority, observed that his mother was greatly pleased with the religious customs of the Jewish people. Because of this, he developed a strong desire to adopt those customs fully. In his understanding, he believed that a man could not be truly counted as a follower of the Jewish faith unless he underwent the rite of circumcision, which was the physical covenantal sign practiced among the descendants of Abraham according to the law attributed to Moses. Circumcision was regarded as a sacred religious operation performed upon male infants or converts as a sign of dedication to the God of Israel. The king was ready to submit himself to this procedure. However, his mother, Helena of Adiabene, learned of his intention and attempted to prevent him. She warned that such an act would expose him to danger. Since Isaetes was a reigning monarch, she feared that if his subjects learned that their king had adopted foreign religious rites, they might develop hatred toward him. She argued that many of his people would not tolerate being governed by a king who was publicly committed to the Jewish religious law. Her reasoning persuaded the king for the moment, and he refrained from performing the operation. Isaetes later discussed the matter with his tutor, a man named Ananias, the Jewish teacher, who confirmed the same advice. Ananias warned that he would abandon the king's service if Isaetes proceeded with the public act, fearing that he might be blamed for teaching a ruler to perform an action that could bring political disgrace. He taught that a man could worship God sincerely even without circumcision if the omission was caused by necessity and fear of political danger. He argued that worship of God was a spiritual duty of higher importance than the physical rite itself, and that God would forgive the omission when it was compelled by circumstances beyond the king's control. Isaetes accepted this counsel and deferred the operation. Yet his desire to complete the religious obligation did not disappear entirely. Another Jewish teacher came from Galilee. His name was Eleazar, the Galilean Jew, and he was considered skilled in the interpretation of the ancestral Jewish learning. Eleazar entered the king's palace to greet him and found Isaetes reading the law of Moses, who was regarded as the great lawgiver of the Jewish nation. Eleazar rebuked the king, saying that he was acting unjustly toward the divine law by neglecting circumcision. He insisted that it was not enough merely to read the sacred law. The commandments must also be practiced. He challenged the king to consider how long he would remain uncircumcised. If the king had not yet studied the law concerning circumcision, Eleazar urged him to examine it immediately, warning that neglect of the commandment was considered impiety against God. Upon hearing this argument, Isaetes delayed no longer. He withdrew into a private chamber and summoned a physician, performing the operation required by the religious law. After the procedure was completed, he sent for his mother Helena and for his tutor Ananias. He informed them that he had carried out the act. Both were struck with great astonishment and fear, because they worried that if the matter became publicly known, it might provoke political opposition among his subjects. They feared that the people might refuse to obey a king who showed excessive zeal for a foreign religion, and that both the king and his advisors might be placed in danger. It was believed that divine providence prevented the fears they had from becoming reality. Isaetes and his sons were said to have been preserved through many dangers, and their deliverance was interpreted as evidence that devotion to God does not ultimately fail those who place their trust in him. Helena, seeing that her son's kingdom was peaceful and that he was honored among both his own people and foreigners, decided to travel to the city of Jerusalem in order to worship at the famous temple dedicated to the God of Israel. She requested permission from her son, and he granted it willingly. Isaetes made great preparations for her journey and provided her with large sums of money. He personally escorted her part of the way. Her arrival in Jerusalem proved highly beneficial to the inhabitants of the city. At that time, a severe famine afflicted Jerusalem. Many people were dying because they lacked sufficient food. Queen Helena sent servants to the city of Alexandria, carrying money, to purchase large quantities of grain. Other servants were sent to the island of Cyprus to obtain dried figs, which were preserved fruits commonly stored for long journeys and for emergency sustenance. The provisions were brought back quickly and distributed among the needy population of Jerusalem. This charitable act left a lasting memorial of kindness in the history of the Jewish people. When Isaias learned about the famine, he also sent large sums of money to the principal leaders of Jerusalem to assist them. Further accounts of the benefactions performed by Helena and Isaias toward the city were promised to be related later in the historical narrative. Meanwhile, another political event unfolded. Artabanus II of Parthia, the king of the Parthian Empire, became aware that the provincial governors under his authority were secretly plotting against him. Parthia was a powerful eastern kingdom rivaling the Roman Empire, controlling vast territories across Iran and Mesopotamia. Fearing betrayal, Artabanus decided it was unsafe to remain among those who might rebel. He resolved to seek refuge and assistance from Isaias II of Adiabene, hoping that Isaias might help restore him a power or at least provide protection. Artabanus traveled with about 1,000 of his relatives and servants. He encountered Isaias on the road. Although Artabanus recognized Isaias, the king of Adiabene did not initially recognize him. When Artabanus approached, he first performed the customary act of royal submission by bowing and worshipping according to the Eastern court protocol used among many Asian monarchies when addressing a superior or one from whom favor was sought. Then he spoke humbly, saying that he had been reduced by fortune from the status of king to that of a private man. He begged Isaias not to reject his plea or treat him with pride, but to assist him in his need, hoping that through Isaias he might find a way to preserve his life and eventually recover his kingdom. And now Artabanus, the former king of Parthia, stood before Isaias, the ruler of Adiabene, with tears streaming down his face and a countenance heavy with dejection. His voice trembled as he spoke, beseeching, "Have regard, therefore, unto the uncertainty of fortune, and esteem the care thou shalt take of me to be taken of thyself also. For if I be neglected, and my subjects go unpunished, many other subjects will become the more insolent towards other kings also." The gravity of his words weighed upon the air like a shadow, for he knew well that a kingdom lost was a kingdom in peril. As soon as Isaias, the son of Monobazus and king of the territory of Adiabene, heard the name of Artabanus and saw him standing as a suppliant before him, he leaped from his horse with urgency and declared, "Take courage, O king, nor be disturbed at thy present calamity, as if it were incurable, for the change of thy sad condition shall be sudden. Thou shalt find me to be more thy friend and thy assistant than thy hopes can promise thee. For I will either re-establish thee in the kingdom of Parthia or lose my own." With these words, Isaias lifted Artabanus onto his horse and followed him on foot, demonstrating reverence for a king whom he acknowledged as his superior. Artabanus, uneasy at being thus honored, swore by his present fortune and dignity that he would dismount unless Isaias took his place on the horse and went before him. Isaias complied, mounting the horse and leading Artabanus to his royal palace, where he showed him every mark of respect. At festivals and in public assemblies, Artabanus was given the upper place, a recognition not of his current misfortune, but of his former rank, and a testament to the common experience of the fluctuations of fortune among all men. Isaias then sent letters to the Parthians, imploring them to receive Artabanus back into his kingdom. He offered them his right hand and his solemn faith as guarantee, promising to mediate between them and Artabanus. The Parthians, however, responded cautiously. They did not refuse to restore Artabanus, but claimed it was impossible at that moment because they had entrusted the kingdom to another ruler named Cinemus, who had accepted the authority and whom they feared might incite a civil war if displaced. Cinemus, who had been brought up by Artabanus and was of a gentle and loyal nature, wrote directly to the exiled king, assuring him that he could reclaim his dominions without fear. Trusting this assurance, Artabanus returned home. When Cinemus met him, he bowed in homage, saluted him as king, and removed his own diadem, placing it upon the head of Artabanus. Thus, through the loyalty and courage of Isaetes, Artabanus was restored to the Parthian throne, having lost it previously due to the machinations of the kingdom's grandees. In gratitude for these services, Artabanus honored Isaetes with privileges of the highest esteem. He allowed Isaetes to wear the royal tiara upright and to sleep upon a golden bed, symbols reserved solely for kings of Parthia. Additionally, Artabanus granted Isaetes a large and fertile territory formerly under the kingdom of Armenia, known as Nisibis, a region where the Macedonians had once established the city of Antioch of Mygdonia. Not long after, Artabanus died and left his kingdom to his son Bardanes. Bardanes sought to persuade Isaetes to join him with his army to wage war against the Romans, but Isaetes refused, understanding the formidable strength and fortune of the Roman legions. Isaetes restrained Bardanes with warnings of the great Roman armies and their celebrated victories, attempting to prevent an impossible and disastrous campaign. Bardanes, provoked by this refusal, immediately declared war upon Isaetes. Yet his designs were thwarted, for the Parthians, perceiving his intentions, slew him and transferred the kingdom to his brother Gotarzes. Gotarzes, in turn, died soon after by a plot against him, and Vologases, another brother, succeeded him, dividing the provinces between his siblings, the region of the Medes to the elder Pacorus, and Armenia to the younger Tiridates. Meanwhile, in Adiabene, the subjects of Isaetes grew jealous and suspicious of his influence. The king's brother, Monobazus, and other members of his kindred, inspired by the piety and esteem of Isaetes, sought to abandon their native customs and adopt the religious practices of the Jews. Their intentions, however, were discovered by Isaetes' subjects, who became furious. The grandees of the kingdom, resentful of these acts and of Isaetes' devotion to God, conspired to punish him. They reached out to Abia, the king of the Arabians, offering him great sums of money if he would lead an expedition against Isaetes. They swore oaths of loyalty to each other and promised to desert their king upon the first onset of battle, all with the aim of punishing Isaetes for his religious convictions and the influence he wielded among the people. The king of Arabia, complying with the requests of the conspirators among the grandees of Adiabene, raised a formidable army and marched against King Isaetes, ruler of Adiabene. At the very onset of the first engagement, before the battle could reach its climax, the grandees who had secretly conspired with the king of Arabia, as if seized by an overwhelming terror, abandoned Isaetes in the midst of combat. They turned their backs on their enemies and fled the battlefield. Yet Isaetes, though betrayed by those he trusted most, did not despair. He withdrew into his camp to gather intelligence, and as soon as he discovered the identities of those who had conspired against him with the Arabian king, he executed those found guilty. On the following day, he renewed the conflict with resolute courage, defeating the bulk of his enemies and forcing the remainder to flee. He pursued the Arabian king relentlessly, driving him into a fortress known as Arsamis, which he besieged vigorously and ultimately captured. After plundering the fortress of its considerable wealth, Isaetes returned to his kingdom of Adiabene, though he did not take alive the Arabian king. Abia, who, seeing himself encircled on all sides, chose to end his own life. Despite their initial failure, the grandees of Adiabene remained undeterred. Consumed with hatred for their own king, whom they despised for abandoning the traditional laws of their forefathers in favor of foreign customs, they sent letters to Vologases, the reigning king of Parthia, urging him to kill Isaetes and place a ruler of Parthian lineage over them. Vologases, emboldened by this petition, resolved to wage war against Isaetes, although no just cause existed for such aggression. He sent a messenger demanding that Isaetes return the honorary privileges granted to him by his father, threatening war should he refuse. Isaetes, troubled in spirit, wrestled with the dilemma. He recognized that yielding these honors would be a stain upon his reputation. signaling weakness and cowardice. Yet he also understood that, even if the king of Parthia regained these honors, he would not desist in hostility. Resolving to place his trust in God, whom he regarded as his ultimate protector, Isates entrusted his wives and children to a well-fortified citadel, safeguarded his stores of grain in the strongholds, and set fire to the hay and grass to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. He awaited the advance of the Parthian forces with 6,000 cavalry under his command. The king of Parthia, marching in great haste, arrived with a large army of foot soldiers and horsemen, constructing an embankment along the river that divided Adiabene from Media. In response to this famine, Queen Helena of Adiabene purchased large quantities of grain in Egypt at great expense and distributed it to those in need. During this period, the sons of Judas the Galilean were executed. This Judas had previously incited the people to revolt when Publius Sulpicius Quirinius, the Roman governor, conducted a census of the Jewish estates. The names of his sons were James and Simon, and they were crucified by the orders of Tiberius Alexander. Meanwhile, Herod, the king of Chalcis, removed Joseph, the son of Commodus, from the high priesthood and appointed Ananias, the son of Nabetius, as a successor. During this period, Cumanus assumed the role of procurator of Judea, succeeding Tiberius Alexander. It was also during this time that Herod, the brother of Agrippa the Great, passed away in the 8th year of the reign of Claudius Caesar, who ruled from 51 to 54 Anno Domini. Herod left behind 3 sons: Aristobulus, born of his first wife, and Bernicianus and Hyrcanus, both born of Bernice, his brother's daughter. The Emperor Claudius Caesar granted the dominions of the deceased Herod to Agrippa the Younger, the grandson of Agrippa the Great. Under Cumanus's administration, a great tumult erupted in the city of Jerusalem, resulting in the deaths of many Jews. This calamity occurred as the Passover festival approached, a time when the Jewish people observed their custom of eating unleavened bread. Large crowds traveled from all regions to participate in the festival. Cumanus, fearing potential acts of rebellion, stationed 1 regiment of soldiers armed within the cloisters of the temple, following the precedent of prior procurators during such occasions. On the 4th day of the festival, a soldier, in an act of extreme indecency, exposed his private parts to the crowd. This act enraged the people, who interpreted it not merely as an insult, but as a profanation of God himself. Some accused Cumanus of orchestrating the insult, which provoked him greatly. He attempted to calm the crowd, urging them to desist from sedition and not disrupt the festival. When his exhortations failed, Cumanus ordered the entire army to assemble in full armor at the fortress of Antonia, which overlooked the temple. The sight of the soldiers terrified the crowd, causing them to flee in panic. As the exits were narrow, the fleeing masses were pressed together, resulting in the deaths of no fewer than 20,000 people crushed in the passages. What was meant to be a sacred festival became a day of mourning, with prayers and sacrifices forgotten, replaced by lamentation and weeping. Before the first mourning could conclude, further misfortune befell the people. Some of those who had participated in the initial tumult, while traveling about 100 furlongs from Jerusalem, attacked and robbed Stephanus, a servant of Caesar, seizing all of his possessions. When Cumanus learned of this, he dispatched soldiers to plunder the surrounding villages and apprehend the most prominent individuals, bringing them in bonds. During this operation, one soldier seized copies of the laws of Moses from a village, publicly tore them to pieces, and mocked them with offensive language. Upon hearing of this outrage, the Jewish population gathered in large numbers and traveled to Caesarea, where Cumanus resided, demanding that he avenge not them, but God, whose sacred laws had been violated. Fearing a renewed rebellion, Cumanus, following the counsel of his advisors, had the soldier responsible for desecrating the laws executed, thereby preventing the seditious movement from escalating a second time. There arose a violent quarrel between the people known as the Samaritans and the Jewish inhabitants of the region of Judea during a period when the Roman Empire governed the eastern provinces of the Mediterranean world. The conflict began when the Galilean travelers, who were Jewish inhabitants of the northern region of Galilee, were making their pilgrimage journeys toward the holy city of Jerusalem during the times of the religious festivals appointed in the Jewish law. It was customary for the Galileans to travel through the territory inhabited by the Samaritans because that route was the most direct road toward Jerusalem. Along this road stood a village called Ginia, a settlement located near the boundary separating the Samaritan region from the large open plain lands that stretched across the countryside. While the Galilean pilgrims were passing through this village, certain men belonging to the local population attacked them. The violence was severe, and a large number of Galilean travelers were killed in the conflict. When the leading men among the Galileans learned about the slaughter, they went to Cumanus, the Roman procurator, who at that time served as the Roman administrative governor, known in Roman political structure as a procurator, meaning an official appointed by the emperor to oversee taxation and public order in a province. The Galilean leaders requested that Cumanus punish the murderers and enforce justice. However, it was reported that the Samaritans offered Cumanus money to ignore the matter. Because of this accusation, the Galileans became greatly angered, believing that justice had been corrupted by bribery. The resentment spread among the Jewish population, and many of them urged the people to take up arms. They argued that slavery under foreign rule was already bitter, but when slavery was combined with direct injustice and violence, it became completely intolerable. The more moderate leaders among the Jews attempted to restrain the crowd. They promised that they would personally petition Cumanus again and attempt to persuade him to punish those responsible for the murders. Yet the crowd refused to listen. Instead, they armed themselves and sought assistance from a man named Eleazar, son of Dineus, who was known as a robber chief who had lived for many years among the mountain strongholds and had gathered followers who lived by plundering. With the support of these armed men, the rebellious group attacked and plundered several Samaritan villages, causing widespread destruction. When Cumanus learned of this retaliation, he assembled the military forces under his authority. He took the troop, known as the Band of Soldiers stationed at Sebaste, together with 4 Roman infantry regiments. He also armed Samaritan supporters and marched against the Jewish insurgents. The Roman forces defeated the Jewish rebels, killing many and capturing a large number alive. When news of the devastation reached the city of Jerusalem, the most respected leaders of the Jewish population, men honored for their noble families and public authority, were filled with fear. These leaders put on garments of mourning known as sackcloth, which was a traditional sign of grief in the ancient Near Eastern cultures, and they placed ashes upon their heads as an outward expression of sorrow and repentance. They begged the rebellious population to stop fighting. They warned the people to imagine the consequences of continued violence, describing the possible destruction of the temple of God located in Jerusalem, the burning of the city itself, and the future enslavement of their wives, children, and themselves under Roman punishment. These arguments gradually convinced the people. The multitude dispersed, and the bandit forces returned to their mountain hiding places. Nevertheless, after this period, the land of Judea became filled with acts of robbery and disorder because armed groups continued to operate without complete suppression. Meanwhile, the leading men of the Samaritan community traveled to the Roman governor of the province of Syria, Ammitius Quadratus, who was at that time residing in the city of Tyre. The Samaritans accused the Jews of burning their villages and plundering their property. They argued that their primary grievance was not merely the injuries they had suffered, but the disrespect shown toward Roman authority itself. They claimed that the Jews should have brought their complaints before Roman judicial officials rather than taking revenge through destruction. The Jewish representatives responded that the Samaritans were the true originators of the disturbance, and that Cumanus had accepted bribes and failed to punish the murderers who killed the Galilean travelers. After hearing both accusations, Quadratus postponed final judgment. He promised that he would deliver a decision after personally traveling into Judea and investigating the matter more carefully. Later, Quadratus arrived in the region of Samaria and conducted further hearings. After examining the evidence, he concluded that the Samaritans were responsible for initiating the disturbance. He ordered that several Jewish prisoners, who had been captured earlier by Cumanus, should be executed by crucifixion, which was a Roman method of public execution designed to punish criminals and discourage rebellion by displaying the condemned on wooden crosses until death occurred. Quadratus then traveled to the city of Lydda, a large settlement comparable in size to a city. There he conducted another tribunal hearing regarding the Samaritan accusations. During this investigation, a Samaritan witness testified that a Jewish leader named Dortus, together with 4 other men, had encouraged the population to revolt against Roman authority. Quadratus ordered these 5 men to be executed. He also sent several important prisoners to the imperial capital of the Roman Empire, the city of Rome, to appear before the Emperor Claudius. Among those sent in chains were Ananias, the high priest, and Ananus, son of Ananus, who were required to defend themselves before the imperial court regarding their involvement in the disturbances. Quadratus also ordered that leading figures from both the Samaritan and Jewish communities, together with Cumanus the procurator and Celer the Roman tribune, travel to Italy so that the emperor himself might hear the case and determine justice. Fearing further rebellion, Quadratus returned once more to Jerusalem. When he arrived, he found the city peacefully observing one of the traditional religious festivals dedicated to the worship of the God of Israel in the temple located within the city. Believing that the population would not attempt rebellion during their sacred celebration, he left the city and returned to the Syrian administrative center at Antioch. Meanwhile, Cumanus and the principal Samaritan leaders were summoned to Rome, where a day was appointed for them to present their arguments before the emperor. Certain imperial freedmen and court associates attempted to influence the judgment in favor of Cumanus and the Samaritan representatives. The Jewish interests at the Roman court were in danger of losing the case, until the intervention of Agrippa II, who was then residing in Rome. Agrippa appealed earnestly to Agrippina the Younger, requesting that her husband judge the dispute with strict justice and punish the real authors of the rebellion. Because of this influence, Emperor Claudius prepared his judgment carefully. After hearing the case, he determined that the Samaritans had been the primary instigators of the violence. He ordered that several of those who had brought the matter before him should be executed. Cumanus was sentenced to exile, meaning he was permanently banished from Roman territory. Furthermore, the Roman military officer Celer the tribune was ordered to be returned to Jerusalem. He was forced to be paraded through the city streets before the assembled population as a public spectacle of punishment, and then executed according to the emperor's command. So it was that Claudius, the Roman emperor, sent Felix, the brother of Pallas, to take charge of the affairs of Judea, placing the governance of that province under his careful supervision. By this time, Claudius had already completed the 12th year of his reign, which began in the year 51 of the Common Era. In the same period, he granted Agrippa, the Younger, the Tetrarchy of Philip and Batanea, regions which had previously been governed by other rulers, and added the territories of Trachonites and Abila to his dominion. Abila had formerly been part of the Tetrarchy of Lysanias. However, Claudius removed Chalcis from Agrippa's governance, where he had ruled for 4 years. Upon receiving these lands as the gift of the emperor, Agrippa, the Younger, arranged marriages for his sisters. He gave his sister Drusilla in marriage to Azizus, the king of Amasa, on the condition that Azizus undergo circumcision, a ritual of the Jewish faith. This was after Epiphanes, the son of King Antiochus, had refused to marry her, despite a prior promise to convert to the Jewish religion. Agrippa also gave his sister Miriam in marriage to Archelaus, the son of Helcias, to whom she had been formerly betrothed by her father, Agrippa. From this union, a daughter was born, and she was named Bernice. Yet the marriage of Drusilla to Azizus did not endure. While Felix served as procurator of Judea, he became enamored with Drusilla, who was celebrated for her extraordinary beauty. Felix sent a man named Simon, a Jew of Cypriot birth and reputed magician, to persuade Drusilla to abandon her husband and marry Felix. Simon promised that if she consented, she would be made happy. Drusilla, wishing to avoid the envy and ill treatment of her sister Bernice, yielded and married Felix, transgressing the laws of her forefathers. By him, she bore a son, whom they named Agrippa. The tragic fate of this young man and his wife, who perished in the eruption of Mount Vesuvius during the reign of Titus Caesar, would be recounted later. Bernice, the daughter of Agrippa the Great, lived in widowhood after the death of her husband, Herod, who was both her uncle and former husband. Reports circulated of an illicit relationship between her and her brother, Agrippa the Younger. To counter these accusations, she persuaded Ptolemy, the king of Cilicia, to undergo circumcision and marry her, believing that this would disprove the calumnies. Ptolemy consented, primarily influenced by her wealth. Nevertheless, the marriage did not last, and Bernice departed with impure intentions. Miriam, meanwhile, divorced Archelaus and married Demetrius, a prominent figure among the Alexandrian Jews, who served as their alabarch, or chief officer. Miriam and Demetrius had a son, named Agrippinus. These events, intricate and entangled with politics and family alliances, would be described in greater detail in later accounts. When Claudius Caesar died, after reigning 13 years, 8 months, and 20 days, rumors spread that he had been poisoned by his wife, Agrippina. Agrippina's father was Germanicus, brother of the former Caesar, and her previous husband was Domitius Aenobarbus, a distinguished Roman noble. After Domitius's death and her period of widowhood, Claudius had taken her as his wife. She brought with her a son, also named Domitius after his father. Claudius, prior to this marriage, had executed his wife Messalina out of jealousy, the mother of his children Britannicus and Octavia. Octavia, his daughter by a former marriage to Paulina, was later married to Nero, the adopted son of Claudius. Agrippina feared that Britannicus, when reaching maturity, would succeed Claudius as emperor, and she desired instead to secure the principality for her own son, Nero. It was reported that she orchestrated the death of Claudius, sending Burrhus, general of the Roman army, with tribunes and influential freedmen, to bring Nero to the military camp and proclaim him emperor. Once Nero assumed power, he arranged the secret poisoning of Britannicus to eliminate any threat, while the public remained unaware. In time, Nero turned upon his own mother, Agrippina, killing her despite being her son, as retribution for her machinations that had secured his rule. He also executed Octavia, his wife, and numerous other prominent figures, under the pretense of conspiracy against him, consolidating his power through terror and ruthless violence. I will now continue the tale of the Jewish people during the reign of Nero, emperor of the Roman Empire, in a manner faithful to the original account. Many historians have recounted the life of Nero, the Roman emperor who reigned from 54 to 68 Common Era, yet their accounts often stray from truth. Some writers, having received favors from Nero, painted him in unjustly favorable terms, while others, consumed with hatred for his misdeeds, composed extravagant lies against him. Such distortions were not surprising, for even histories of events long before Nero's time frequently failed to capture the truth, as writers often shaped narratives to suit their own pleasure or prejudice. Yet for those devoted to truth, it became essential to recount events accurately, particularly those that directly affected the Jewish nation. Therefore, I shall now return to the affairs of the Jews, reporting their trials and deeds with fidelity. In the first year of the reign of Nero, following the death of Azizus, king of Emesa, a city in the Roman province of Syria, whose rulers had long been allied with Rome, his brother Seamus succeeded him in the kingship. At the same time, Aristobulus, son of Herod, king of Chalcis, was entrusted by Nero with the governance of Lesser Armenia, a small principality situated in the borderlands of Roman and Parthian influence. Nero also granted portions of Galilee to Agrippa, Jr., including the cities of Tiberias and Turiki, and placed them under his authority. In addition, the city of Julius, located in the region of Perea east of the Jordan River, together with 14 surrounding villages, was also assigned to his jurisdiction. Despite these political arrangements, the condition of the Jewish people continued to deteriorate. The land became overrun with robbers and impostors, men who deceived the populace and incited disorder. Felix, the Roman procurator of Judea, took action daily to suppress these malefactors, capturing and executing many of them. One notable figure, Eleazar, son of Dineas, had gathered a band of robbers. Felix, by cunning, persuaded Eleazar to come to him under assurances of safety, but once he was within reach, he was bound and sent to Rome for judgment. Felix also bore resentment toward Jonathan, the high priest of Jerusalem, because Jonathan frequently admonished him to govern the affairs of the Jewish people justly, so that complaints would not arise against him from the populace. Feeling threatened by such continual counsel, Felix devised a scheme to eliminate Jonathan. He persuaded one of Jonathan's most loyal associates, a citizen named Doris, to orchestrate an ambush using the very robbers that plagued the countryside. Under promise of a substantial reward, Doris arranged for the robbers to conceal daggers beneath their garments and mingle with the worshippers in the temple and city, where they murdered Jonathan. Following this atrocity, the robbers gained impunity, freely moving about the city and even within the temple, killing those opposed to them for money and spreading terror among the people. These acts of lawlessness corrupted the city and sullied the sacred temple. The constant disruption, the deceit, and the violence of the impostors brought calamity upon the Jewish people, which many saw as a punishment from God, who withdrew his favor and allowed foreign domination, the destruction of homes, and the enslavement of wives and children, in order to bring wisdom through suffering. In addition to these internal disturbances, false prophets emerged, claiming to perform signs and wonders by divine providence. One such figure arrived from Egypt, proclaiming that he could lead the multitude of common people to the Mount of Olives, a hill overlooking Jerusalem at a distance of 5 furlongs, and that by his command the walls of the city would fall, granting them access to the city. Felix, informed of this scheme, mobilized Roman forces, both cavalry and infantry, and attacked the Egyptian and his followers. In the ensuing battle, 400 were killed and 200 captured, while the Egyptian himself escaped and disappeared from historical record. Meanwhile, the robbers continued their provocations, encouraging the populace to resist Roman authority, to set fire to villages, and to plunder property, further destabilizing Judea. Tensions also arose in the city of Caesarea, a major port and administrative center of Judea, between the Jewish inhabitants and the Syrian settlers. The dispute centered on civic privileges and the rights of citizenship. The Jews claimed precedence, citing Herod the Great, their former king, as the founder of Caesarea and emphasizing his Jewish heritage. The Syrians acknowledged this but pointed out that the city had once been called Strato's Tower, and at that time no Jewish population had existed there. The unrest became so disruptive that the provincial governors intervened. They apprehended the principal agitators from both communities and subjected them to corporal punishment, using stripes to restore temporary order and quell the disturbance. Though the underlying tensions between the groups persisted, the Jewish citizens, relying on their wealth and social standing, grew contemptuous of the Syrians and repeatedly insulted them, hoping to provoke a reaction. The Syrians, though less affluent, valued themselves highly because the majority of Roman soldiers stationed in the region were either from Caesarea or Sebaste, cities that had long-standing loyalty to Rome. For a time, both sides exchanged reproachful words, until the conflict escalated into stone throwing, and several were wounded on both sides. Despite this, the Jews held the advantage in the confrontation. When Antonius Felix, the Roman procurator of Judea, observed that the quarrel had escalated into a form of civil war, he intervened. He demanded that the Jewish citizens cease their hostilities. When they refused, he armed his soldiers and sent them against the Jews, killing many and taking more captive. His soldiers were also permitted to plunder the homes of wealthy citizens. Those Jewish leaders who were moderate and held positions of respect, fearing for their own safety and the welfare of the populace, petitioned Felix to withdraw his forces and allow the people an opportunity to repent for their actions. Felix, persuaded by their entreaties, relented and withdrew his troops. During this time, King Agrippa, known as Agrippa the Younger, appointed Ismail, the son of Fabius, to the high priesthood. This sparked further conflict between the high priests and the prominent men of the city of Jerusalem. Each faction gathered the boldest and most daring men, particularly those inclined to innovations in religious practice, and became their leaders. The conflicts escalated with reproachful words and the throwing of stones. The city, lacking effective authority, descended into disorder. The high priests went so far as to send their servants into the threshing floors to seize tithes that were due to them, causing the poorest priests to starve from want. Violence and lawlessness had overrun all justice. When Porcius Festus succeeded Antonius Felix as procurator under Emperor Nero, the principal Jewish leaders of Caesarea traveled to Rome to lodge accusations against Felix. Felix would likely have faced punishment had it not been for the persistent intervention of his brother Pallas, a man held in high favor by Nero at the time. Meanwhile, two influential Syrians of Caesarea bribed Burrhus, Nero's tutor and secretary for his Greek epistles, to annul the privileges that the Jews had long enjoyed as citizens. Burrhus secured the emperor's approval for a written edict to that effect. Upon learning of the edict, the Jewish citizens of Caesarea became increasingly disorderly, and the stage was set for open conflict. When Festus arrived in Judea, the province was already plagued by bandits. Villages were burned and looted, and the Sicarii, a group of assassins and robbers, grew in strength. Their name derived from their small, curved swords, similar to the Persian asanaki and the Roman psyche, or sickles. These Sicarii mingled with the crowds during festivals, striking down those they chose and plundering the villages of their enemies. In response, Festus dispatched forces of cavalry and infantry against those who had been misled by an impostor promising deliverance and freedom in the wilderness. Both the impostor and his followers were destroyed by these forces. Around the same time, King Agrippa built a grand dining room in the royal palace of Jerusalem, situated near the portico. The palace, originally constructed by the descendants of the Hasmonean dynasty, stood on elevated ground, offering an extensive view of the city. Agrippa desired this vantage point to observe the temple and its proceedings. The chief men of Jerusalem were deeply displeased, for it violated their religious customs and laws, which forbade others from viewing the temple rituals, particularly the sacrifices. In response, they erected a wall on the uppermost building of the inner court of the temple toward the west, obstructing the view of both Agrippa's dining room and the western cloisters, where Roman soldiers were stationed during festivals. King Agrippa and Procurator Festus were angered by this action. Festus ordered the wall to be demolished, but the Jews petitioned to send an embassy to Emperor Nero, claiming they could not endure living if any part of the temple was destroyed. Festus permitted them to do so, and 10 prominent men were sent to Rome, including Ismail, the high priest, and Helcias, the keeper of the sacred treasure. Nero, upon hearing their appeal, forgave the Jews for their previous actions and granted permission for the wall to remain, in part to please Poppaea, the emperor's wife, a devout woman who requested these favors. Helcias and Ismail were retained in Rome as hostages. Upon receiving news of Nero's decision, King Agrippa appointed Joseph, known as Kabi, the son of Simon, as high priest once again. After the death of the Roman administrator known as Porcius Festus, the Roman Emperor Nero sent Albinus to the province of Judea to assume the office of procurator, which was the Roman political position responsible for taxation, administration, and maintaining order on behalf of the empire. Before Albinus arrived, the local ruler, who was the client king under Roman authority, removed a man named Joseph ben Damnius from the office of high priesthood and appointed in his place the son of Ananus, son of Ananus, who was also called Ananus. This younger Ananus belonged to the religious party known as the Sadducees, a group among the Jews who were known for strict interpretation of the law and severe punishment of offenders. Their influence was centered around the temple aristocracy and priestly families. Ananus was described as bold in temper and arrogant in character. When he saw that the Roman procurator Festus was dead and that Albinus had not yet reached the province from the city of Alexandria, he considered the moment favorable to act with authority. Taking advantage of the temporary absence of Roman oversight, Ananus gathered the council of Jewish judges known as the Sanhedrin, which was the highest religious and legal court among the Jewish people. He brought before this assembly a man identified as the brother of Jesus Christ, who was called James the Just. James was accused of violating the religious law of the nation. After the accusation was made, Ananus ordered that James and some of his companions be condemned to death by stoning, which was a traditional Jewish execution method for certain religious crimes. However, the act angered many of the more moderate citizens of Jerusalem, who believed that the assembly of the Sanhedrin without Roman authorization was unlawful. They sent messengers to the client king Agrippa II, requesting that Ananus be restrained from acting with such authority. Some of these citizens also went to meet Albinus while he was still traveling from Alexandria toward Judea. They informed him that Ananus had illegally convened the council without the consent of the Roman governor, which was considered an infringement of Roman administrative control. Albinus responded with anger when he learned of this action. He wrote threatening letters to Ananus, warning him that punishment would follow for his unlawful conduct. King Agrippa then removed Ananus from the office of high priesthood after he had held the position for only 3 months. In his place, Agrippa appointed Jesus' son of Damnius as the new high priest of the temple administration. When Albinus finally arrived in the city of Jerusalem, he attempted to stabilize the region by suppressing the activities of the violent faction known as the Sicarii, a group of armed insurgents who carried concealed daggers and carried out assassinations against those they considered enemies of Jewish freedom or collaborators with Roman rule. At the same time, the high priest Ananias ben Netebeos rose in wealth and influence. He gained favor with Albinus and also with the new high priest by offering valuable gifts. Ananias maintained servants who were described as morally corrupt and associated with the most aggressive elements among the population. These servants used force to collect the tithes that were traditionally assigned to the priests of the temple. The tithes were religious contributions given by the people to support the priestly class who performed sacred services in the temple of God in Jerusalem. Instead of allowing the proper distribution of these sacred funds, the servants of Ananias seized the agricultural offerings from the threshing floors where grain was processed after harvest. They violently took the priestly portions by force, and when some priests refused to surrender their tithes, they were beaten. Because of these abuses, several priests who had once depended upon the tithes for survival died from starvation and deprivation. Meanwhile, the violent faction of the Sicarii entered the city secretly during the night before one of the great religious festivals observed in Jerusalem. They captured a temple scribe named Eleazar, son of Ananias, who was the son of the high priest Ananias. They bound him and carried him away as a prisoner. The Sicarii sent a message to Ananias stating that they would release the captured scribe if Ananias persuaded Albinus to free 10 prisoners belonging to their faction who were already held in Roman custody. Ananias was forced to negotiate with Albinus and succeeded in obtaining the release of those prisoners. This exchange encouraged the Sicarii, and they continued their strategy of capturing servants associated with the household of Ananias. Whenever they captured such servants alive, they used them as bargaining instruments, refusing to release them unless members of their own faction were freed. As the number of Sicarii fighters increased again, their boldness grew stronger, and their violent raids became a serious burden and terror upon the population of the countryside and the cities of Judea. About this time, King Agrippa, known as Agrippa the Younger, undertook the enlargement of Caesarea Philippi, a city in the northern part of the province, expanding it beyond its former size. In honor of Nero, the Roman emperor, he renamed it Neronius. Agrippa did not stop there. He built a theater at Berytus, known today as Beirut in modern Lebanon, sparing no expense. He funded annual shows there, spending many tens of thousands of drachmae, a currency widely used in the Roman provinces. He also distributed largesses of corn to the people and supplied them with oil, while adorning the city with statues of his own donation and with ancient images crafted by renowned artists. In his zeal, he transferred much of the most beautiful ornamentation from his own kingdom to these new cities. This act, however, aroused the resentment of his subjects, who saw their own treasures removed for the decoration of foreign places. At this same period, a transition occurred in the high priesthood of Judea. Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, succeeded Jesus, the son of Damnius, a position that had been taken from the latter by the king. This succession caused sedition between the high priests. They gathered groups of the boldest citizens, and their disputes escalated from verbal reproaches to the throwing of stones at one another. Among the high priests, Ananias stood out as dominant because of his great wealth, which enabled him to secure followers willing to support him. Costobarus and Saulus, members of the royal family, also gathered crowds of wicked men, leveraging their familial ties to Agrippa for influence, yet they frequently resorted to violence and plundered those weaker than themselves. From this time forward, the city of Jerusalem was plagued with disorder, and the condition of the populace grew steadily worse. When Albinus, the Roman procurator of Judea, learned that Gessius Florus would succeed him, he sought to curry favor with the people of Jerusalem. To achieve this, he executed all prisoners he deemed deserving of death, while taking bribes from those imprisoned for trivial offenses and releasing them. Though this emptied the prisons, it filled the countryside with robbers, increasing insecurity throughout the region. Meanwhile, the Levites, members of the Israelite tribe of Levi who served in the temple, particularly those who sang hymns, petitioned the king to allow them to wear linen garments, like the priests, arguing that it would be a noble innovation in his administration and a memorial of his rule. The king granted their request with the agreement of the Sanhedrin, the Jewish council of elders, allowing them to set aside their former garments and wear the linen robes, and to continue learning the hymns as they had requested. This, however, contravened the traditional laws of the country, which had long enforced strict punishment for any transgression. During this same period, the temple in Jerusalem was completed. The workmen, numbering over 18,000, were now unemployed and without wages, having labored for the temple's construction. Fearing that the treasures in the temple might be seized by the Romans, yet wishing to provide for the workmen, the citizens considered using these funds to pay them. For every hour worked, they received immediate pay. The citizens proposed rebuilding the eastern cloisters of the outer court, which lay in a deep valley and had walls reaching 400 cubits in length, constructed of large, white square stones, each 20 cubits long and 6 cubits high. These cloisters had been part of the original temple built by King Solomon. However, King Agrippa, charged by Claudius Caesar with overseeing the temple, denied the request to rebuild the cloisters, reasoning that destruction is easy, but reconstruction, especially of such monumental structures, is difficult and costly. He did, however, permit the citizens to pave the city with white stone. Agrippa also removed Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, from the high priesthood and appointed Matthias, the son of Theophilus, under whom the Jewish war against the Romans would later begin. In this context, it becomes fitting to recount the lineage of the high priests. History teaches that Aaron, the brother of Moses, was the first to serve as high priest to God. Upon his death, his sons succeeded him, and this priesthood continued through their descendants. In Jewish custom, only those of Aaron's bloodline may hold the high priesthood. No king of another lineage, regardless of status, may assume it. By the end of the war against the Romans, there had been 83 high priests in total, 13 of whom served while the Israelites wandered in the wilderness under Moses, before the tabernacle was replaced by the temple in Jerusalem, built by King Solomon. Initially, each high priest served for life, though later, successors were sometimes appointed during the lifetime of the incumbent. The history of the high priesthood among the Jews unfolds with both continuity and turbulence, tracing a lineage that stretches from the departure from Egypt to the destruction of the city of Jerusalem by Titus in the year 70 Common Era. In the earliest period, 13 high priests, all descendants of 2 of the sons of Aaron, the brother of Moses and the first high priest according to the law of God, held the office successively. Their governance reflected the stages of Jewish political organization. First, an aristocracy, in which power rested with the worthy and respected elders, then a monarchy, and finally a regal government, in which a king held sovereign authority. The span of years during the rule of these 13 high priests, from the exodus of the Israelites under Moses until the construction of the temple by King Solomon at Jerusalem, was 612 years. Following them, 18 high priests took office in succession from the days of King Solomon until the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, ruler of the Babylonian Empire, led an expedition against Jerusalem, destroyed the temple, and carried the Jewish people into exile in Babylon. During this period, the high priest Josedek was taken captive, and the total duration of the high priesthood under regal government amounted to 466 years, 6 months, and 10 days. After 70 years of Babylonian captivity, Cyrus, king of Persia, issued a decree allowing the Jews to return to their homeland and rebuild their temple. Upon their return, Jesus, the son of Josedek, assumed the high priesthood. He and his descendants held the office for 15 generations, continuing under a democratic form of governance for 414 years, until the rise of King Antiochus Eupator and his general Lysias. These men deposed Onias, also called Menelaus, from the high priesthood and slew him at Berea, appointing Jaemus in his place. Jaemus was of the lineage of Aaron, but not of the family of Onias. Onias, nephew of the slain Onias, fled to Egypt, securing the favor of King Ptolemy Philometor and his wife Cleopatra, and persuaded them to appoint him high priest of a temple he had built in the prefecture of Heliopolis, modeled after the temple at Jerusalem. After Jaemus died following 3 years in office, the city of Jerusalem remained without a high priest for 7 years. Eventually, the descendants of the sons of Asamoneus, who had gained political authority after defeating the Macedonians, appointed Jonathan as high priest, who ruled for 7 years. Jonathan was treacherously slain by Trypho, and his brother Simon succeeded him. When Simon was destroyed at a feast by the machinations of his own son-in-law, his son Hyrcanus assumed the high priesthood. Hyrcanus held the office for 30 years and left the succession to Judas, also called Aristobulus, whose brother Alexander became his heir. Judas died of illness after a brief period as both high priest and king, being the first to place a diadem upon his head for 1 year. Alexander ruled as king and high priest for 27 years before his death, leaving his wife Alexandra to appoint Hyrcanus as high priest while she retained the kingdom for 9 years. After her death, her son Hyrcanus continued in the priesthood until his brother Aristobulus seized power, becoming both king and high priest. Aristobulus reigned for 3 years and several months until the Roman general Pompey captured Jerusalem, bound Aristobulus and his children, and sent them to Rome. Pompey restored the high priesthood to Hyrcanus and made him governor, forbidding him to wear a diadem. Hyrcanus ruled an additional 24 years before the Parthian generals Barzapharnes and Pacorus invaded, capturing him alive and appointing Antigonus, son of Aristobulus, as king. Antigonus reigned for 3 years and 3 months until he was besieged by Roman forces under Sosius and Herod. Antony brought Antigonus to Antioch, where he was executed. Herod, appointed king by the Romans, no longer selected high priests from the family of Asamoneus, instead choosing men of lesser families who were merely priests. One exception was Aristobulus, the grandson of Hyrcanus taken by the Parthians, whom Herod married to his sister Miriam to gain the goodwill of the people. Fearing that Aristobulus might become too influential, Herod had him executed by suffocation while he swam at Jericho. Thereafter, Herod refrained from entrusting the high priesthood to the descendants of Asamoneus. His son Archelaus followed in his footsteps, as did the Romans when they assumed direct control over Judea. From the reign of Herod until the capture and destruction of the temple by Titus, there were 28 high priests, collectively presiding over 107 years. Some served both as religious leaders and political governors under Herod and Archelaus, though after their death the nation returned to aristocratic governance, with the high priests holding dominion over the Jewish people. This account, therefore, traces the continuity, turbulence, and political maneuvers surrounding the high priesthood in Jerusalem over centuries. Josephus Florus, who was appointed as procurator of Judea by Emperor Nero to succeed Albinus, brought untold miseries upon the Jewish people. Florus was a native of the city of Clazomenae, a Greek city on the western coast of Asia Minor, and he arrived in Judea accompanied by his wife Cleopatra. Cleopatra, by virtue of her friendship with Poppaea, the wife of Emperor Nero, had secured this appointment for her husband. She shared fully in his cruelty and corruption. Florus was so violent and unscrupulous in the exercise of his authority that, by comparison, the prior procurator, Albinus, seemed almost benevolent. Albinus, though not free from wrongdoing, had concealed his wickedness and sought to keep it from public notice. Florus, by contrast, carried out his crimes openly, displaying them for all to witness. He spared no one, applying unjust punishments indiscriminately, and never allowed pity or moderation to interfere with his ambition. Florus partnered with robbers and lawless men, providing them protection and encouraging their plunder, so that many citizens felt emboldened to commit crimes, relying on him to shield them from justice. The Jewish population suffered to such an extent that many were compelled to abandon their homes, seeking refuge among foreigners, believing life abroad would be safer than in their native land. The oppression and devastation under Florus became so intolerable that the Jews, who had previously endured incremental miseries, were compelled to take up arms against the Romans. This war erupted in the second year of Florus's administration, corresponding to the 12th year of the reign of Emperor Nero, which was the year 66 of the Common Era. The details of the hardships endured and the actions forced upon the people are recounted in the books dedicated to the Jewish war. With these events, I bring to a close my Antiquities. These volumes, composed over many years, recount the history of the Jewish people from the creation of man to the 12th year of Nero's reign. They record the experiences of Jews in Egypt, Syria, and the land of Palestine, detailing the afflictions brought upon us by empires such as the Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Macedonians, and in later times the Romans. I have taken care to enumerate the succession of high priests across 2 millennia, to recount the line of kings, and to describe their actions and the administration of their rule, drawing upon both sacred writings and historical sources, striving for accuracy in all matters. I have also pursued the knowledge of the Greeks, studying their language and philosophy, although my primary speech has long been in our own tongue, which has prevented me from attaining complete fluency in Greek. Among my nation, learning the laws and their interpretation is most esteemed, while mastery of foreign languages is seen as common, accessible to all free men or even servants who seek it. Few have pursued Greek learning with diligence, and fewer still have been fully rewarded for it. It may not be improper, at this point, to recount briefly my own family and the actions of my life, while witnesses remain who can attest to their truth or falsity. With this account, I bring to a close the 20 books of Antiquities, comprising 60,000 passages, and I intend, if God allows, to continue with the narrative of the Jewish war. I also plan to write 3 additional books concerning the Jewish understanding of God, His essence, and the rationale behind our laws, explaining why certain actions are permitted and others prohibited according to our sacred tradition. These reflections extend to the 13th year of the reign of Caesar Domitian, which corresponds to the 56th year of my own life, marking the period up to which I have chronicled events with accuracy and care. In the historical records that have come down through the writings attributed to Flavius Josephus, there appears to be some uncertainty or textual corruption regarding the authority to appoint the high priests of the Temple of Jerusalem after the death of the ruler, known as Herod of Chalcis. The right of choosing the high priest, who is the religious leader responsible for conducting the sacred services in the Temple of Jerusalem, was transferred to Agrippa II, also called Agrippa the Younger, who exercised this authority throughout the period until the destruction of the city of Jerusalem. In the sacred writings of both the ancient Hebrew traditions and the Christian scriptures, the term only begotten son was often used not necessarily in the strict biological sense, but rather as a description of a son who is deeply beloved and uniquely valued. This expression is found in the account of the patriarch Abraham, when he was commanded to offer his son Isaac as a sacrifice, illustrating a test of faith in which the son was described as the only begotten, meaning the one most dearly cherished, even though other sons existed in the household traditions. Among the traditions preserved by Josephus and other ancient historians was the remarkable belief that the remains of the great ship built in the days of the ancient flood still existed in his time. This ship was associated with the righteous man Noah, who, according to ancient history, was instructed to construct an ark to preserve life from the worldwide deluge sent as divine judgment upon a corrupt world. The survival of the ark's remnants into later centuries was regarded by some as evidence supporting the continuity of sacred history. Throughout the narrative preserved in these historical traditions, special emphasis was placed on the protective power of divine providence over the life of Isates II, the king of the region known as Adiabene. Isates and his sons were believed to have been preserved through many political and military dangers because he performed what he considered to be his religious duty, even when that duty conflicted with powerful worldly considerations. The benefactions given by King Isates and his mother Helena of Adiabene to the Jewish population of Jerusalem were remembered especially in connection with a prolonged famine that afflicted the land of Judea. This famine was believed by some historians to be the same famine that had been foretold by the prophet Agabus, occurring during the period when Claudius served as Roman consul for the fourth time. The famine did not occur only in a single year, but extended through several years of scarcity, particularly during the 5th, 6th, and 7th years of the reign of Claudius, affecting agricultural production and causing widespread hunger among the inhabitants of Judea. The Roman administration during this period was represented by procurators such as Cuspius Fadus and later Tiberius Julius Alexander, under whose administrations the famine persisted. During this time, Queen Helena sent her servants to the city of Alexandria to purchase large quantities of grain, and also to the island territory of Cyprus to obtain dried figs, which were a valuable preserved food source suitable for long transportation and storage. These provisions were transported back quickly to Jerusalem and distributed freely among the poor and starving population, creating a lasting memory of charitable leadership within the Jewish nation. The political dignity of Isates was also symbolized by the royal headdress, known as the tiara, which was traditionally worn by great kings of the East. According to historians such as Xenophon, the upright position of the tiara's conical tip was an ancient sign of royal authority among Eastern monarchs. The conduct of King Isates was sometimes interpreted as evidence that he had adopted the Jewish faith or at least followed religious practices closely resembling those of the Jewish tradition. Some historians even compared his devotion to the position of the Ebionites, a religious group that emphasized strict adherence to the law of Moses while also accepting the teachings associated with Jesus. In moments of extreme danger, Isates was believed to have offered earnest prayers to God, and his supplications were said to have been answered through unexpected deliverance, preserving both his life and the lives of his descendants when political and military threats surrounded him. Near Jerusalem, there stood 3 remarkable pyramids or pillars erected by Helena, the queen of Adiabene, a kingdom in northern Mesopotamia known for its close ties to the Jewish people. These monuments are recorded by Eusebius, the early 4th century Christian historian, in his Ecclesiastical History, Book 2, Chapter 12. Scholars, including Dr. Hudson, have referred to Valesius's notes on this passage, while Pausanias, the Greek geographer of the 2nd century, also mentions them in his writings. Some have conjectured that the structure now called Absalom's Pillar may be one of these ancient pillars erected by Queen Helena. In the time of the Roman procurator Fadus, around the years 45 or 46 Anno Domini, a man named Theudas rose up among the people, claiming significance. This Theudas is not to be confused with an earlier Theudas who appeared during the census conducted under Quirinius, around the year 7 Anno Domini, as mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, chapters 5 and 6. These distinctions are crucial for understanding the sequence of Jewish uprisings under Roman rule. The Jewish festivals were times of heightened tension and frequent tumults. Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, details how governors acted cautiously during these celebrations, aware that taking severe action on sacred days could provoke uproar. This is reflected in the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 26, verse 5, where the authorities avoided arresting Jesus on a feast day to prevent public disturbance. Similarly, Josephus recounts such careful governance in his Wars of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 4, Section 3. The constant passage of Galilean pilgrims through Samaria on their way to Judea and Jerusalem, as Josephus notes in his Life, Section 52, took 3 days for the journey. This movement of people illustrates the tensions described in the Gospels, particularly in Luke chapter 17, verse 11, and John chapter 4, verse 4. Prophecies foretold that the Jews' rejection of the message of Jesus would bring upon them profound miseries, the utter subversion of their country, the burning of the temple, and the enslavement of themselves, their wives, and children, as foretold in Luke chapter 21, verses 6 to 24. These tragic outcomes were reflected in the unrest and seditions observed during this period. Simon, a friend of Felix, the Roman procurator of Judea, was a Jew born in Cyprus who claimed to practice magic. Though wicked in character, he should not be confused with the famous Simon, the magician mentioned in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8, verse 9, who was a Samaritan from the town of Gitti in Samaria. That Simon was known as the originator of the first Gentile heresies. The Simon associated with Drusilla, the sister of Agrippa the Younger, persuaded her to leave her former husband, Azizus, king of Emesa, who had converted to Judaism, and to marry Felix, a Roman official. Tacitus, the Roman historian, mistakenly describes her as the granddaughter of Antony and Cleopatra, suggesting she was a heathen, but this contradicts both Josephus and the account in Acts, which confirm her Jewish heritage. Thus, the narratives intertwine. The monuments of Helena, the uprisings of Feudas, the cautious governance during festivals, and the intrigues surrounding Drusilla and Felix all reveal a period of political tension, religious devotion, and personal ambition under Roman rule in Judea. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius, the towering volcano near the Bay of Naples in Italy, was recorded as one of the most catastrophic in human history. Scholars such as Bianchini have observed 7 distinct and massive eruptions of this mountain, noting how the remains of these events were vitrified, preserved in hardened layers beneath the surface of the earth. These layers extended downward until the diggers encountered waters of an age long before the flood. The antediluvian waters, suggesting that the deluge occurred more than 2,500 years before the Christian era, according to the most precise chronologies available. Turning to the affairs of rulers and dominions, the duration of the reign of Tiberius Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known as Claudius, aligns with the accounts of the historian Dio Cassius. During Claudius's reign, Nero, originally named Lucius Domitius Enobarbus, was adopted and took the name Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus, entering the imperial line and establishing the future emperor whose actions would become infamous across the Roman world. In Judea, Agrippa Jr., son of the late King Agrippa, held dominion over the regions of Tiberias, Tarichi, and Gamala, extending his governance until Justus, the son of Pistis, seized authority over the Jews at the outbreak of conflict. These territories were strategically significant, encompassing cities and fortresses essential for controlling the Jewish population under Roman oversight. The high priest Jonathan, a man of piety and dedication, fell victim to the treachery of the procurator Felix, a Roman official governing Judea. Felix's machinations led to Jonathan's violent murder, executed through the Sicarii, a group of ruffians notorious for their assassinations and disruptions. This murder unleashed waves of terror and lawlessness across the land, contributing directly to the sequence of horrors and calamities that would befall the Jewish nation. The historian Josephus reflects upon these events as consequences of the nation's moral corruption and disobedience, leading ultimately to the destruction that followed. To understand the continuity of the high priesthood in Jerusalem, it is essential to recognize the last 28 high priests, a line beginning with Ananias, appointed by Herod the Great, and continuing through generations of men who shaped both religious and political life. Among them were Aristobulus, Jesus the son of Phabus, Simon the son of Boethus, Matthias the son of Theophilus, Joser the son of Boethus, Eleazar the son of Boethus, Jesus the son of Sic, Annas or Ananias the son of Seth, Ismael the son of Phabus, Eleazar the son of Ananias, Simon the son of Camathus, Josephus Caiaphas, the son-in-law of Ananias, Jonathan the son of Ananias, Theophilus his brother, Simon the son of Boethus, Matthias the brother of Jonathan, Algeneus, Josephus the son of Camidus, Ananias the son of Nebedius, Jonathas, Ismael the son of Phabi, Joseph Kabi the son of Simon, Ananias the son of Artanus, Jesus the son of Damnetas, Jesus the son of Gamaliel, Matthias the son of Theophilus, and Phannias the son of Samuel. Among these, Ananias and Joseph Caiaphas, appearing near the middle of the list, were the same figures repeatedly mentioned in the four Gospels of the New Testament. Ananias, the son of Nebedius, was the high priest before whom St. Paul pleaded his cause, as recorded in Acts chapter 24. These men presided over the Jewish religious life during times of extraordinary tension, rebellion, and Roman oversight, marking a lineage that connected deeply with the unfolding political and spiritual crises of their era. The accounts also note the rise of impostors and false prophets, individuals who led many into mischief and suffering, including an Egyptian impostor who drew followers to the Mount of Olives, promising miraculous signs and the toppling of Jerusalem's walls. These events, chronicled by Josephus and referenced in the Acts of the Apostles, contributed to the miseries that culminated in the ultimate destruction foretold by the Savior, providing a stark narrative of human folly, ambition, and divine judgment. The wickedness that prevailed among the high priests at this time was both peculiar and extraordinary. These men, who were set apart to serve God and guide the people in righteousness, so severely oppressed their fellow priests that the poorest among them were starved to death. This was not merely a matter of negligence or oversight. It was a deliberate cruelty born of covetousness and tyranny. Such fatal crimes, the oppression of the innocent by those in authority, were not confined to the laity alone, but extended even into the clergy, and history shows that such abuses have recurred in all ages. Yet, amid this darkness, there were instances of clemency and mildness, even under Emperor Nero, whose reign is often remembered for excess and cruelty. During the first 5 years of Nero's rule, there were moments of generosity toward the Jewish people. These acts of kindness, noted in Antiquity, were obtained through the intercession of Queen Poppaea, Nero's wife, a religious woman who may have been privately a proselyte to Judaism. Her influence ensured that the emperor extended favors, though these deeds were not entirely the product of his own goodness. In understanding the religious dynamics of the time, it is clear that the Sadducees, one of the prominent sects of Jewish priests and scholars, could hold the high priesthood. These Sadducees were often severe and inexorable in judgment, enforcing the law with strictness. By contrast, the Pharisees, another sect devoted to the interpretation and practice of the law, were known for their mercy and gentleness, as is evident both from the works of Josephus and from the New Testament accounts, as well as from rabbinical records. Notably, after the time of the high priest mentioned here, the Sadducees largely disappear from records in Josephus's writings, indicating a decline in their prominence. The condemnation of James, called the Just, must be understood in this context. The Sanhedrin, the council of Jewish elders and judges, condemned James, yet they could not carry out the execution without the approval of the Roman procurator. Just as the council had condemned Jesus of Nazareth earlier, their authority alone was insufficient to impose capital punishment. Therefore, Ananias, the high priest at this time, and his Sanhedrin could do no more than issue condemnation, since they lacked the consent of Procurator Albinus to enforce the sentence upon James. This Ananias was not the son of Nabedius, but rather Annas, also called Ananus the Elder, the ninth in the catalog of high priests. Annas had held the high priesthood for an exceptionally long period, and beyond his tenure, 5 of his own sons and his son-in-law Caiaphas also became high priests. This succession, spanning several decades, effectively created a continuous or quasi-perpetual high priesthood in his family. Annas was the son of Seth, and he was appointed by Quirinius, the Roman legate of Syria, continuing in office until Ismail, the 10th in the line, took the position. His long tenure, combined with the succession of his family, established a precedent whereby future high priests maintained their titles and authority over extended periods. The insolent petitions of some of the Levites to wear the sacerdotal garments while performing hymns in the temple were a reflection of the degradation to which the high priests had reduced their fellow priests. The haughty oppression had diminished the dignity and independence of the priesthood, compelling even the Levites to assert their status through audacious gestures. Finally, the cloisters of Solomon, part of the grand structure of the temple in Jerusalem, were noted by Josephus to have been built from the very bottom of the valley. These architectural marvels provided both grandeur and sacred space for the service of God, yet they also stood as silent witnesses to the tensions, the hierarchy, and the abuses that had taken root among those entrusted with the highest religious offices. In the writings preserved under the name of Flavius Josephus, it is recorded that he had planned, if divine providence allowed, to present to the public a shortened and more accessible summary of the history of the Jewish War, the great historical account describing the conflict between the Jewish people and the Roman Empire during the 1st century after the birth of Christ. Josephus himself reflected that the earlier portions of his 7 books describing the Jewish War had been written when he was a younger man and had less knowledge of the ancient traditions, the political history, and the sacred antiquities of the Jewish nation. Because of this, he believed that some errors may have entered the first 2 books of that historical work. He also expressed hope that in a later abridged edition he might correct mistakes, clarify obscure passages, and recover certain historical accounts that were either referred to by himself or by other writers but were not preserved in the surviving manuscripts of his works. Scholars who studied his writings observed that although he often referred to material written elsewhere, no independent abridged edition of the Jewish War has ever been clearly identified among the surviving historical sources. For this reason, many historians believe that Josephus never actually published the proposed summary as a separate historical book, but rather that his autobiographical work known as Life of Flavius Josephus may have served as an appendix to his larger collection known as the Jewish Antiquities. It is further believed that Josephus also intended to compose philosophical and theological writings concerning the nature of God, the interpretation of the Jewish law, and the reasons why certain practices were permitted to the Jewish people while others were prohibited under the covenant of Moses. These projected works were meant to explain the theological foundations of Jewish religious law in a systematic manner. However, there is no clear historical evidence that Josephus ever completed or published those additional philosophical treatises. Several events during his later life may have interrupted his literary projects. The deaths of his influential patrons and associates at the imperial court of the Roman Empire played a significant role in altering his circumstances. The Roman emperors Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian, who had been among the rulers with whom Josephus had some connection, eventually passed away. After their deaths, new Roman rulers came to power, namely Nerva and Trajan, who belonged to a different political circle from the one Josephus had known earlier. During this political transition, Josephus was also moved away from the city of Rome and returned toward the region of Judea, and the changes in his environment, together with the loss of his former protectors and companions, may have hindered the completion and publication of the additional works he had planned. Thus, historical traditions suggest that these unfinished intentions remained unfulfilled, either because of political circumstances, death of close associates, or the changing fortunes of the empire during the closing years of the 1st century of the Common Era.